Hello, and welcome. I know I missed last week, but hopefully it won't happen this time. I mean, it shouldn't. I'm here, streaming. I'm gonna try and continue where we left off. I think I kind of remember, but let me see if we can get our game loaded here. So apparently nobody likes this girl, and I don't think we're not really sure why yet. I don't think. I think that was kind of where we basically left off, is like, everyone hates her, or at the very least doesn't want to talk to her for some reason, which would probably explain why she was scared, and also why she decided to hang out in some abandoned building all day. But perhaps we'll find out why this time. We can finish this route. So let us continue. Spent today doing nothing. I was starting to imagine I would spend today in the same way. What's wrong? You've been a little strange since yesterday. Don't you have rehearsals soon? Huh? Oh, yeah, soon. Oh, right. You're rehearsing with the first year. You have to pass the time until she gets out of class. Yeah, pretty much. I lied to Torta. I couldn't just tell anyone about what had happened. Torta seemed satisfied with my response. She soon went home as it was a Thursday. Watching her leave, I thought about what I would do to pass the time. Yo, Visual Novel. Hey, how's it going, Quan? Yeah, I've been streaming this for a little while, but it's a pretty good one. It's like rhythm game visual novel, which I haven't seen too many of in the past. And this one's pretty good on both regards. Hey, Chris. Zeno. Zeno suddenly spoke to me when I was out staring out of the window absent-mindedly. You're not going to Miss Cordell's class today? You only got 10 more minutes. I'm going to that special lecture today. Didn't I tell you about it last week? Lecture? Ah, now that you mention it. You completely forgot about it. Oh well. I'm going to head there now. What about you? Lecture, huh? Probably be a good way to kill time, but I wasn't really that interested. It was at this point that I remembered something which I had thought was strange. I ran to Lise when I was looking at the bulletin board that day. For some reason, she asked me if I was going to attend the lecture. I seemed relieved when I said I wasn't. Hey. Oh, sorry. Lecture's in a different wing, so I better get moving. Wait a sec, I'll go with you. Oh? What a surprise. But you're totally welcome to come. I'd be a bit uneasy by myself. Uneasy? You? You're kidding, right? Despite what you think, I'm a bit sensitive. Like a certain friend of yours. I'll tell her you said that. Anyway, let's go. Oh hell yeah, more donations to the pot. The never-ending pot. Don't worry, it will end eventually. I will make sure of it. I'm looking forward to that stream too, honestly. I should probably actually think about sourcing one of those cables I need to plug into a computer, because I have the Kinect, but I don't actually have the cable yet to use it on PC. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish I could make it higher. I made it as high as Twitch would let me, but believe it or not, Twitch caps it off at 2K, and I can't even contribute 2K because I have infinite points, so there's nothing I can do, which is really stupid. I really wish it had better scaling. Like, if someone wants to be able to, like, toss in 100K in one go, they should be totally able to toss in 100K. I don't see why I should have the limit. But I swear, if I could make it higher and let you put in more at once, I would. Upon entering the lecture room, I found that most of the seats were already taken, and that the majority of the Fortel course students that I knew were here. And there's someone rather teacher-like at the lectern, setting up a Fortel. Oh, this is a new guy. Cast a glance at us as we entered from the back of the room, and then returned to his preparations. Oh crap, he's already here. We're already making a bad first impression. What? Were we supposed to have the entire room filled before he even got a chance to set up? Probably hates every single person in this room now. Over half the seats were already full. We found ourselves somewhere to sit toward the back. I guess we should get our Fortels ready. I think we could just wait until we're given instructions. No one else is getting ready. There are no instructions or anything like that on the blackboard. I guess we just had to sit there here and wait patiently, as Asino said. It's pretty quiet, huh? Yeah. Perhaps it was because everyone was nervous, but I could barely find any other people that were talking, which meant our voices traveled unnecessarily far. Fortunately, it seemed that our voices weren't reaching the teacher, as he never looked up at us. At exactly the same moment that the bell rang, he stood in front of the lectern and presented himself in a dignified manner. Let us begin the spectral lecture. Just as he spoke, the door opened and a student I didn't recognize tried to enter. I'm sorry I'm late. Ugh, he's late again. It seemed that Asino knew the student, chuckled as he commented. The student in question tried to take a seat at the back of the room, but... Students who are not capable of being on time are not qualified to take this lecture. Remove yourself from this room. Huh? But the bell only just went. Do you not know how to address your superiors? Very well. When I tell you to get out, get out. Post haste. He wasn't angry in the way he spoke. There was not a single student in the room that didn't feel the disgust or nuance of his insult that filled the words that he spat. Looking embarrassed, the student just backed out and left the classroom. Even I could tell that if he had stayed, the teacher wouldn't have given him a chance. Nobility, huh? Actually, Sino said the teacher was from the highest tier of nobility. By this time, the lecture had already begun to make me sick. The way he was unable to display any degree of flexibility from his intolerance, I felt I had just seen how shallow this person was. Miss Cordell was also quite unforgiving of tardiness, but even then she would still let the student into the classroom, after scolding them, strictly reminding them not to be late again. Allow me to begin with an introduction. I, Grave Cicerini. Beautifully articulating his name, it was quite apparent just how much confidence he had in who he was. Now, I believe I made it clear how many applicants would be accepted, but it would appear we have too many. Should we all be more realistic about your worth to me? The teacher, who referred to himself as Grave, didn't hesitate at all as he spoke these words. The room broke out into a small commotion. Silence! We shall now begin the screenings. Those closest to the front will be first. The rest will follow in order. He spoke as if he barely even noticed the student's reactions to him, and returned to his seat. The student sitting closest to the front cautiously approached him. Name? Yes? Those who don't know their own names may leave. Next! Do not make me repeat myself. If the next student takes too long, they too will be disqualified. Yes, sir. And like this, the screenings, or whatever they were, continued. What is going on here? Beats me. Anyway, I'm glad we're last. We can work out a good approach. Why don't we just leave? Don't be stupid. I just don't like it. Don't say it, even if you're thinking it. That's a secret to gain ahead in life. I only say it because it's you who's listening. That, and trust no one. This one's important too. Okay. But really, I'm not gonna make the cutaway anyway. Never know. Anyway, just grit your teeth and at least go through the screening. Roger that. It's finally our turn. As ridiculous as it seemed, there was only one student so far that wasn't sent out of the classroom. He was one of the top students, and the best Fortell player in our class. I was expecting the screening to involve playing the Fortell, but he was the only student to be tested in that way. There's no one else left, besides him, and the female student who was being screened at this very moment. During the math, I realized that even if Asino and I, and she, were to make the cut, there would still be too many. I'll go first. Hopefully you'll hear something that'll help you. Alright. I'd never seen Asino look so serious as he did just now as he looked at Grave. He stood up and moved closer to the lectern. As far as I knew, that female student was a wonderful Fortell player, second only to the top student who had passed the screening. Just as I was thinking that she would make the cut, she was callously cut down by Grave. You may leave. Huh? What? Next! I was already disgusted over the whole thing. When I approached the front, the girl who had just been failed spoke out in protest. I don't understand. My recitals have all been successful, so why... The voice in my head was telling her not to hold back, but unsurprisingly Grave responded in a calm and collected tone. Recitals? I am not here to talk about such child's play. I'm speaking of things to come. He didn't seem to care about our achievements thus far, but if that were the case, then how can you make such a judgment without even hearing me play? Your fingers. Huh? I can tell by looking at your fingernails. They are most beautiful. What about them? You have made an effort to make them beautiful for someone to see, have you not? That's got nothing to do with this. They are not the fingers of a Fortell player. Long fingernails only obstruct the playing of the keys. That alone I could tell how much skill you have, even without hearing you play. Oh, damn! Next. This time she said nothing and simply left the classroom. What he had said was correct. Practice a lot, albeit not every day. Because of that, there was a time when I felt that my fingernails grew slowly. That was when I was a child. Now it felt as if they were growing normally, however. Chris Verton. I stated my name and took a step forward. One of Cordell's students, I see. Saying only that, he then, for some reason, looked me in the eyes. He had the kind of eyes that seemed as if they could see through anything. I wouldn't say they made me feel fear, but they definitely commanded a sense of awe. It wasn't because he was a member of nobility or anything like that. I suppose it was a testament to his pedigree, coming from a revered family of musicians. But even if that were the case, I don't think I would ever find myself respecting him. I understood that he was right about what he said, but even so I wasn't impressed. Play your best song. Huh? Did you not hear me? No, I did. Doing as I was told, I sat myself at the fortel he had set up. There's a school of thought that the best instrument is the one that you're used to, but this fortel felt so incredible that I could easily have believed otherwise. The smooth keyboard was polished like porcelain, and everything felt as if it was conveniently placed there just for me. It was sophisticated in every aspect. Is there a problem? No. I barely gave a proper answer, and for a split second was unsure of what song to play. Best song would have been the one that I always rehearsed with Forney. Lise's song came to mind briefly, but that was a song which focused on the vocals. It wouldn't have been the right choice. The beginning had come in expecting not to make the cut. Now I felt like doing something that he would have to admit worthy of recognition. I was fully aware that it came from a small desire to fight back. But even so, I had no choice now but to play something. I placed my fingers on the keys and played with determination. This actually playing? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure about actually playing in that one. That would have been interesting. Imagine failing that. Totally ruined the entire storyline. Finished, I removed my fingers from the keyboard and caught my breath. If I were to do a self-evaluation, I would have to say I played well. Grave looked at me as if he was examining me, and then spoke in a small voice. Hey, stay. Next! He was no longer paying attention to me. I considered just walking out, but Asino was already standing right behind me, and he whispered something in my ear. Nice work. But still some sleets left. Just wait. Alright. For the time being, I sat myself down in one of the empty seats near the front and waited, hoping that Asino would return. Probably wouldn't have been fair on the student staying next to me, but I had planned to leave if Asino didn't come back. Now, play the song that you think is your best. I suppose it was safe to say he passed the first trial. Relieved at that, Asino started playing, but Graves stopped him before he even finished the first bar. Oh shit. Enough. I gave you a chance to play, as you are a student of Cordell's. However, he said no more than this. However, from his tone and his attitude, these words were more than enough. Thank you very much. Asino did not protest and simply responded calmly. He turned his gaze to me for just a moment, and then left the classroom. Well then, more of you remained this year than I expected. I was unable to not think about what these words had meant. It was my opportunity to stand up and leave. Did that mean that every year there was only about one person who passed? Today I'm going to teach you about the essence of the Fortel. I don't know if I'd want to take a lesson from this guy. He seems like an asshole. Even after Grave had left the classroom, I was still just sitting there. The other student had already left. What Grave had taught us today was something like the life story of the Fortel. He taught us of small details not found in the history books, the words rolling effortlessly from his tongue as if he knew every detail off by heart. The entire time I had my eye out for an opportunity to leave. However, I found myself incapable of doing so. As much as I hated to admit it, his knowledge was incredible. Actually, not only did he have knowledge, but he was also blessed with a gift for rhetoric. I was drawn into his words, and before I knew it, I had stayed until the very end. The only thing that bothered me was when he repeatedly preached that Fortel players were meant to be proud. I seriously thought about leaving when he spoke at great length about just how much Fortel players had contributed to the culture of the country. But even then, I couldn't leave. Phew. In any case, it was safe to say I had gained something today. I still didn't understand the true meaning of what Lise had said to me. Grave told us that we would have a practical lesson next week. I wondered just how much I could learn from him. Even if I was unable to respect him as a human being, I did understand that he was a top-class musician and had the skills to prove it. Really unsure of what to do next, I left the classroom. By the time I realized, it seemed that quite some time had passed. Zeno didn't put it into words, but he must have been angry on the inside what Grave had said. He had already gone home by the time I got outside. For the time being, I decided to forget all about this and just focus on what I would do when I met Lise the day after tomorrow. I ate a light dinner and placed my fingers on my fortel without any real purpose. What Grave felt from my performance that made him decide to choose me. I doubt that Miss Cordell could have put in a good word for me, but it seemed that he was interested in the fact that I was her student. Although, I wondered what would happen if he found out that I hadn't even chosen a partner for the recital yet. Or that his potential partner is only a first year. Surely he would think poorly of us.
For a moment, I thought you were practicing hard for a change. You look so serious.
What do you mean for a change? Wait, that's it. I suddenly had an idea. What would Forney think of Graves' music? More precisely, how would it make her feel? In today's lecture, I was unable to find out how good he actually was. I imagined I would have the chance in the near future. I didn't say it out loud, but I thought about it. It was rather pointless to do so. His name would still be that of a revered family, whether he had ability or not. And would there even be anyone who would believe the words of a musical fairy that they couldn't even see?
Did you have something you want to talk about?
You just said, that's it, after all. I was just talking to myself. Don't worry about it.
Now I want to know.
Well, I can't really do anything about that. Alright, can I ask you a question?
I really feel like you're just avoiding the subject, but
Okay, go ahead. As a musical fairy, what is your opinion of the way I play the fortel?
you want an objective opinion? Not a personal one, right?
Yeah, it has to do with what happened today. I told Forney about the events that occurred today. It wasn't exactly a complicated story, but Forney started to think about it and then disappeared off somewhere. It shouldn't have been such a hard question to answer. Perhaps it was because the events that occurred today were not the kind I could just ask anyone about. I didn't really care how I was evaluated by others, but the question still remained. Two days had passed since the lecture with Grave. I heard from Fal yesterday that she had a place that Lise and I could talk, as promised. She told me briefly about her part-time job that last time we met, but I had bigger things to worry about than at that time. Didn't ask any specifics. Turned out that on top of her classes at school, Fal also worked part-time at a trattoria called Copert, where Asino and I happened to eat just last week. The same trattoria that I was heading to right at this moment. I had suggested at first that a place without too many people might have been better, but Fal chose the trattoria as no one would be able to hear what we were talking about. Another reason was that Fal had to work, and was apparently unable to take long breaks. Seems that she also considered Sunday, but she took into consideration my wish for it to be as soon as possible. The way she was sensitive to others like that always impressed me. Either way, after 2 o'clock, I was able to spend an hour or so with Lise after the lunchtime peak when Fal was able to take a break for an hour or so. I thought at one point that would be just the two of us, but I was unsure whether Lise would be able to talk to me openly. I felt that things would probably have gone smoother with Fal there too. Alright, I'm heading out.
Okay, see you later.
I told Forney about some of what had happened. I didn't have much of a choice as she had been pressing me about the fact that I hadn't been my usual self. I was the cause of everything this time, no doubt about it. Regardless of whether Lise was or wasn't going to partner up with me, I wanted to make sure I apologized to her properly. And, if it were at all possible, to solve the problems that she was facing.
Come on, no more gloomy faces.
Thanks.
If things go well, you'll have yourself a partner.
That's not what I'm worried about. Forney's positive words had cheered me up a little. The clock showed that it was almost 2. The trattoria was only a few minutes away on foot, but I left quickly as I didn't want to be late. It took me less than 5 minutes to reach my destination. Looking through the window at the clock inside, I found that I was still 5 minutes early. Fal should have already been inside, which meant that all that was left was to wait for Lise. We were supposed to be meeting inside the trattoria, but if possible I wanted to say something to her when it was just the two of us. I heard a familiar voice from behind me when I was peering inside the trattoria. I immediately turned around and greeted Lise. Morning, Lise.
Good morning.
Went without saying, but Lise seemed to be quite composed. 4 days had passed since that incident. Listen, there's something I need to say.
Huh?
I'm really sorry about what had happened. I know it's not much of an excuse to say that I had no idea, so I guess the only thing I can do is apologize. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Please don't lower your head. What happened was all my fault. At the very least, I should have asked you first. I hadn't been so pushy, none of it would have happened. That's not true. Like I said, Lisa started to become flustered in the way that she always did. Making her explain herself like this was not what I had wanted. In any case, it seemed important for us to go inside and discuss everything with Val, so that we could both maintain our composure. Lisa, let's go inside. Yes. Oh, and one more thing. It's good to see you again. It seemed that the peak time had well and truly finished, as there were a number of empty tables. But having said that, over half the tables had customers, and it was far from quiet. Yeah, another Symphonic Rain stream. I was planning to do one last week as well, but it just didn't quite work out. I'm not actually sure how much of this game is left, but I have a feeling it'll probably be going on for a little while longer anyways. At a glance, it didn't seem like there were any students from school here either. Over here! Team Val was already on her break. She was in her casual clothes when she called us over. We sat at a table for 4 with Lisa and Val sitting with their backs to the wall, me across from them. Would you like something to drink? Val suggested drinks to us as somewhere to start, I suppose. I'm fine. Me too. In that case, I'll just get something for myself. Val shot me an unimpressed look and scoffed jokingly. She ordered herself a cup of coffee and gently pushed a glass of water across the table to each of us. Chris, you wanted us to talk about Lise today, right? Yeah. In that case, how would I start? She wasn't directing her question to anyone in particular, and continued speaking before receiving an answer. It's just that I've seen Lisa in that kind of situation several times before, that's all. And every time, I try to ask her about it, but she never wants to talk. I'm sorry. But I really want to help solve the problem, you know? So, Lisa, if you talk to us, you might be able to work out a solution together. At that moment, Val looked me in the eyes. I also want to hear about it. Now wasn't the time to be apologizing repeatedly, so I responded, taking on Val's words as if they were my own. But if you don't want to talk about it right now, you don't have to. We don't mind waiting until you feel it's okay to talk about it. It may not have been the kind of problem that could be solved by just talking about it. But then again, maybe it could. I personally did not think so. I can still remember the callous gaze of the students when they left the Ginecolo. In which case, what should we have done? What could we have done? Of course, if you tell us, I shifted my gaze to Val and saw her nod to me. Val and I intend to do everything we can to help you. Lisa listened to what we had to say, her eyes looking down at her lap. Why was it that the people around her treated her that way? It was true. I had wanted to know the reason why. If we knew what it was, there may have been something we could change. For example, if the reason was something about Lisa, then she could change. But I seriously doubted that Lisa was the problem, which meant that it was the people around her that were to blame. And even if we squeezed it out of her, there wouldn't be anything we could do. By making her speak, there's a possibility we'd be hurting her again. Of course, it was possible that she would feel better simply by talking to someone about it. Sometimes troubles were best shared. However, it would be truly have meaning only when Lisa decided to do it of her own accord. And then... Oh, and also, I hope that we can continue rehearsing in the old wing. Huh? I enjoyed our ensembles, you know. And she needed somewhere she could go to escape. I'd seen Lisa sing happily numerous times, but it was just not right that she was singing on her own, in an empty place like that. So, from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to continue doing ensembles with her there. But, Chris, you don't have time to be doing such things. That's true. So, please don't concern yourself with me. If you'll excuse me. What is the poly root? Or where is the poly root? Which root are you talking about? It was unlike her, but her words were firm and clean. Saying nothing more, she got up to leave. Or harem root? Just a route where you get everyone? Well, we tried to do that. We tried to do the route where we practiced with everyone, and it got us literally nowhere. It was like the most basic ending. If anything, it was kind of almost a good ending, because we didn't like break up with our long distance relationship. She came to see us. She was happy to do so. Graduated without a hitch. Like, I don't really call that a bad end, but apparently the game called it a bad end. So I'm not really sure what's considered a good end, except for apparently breaking up with our girlfriend and going off with some manipulative person is a good end according to this game. So I don't know what kinds of opinions this game has on good and bad, but I'm questioning its decision. Saying nothing more than she then got up to leave. The polyfruit potion. Yeah, we're gonna like, I'm gonna take like one of these girls' hairs, go make a polyjuice potion, and then just turn into them and take over their life. That'll work. Lise, excuse me. Just a split second she stopped, but then continued toward the door without looking back. When I stood up to go after her, Val grabbed me by the hand. For some reason, she shook her head sadly. Chris, I think we should give her some time to herself. Why? If she doesn't want to talk about it right now, she doesn't have to. Wasn't that what you said? That was different. I think it for Lise, it's the same thing. But I think I understand why you said that. You thought she needed time, right? Then I think it's now that she needs time. You're probably right. I repositioned myself in my seat and tried to relax. Why don't you have some water? Doing as Val said, I brought the cup to my mouth. Cold water traveled down my throat, sending a chill into my body. After settling myself a little, I decided to continue discussion with Val. Sorry about before. Might have been better in the end if we had just squeezed it out of her. It's okay. You said what you felt, so maybe it's the best that way. Lisa seemed like she was afraid, and I just... Really, it's okay. More importantly, shall I continue? What do you mean? I know a little about the reason why the other students ignore her, and the kind of thing. I've looked into it before. But just before you said... I lied. But I think we have the same view on this. If you're going to find out, you want it to be from her directly, right? Since it seemed like you've been spending a lot of time with her recently, I thought that things might have been a little different now, but... When do we fuck the fairy? That's exactly what I'm waiting for. Maybe after this... I wanted to get, like, the obvious routes out of the way. But I am super down to attempt the fairy. If that's, like, actually a route. I think you were the one that said it was, right? I'll have to look up how to do that, though, because it's not, like, as obvious as just picking a different location at the school. It seemed like you've been spending a lot of time with her recently. I thought that things might have been a little different now, but I guess it was still too soon. I see. So I guess you were thinking the same thing then. I guess so. So, what was the reason you mentioned? Are you sure? Don't you want to hear it from her? Yeah, I guess I do. Just wait till she feels that she's ready to tell you about it. Yeah, I'll do that. But since you know why it's happening, I know what you're thinking. But I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. It's not as if they're doing something directly to her. They just leave the room, like how you saw. Or no one pairing up with her in class. I've heard of things like that happening too. Why would they? Finally shook her head in response to my question. In any case, my feelings of wanting to do something about it are the same as yours. That's why I asked you to come here today. Thanks. You too. But I have to agree with Lise. This really isn't the time for you to be getting involved in this kind of thing. You mean the partner thing? Yes. What are you gonna do, Chris? I haven't put any thought into it yet, but if it's possible, I was thinking Lise. I had a feeling you'd say that. But I guess I can't ask her now with the way things are. I said this in a joking tone, but it was true. But you're gonna have to start thinking about it sooner or later. Val spoke exactly the same way toward her Miss Cordell would have. I guess you're right. So, what are you gonna do, Chris? I don't mean about the partner thing. I mean about Lise. For the time being, I think I'll go to the old wing again. I thought you'd say that. Is something wrong? But... Val's face suddenly became serious, and she spoke in a firm tone. What are you going to do about your girlfriend? Huh? Why did Val know about Ari? Actually, no, that wasn't the issue right now. Val was right. Lisa was starting to take up too much of my heart. Even if I was part of the reason that Lisa got hurt, if I became too involved with her, it was possible that I would end up hurting Arietta as a consequence. And by thinking this, I realized the truth of the matter, that I was getting too preoccupied with Lisa. Was this like a guide? I had one on Steam that was just like, here's all the options you pick. Is this any more descriptive than that? Oh, it's got like a route order and everything. Val, Lise, Torta, Alfine 2, oh, Forney. Oh, Forney should be last? Alright, fair enough. I'm glad that the rest, we've actually kind of been doing this in order then. Aside from me going with, like the neutral end right off the bat. I can kind of see this order. This order actually can make sense. Maybe we'll go with that then. Is this just like... Okay, yeah, it's just like a list of choices you have to pick. That's perfect. I like this order that the forum post suggests. So it suggests that we did Ufal, Lise, which is what we're doing right now. Then go for Torta. And then there's a couple other routes. And then you get like Forney's route at the end. That's perfect. I don't think we technically did Torta's route because we didn't really like hang out with her. I don't think it was kind of like a neutral end. Am I a weeb? What constitutes being a weeb in your eyes? Because like everyone has a different definition. I'm not gonna deny that I might not be. But like, what would your definition of it be? Yeah, maybe like Forney's only accessible at the very end, so that would make a lot of sense. Actually, I think it's pronounced, I keep saying Alfine, but it's Alfine, I think, because it's a musical term, is what it is. I forget exactly what the musical term is, but I remember it being one, which is probably has some importance to the story. And by thinking this, I realized the truth of the matter, that I was getting too preoccupied with Lise. And on top of that, I had heard some rumors about her that were not very flattering. I don't believe them, but rumors like that don't start without reason. What kind of rumors? From the top of Arietta back in the back of my mind for the time being, I was finally able to respond. I think the original definition is just liking Japanese culture. So much you want to be Japanese. Yeah, that's like the original definition, but it's kind of like devolved, I guess is the best term, to mean anyone who even watches like anime or reads manga or something, like something super basic like that. The original definition I would hardly agree with. Those people are weird, and I'd like to hope that I'm not like those people. Yeah, now it's cool to be weeb, just like how it used to be weird to, it was bad to be a nerd. Remember how like every TV show and movie in the 90s, all the jocks would beat up the nerds? That was like a real thing that happened. And then people start realizing, wait, nerds are cool. It's fine to be a nerd. And now it's kind of the same thing here. There's an actual lady who went out of her way to get Japanese looking eyes. How do you even do that? I didn't even think that kind of surgery was possible. I'm just waiting until they make the surgery where they can implant like huge ass eyeballs into your head. You know it's gonna happen at some point. We're gonna have like the ability to make artificial eyes. Someone's gonna do it. There's gonna be someone out there making those kinds of eyes. And if we can like reshape the sockets to this extent, then there's nothing saying we can't reshape them to fit that. And you know someone's gonna get it. It's gonna be like that one manga where it actually happened, and then everyone got creeped the fuck out because, and they didn't like her anymore because she had literal anime eyes. I can't say. I'm sorry. But as I said before, they all painted her in a very unflattering light. Alright, so you're still going to go to the old wing for her? There's something that she's hiding from you. She's hiding something from me? I guess you can't say what that is either. Sorry. This is starting to get kind of complicated. What are you getting at, Val? To be honest, I don't think you should get any more involved in this than you already are. Why? Like I said before, right now isn't the time for you to be getting involved in something like this, is it? What do you mean, something like this? I'm sorry, but... I mean, in that case, what happens to Lise? Okay, long shot theory. Lise's last name... Lise's father is Graves. And that is why Graves let us play for him. Probably unlikely, but I could totally see that being a thing. The fucking stuck-up Fortel player from like the highest echelon of nobility is the father of Lise. And that's why everyone hates her. Because everyone knows who she is and who her father is. And it's even possible that maybe her father hates her because she decided to take up singing instead of playing the Fortel. Because you all saw how he talked about the Fortel earlier. That would make a lot of sense. I hope I'm right. That would be such a hard read. I'll do something about that. My graduation recital is just a solo performance, so I can decide when and how to spend my time to rehearse. Of course, it would work out fine if you just pair up with me, you know? No dice. Sorry, it's not really the time for jokes, is it? And not only that, but there's the issue of the rumors, and... I'll start to mumble a little. The thing that she's hiding, is it important? Yes. Actually, to you, it might not seem like such a big deal at all. But if it were someone else, I'd probably recommend not getting involved. I think there's been like some research into the idea of implanting brains into robots. Like, the problem is we still don't understand enough about the brain to even know how to go about wiring it up in a synthetic body. But it seems like it's plausible. Like, there's nothing really stopping us from being able to do it. It's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. And I don't think we have necessarily... we know enough to be able to do it yet. But that would be sick. I totally expect that to be a thing, and I would 100% sign up to be a part of that. Heavy comment about Realms. It will be a seamless upgrade in the next release. Yo, for like song database? Oh man. I hope that like fixes everything with the song loading. Like, if that just straight up fixes the entire song menu. Because we all saw how it fixed all of the texture loading, the seamless texture loading. That would be amazing. Do we know when the next release kind of might be? Like, soonish or still ways off? But that's great if they're planning the next release to be the big upgrade and overhaul. Usually it's every 2 weeks or so? Okay. Because like it seemed recently, like I know I was playing, when I was playing Osun, the last like continuous stint on stream, there was like an update pretty much every time I was getting the game ready to stream. So it almost seemed like it was weekly. And there's the issue of your girlfriend. Yeah. I'm going to ask you again, but are you still going to involve yourself with Lise? I think the answer is yes, right? I mean, okay, I've been duped by this kind of question last time with Foul, so I need to double check. I need to actually double check. Wait, how different are these? I'm guessing the answer is yes? I don't know which one of these I'm on. There's like, okay, I'm looking at the guide that Jonathan sent me, and it like lists all the options you have to pick, but the bottom two are yes and no, so I don't know which question I'm on. But fortunately, I know how to remedy this, because the other guide I was using actually put dates, associate each response with a date. So let me see if I can get this up here. Guides. I think it was this one. Let me just double check. I like the guy that Yoanton sent me more, but just in this one situation, I kind of need... Was it this one? No, it was not this one. There was a guide. The one I was using last time had dates on all the things. Maybe it was this one. This is it. Here it is. We are on... What day is this? This is 17th. 17th we say yes, and then the 19th of next month we say no. Okay. So we say yes here. So apparently this one's an easy one to get the bad ending. It actually comes down to the final recital. We actually have to, depending if we pass or fail the song, gives us the endings. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, I answered in earnest. I definitely needed to think about Arietta too, but I could still clearly remember how Lise looked when she was singing so happily. In the beginning, I may have thought that she had a beautiful voice, nothing more. Then I wanted to do an ensemble with her, listen to things like that. And now, I was already involved in her life. And because of that, Lise had ended up getting hurt. I couldn't just go and abandon her now. I see. In that case, there's nothing else for me to say. Sorry. Why do you say sorry? Because you gave me all this advice and then I... No, don't worry about it. I was just kind of testing you anyway. But if that's your answer, then perhaps I can just leave all this in your hands. What do you mean? This problem with Lise's has been bothering me for a long time, but I haven't been able to find much time for it since I'm in the 3rd year. But if you're that concerned about her, then I was thinking that perhaps I'm not needed. I still intend to do what I can to help, however. Got it. In any case, I'll keep going to the old wing to see her. I think the first step is going to be seeing her and actually talking. But I promise I won't just bail out before we reach some kind of resolution. Good. Val then looked at the clock, as if she had just remembered about it. This is the search lag issue? Oh, yes. Oh, they're not sure if it'll be fixed? Fuck. That's not good. But yeah, that's exactly... Yeah, that's the exact problem I've been having. So I'm glad it's not necessarily because I have like 600 bajillion songs. But it might be. But like maybe... Okay, well this person has a large amount too, but let's be real. My issue is well beyond the word large. Mine is obscene, excessive. Large would not be a good descriptor. So the fact that someone with fewer songs than me is having this issue means I'm glad it's probably not me. Someone with a normal amount of songs has it. But I could totally understand if, like, even if they say that it's fixed and I still have issues, then I would say it's because of me. Main issue says they have a lot. Yeah, like, but how many is a lot here? Because I think for most people, a lot is definitely a lot less than 300,000 beat maps. But I'd be glad to be proven wrong with this like specific example that's being used as the bug report. Because usually when people say long, they definitely don't mean anything like I've got. Hopefully it gets fixed with Realm. I mean, the skin loading got fixed with Realm, so maybe this will get fixed with Realm. Having, either way, like, even with, it's not, it would still be, like, uncomparable to Stable, regardless. If the idea is to be like Stable, Stable doesn't have any problems loading 300,000 beat maps and or searching them. So if Stable can do it, then surely they can work towards Laser doing the same thing. Stable's problem is that sometimes it doesn't play the map properly, or it crashes or freezes because I have so many. But that's a different issue than it can't even, like, manage the carousel properly with that many songs.
Well, that was quick. I only have 30 minutes for my break, so I'm gonna have to head back. So, Chris, you'll excuse me? Oh, wait a second. Casually took the bill from Val's hand when she was about to head back into the kitchen. I'll get this. I mean, it's only 1 cup of coffee after all. In that case, why don't you have lunch while you're here? That might be a good idea. It wouldn't be fair for 3 of us to be here for half an hour and only have this to show for it. I responded cheerfully, dangling the bill about. That's true. Oh, do you mind if I say one last thing?
Sure. What is it?
You shouldn't be so trusting of people.
I'm sure Lisey's not like that.
Maybe, but even I have a thing or two that I'm hiding, you know? Well, see you.
Yeah, we learned the hard way that Chris is way too trusting of people. She fucking spilled her guts over how she manipulates everyone, constantly reminded us that she manipulated us, and how terrible of a person she is. And Chris is like, nah, it's fine. You're cool. I totally want to be your girlfriend. Especially since, you know, I already broke up with my other girlfriend by this point. Totally want to be with you. So I don't think Chris has any qualms with whatever Lisa is possibly hiding. Merge branch master into Realm Sync carousel load. That's probably it, yeah. So I think the way Stable handled it was kind of like that. You could typing was fine until you stopped, and then there's like a second or so where it would check for input, I'm guessing, and then it would do the search. But it was like, I don't know, it was also kind of instant sometimes too. Whereas with Laser, it like stops after every character and it just completely bricks up. Use asynchronous loading for beatmap carousel again. Hell yeah. Why wouldn't they use asynchronous loading? That just seems weird. Yeah, let's reload the carousel every time someone types a character into the search bar. Great idea. That doesn't make any sense. I just don't want it to be laggy. I don't care if it takes a while to search. I just don't like that it freezes up after every character that I'm typing. That's the annoying part. Like, I make one typo, and it's like, well, shit, I guess I'm sitting here waiting 45 seconds until I can see where my typo is so I can fix it. They were .NET changed? Oh my god, of course it did. You know, that actually happened to me in class once. We were, oh not class, sorry. It happened to us at my internship. We were working on a thing, and then Microsoft like updated the libraries we were using, and it totally fucked up everything. Like, it was so stupid. They, of all the things that happened, they just fucked up the entire program, and we had to spend like the next day and a half figuring out what the libraries were now and adjusting everything as a result. It was dumb. I mean, I can't blame them because obviously Microsoft doesn't know what we're doing, but still, it was stupid. Val finished things up with a joke. Thanks a lot. Really? Val smiled and shook her head, and then went back into the kitchen. I was assuming that Lisa wouldn't come to school tomorrow, but on Monday, it was quite possible. Just like today, there was no need to try and squeeze anything out of her. We would just do our ensembles, and she would sing the song she loves. Right now, that's all we could do. But if one day she decided to open up, then that was the day I would help her. We should make a Linux command prompt for reality. Sudo control world. Oh no, that's what your comment looks like, Womp. It reminds me of like a Linux command. I wanted a little time to myself to think. Perhaps Forney had noticed how I felt, as she had asked me nothing and simply sat in her usual spot. Her sensitivity toward me right now made me very happy. If the need arose, I planned to tell her about everything, but it wouldn't have been worth saying anything until I'd organized my own thoughts. Lisa's defensive attitude and the words that Val couldn't say. And there was Lisa and Marie, my feelings toward the two of them. I doubted that I would be able to find answers anytime soon. Sorry, Forney. I think I'm just gonna get some sleep. Not waiting for a response, I laid down and let myself drift off. Sooner or later, I would have to make things easier. And in order to do that, I would need to see Lisa again, even if it meant that finding an answer would hurt someone. Just delete the world. Can you even do that though? Wouldn't that be like a recursive command? Like your base, you would, it would be like, wouldn't that be like sudoing the command line itself? Deleting the command line itself with the command line? It works? That's impressive. Because like I can't imagine how that would work. You're telling the command line to delete itself. So how does it execute the command if it's deleted? Oh, is it just like it's like normal recycling bin. Oh, okay, because it holds them in the process. Okay. That makes sense. So it's like loading the whole thing into... Okay. No, I can see that now. Because if it doesn't have... Like, if it's a small thing, I guess that makes sense. It's like an actual delete? Is it like... Is it like... It's not like a normal delete where the bits are still written to. Is it like actually going through and doing a full, clean, set all bits to 0 kind of delete? Or is it like the normal kind of delete where it's actually secretly everything's still technically on the disk? They're just flagged as okay to overwrite later on and marked as free. It doesn't sell bits to 0. Okay, so it's just like a normal delete. So you could recover it, technically speaking, with the right software. Thinking about Lise, thinking about Ri, that's all I did that day. I'd have an ensemble with Forney at night anyway, so I didn't even think about touching the Fortel. Instead, I stayed in my bed with my books and stuff. This was how I usually spent my days off, so I didn't feel any dissatisfaction. That's like been me the last 3 weeks. I stay in bed and I read manga. I guess I am a weeb now. I was okay with that. Forney seemed dissatisfied with something ever since yesterday. Hello, is it already noon? What about Fortel practice? Ever since I'd had that honest talk with her yesterday, she'd been like this the whole time. I'll do that night. I'm not talking about ensembles. You must have something to practice for the graduation recital and whatnot. Hey, are you upset about something? No, I'm not. But you haven't found a partner yet, but all you think about is this other girl. I told you it's not like that. But it totally is like that, right? But I can't just leave her alone. Yeah, maybe so, but... And I just might ask her to be my partner. Would she say yes? Who knows? And that's why I said it wouldn't work, did I? Lisa she's a lot like Arietta. Didn't he say the same thing about Foul in the other route? So if all these other girls have aspects of Arietta, why would he sell for one of them when Arietta is like all the girls combined? You know what the true hair route is? Getting with Arietta. Clearly, that's the only logic that seems to apply here. Because if Arietta is literally all the girls combined, then it's basically the same as getting with all the girls at once, right? Yeah, exactly. She has aspects of all the other girls, because so far every route, Val, now Lise, she said that like, oh, this person reminds me of Arietta in this way. It's like, okay, if this person has this part of Arietta, and this person has this part of Arietta, man, if only there was like a person out there that had those two aspects put together. Oh wait, there is. And he already knows her. So, you think about it, Arietta is the true harem ending. Someone asked if they're going to release a 32-bit version of Laser. Is it like... Did even Microsoft discontinue 32-bit Windows? Like, even Microsoft is like, no, fuck 32-bit, we're done with that shit. They don't, I don't think they even offer 32-bit Windows 10 anymore. And I think Windows 11 doesn't even have the option in the first place. Like, if you have a 32-bit system, you can't even upgrade to Windows 11. Anyway, if I can't find someone, Miss Cordell said she'll figure something out for me. So in the end, you're just relying on someone else. Only when I have no other choice. I'm surprised that, like, it's taken this long. Like, we've had computers that could support 64-bit systems since, well, since Vista, actually. Didn't Vista have... Yeah, I think Vista was the first one that had 64-bit mode, or was that Windows 7? Was the first Windows to support 64-bit. It was one of those two. It's been a thing for a while now. I'm surprised it took like this long to deprecate it. There are some problems which couldn't be solved by yourself. Henrietta, she probably discovered what she really liked to do because Torta and I had been around. If she had been alone at that time, that was a pointless question, of course. Not one that could be answered meaningfully. But the fact was, at least they didn't have anyone she could call a friend. At least, I didn't think Fal was a friend of hers. There wasn't one yet, of course. But I wanted to be. At least I was always running off to the old wing and singing by herself. Right now, all I could do is perform ensembles with her. But I wanted to keep going to the old wing, until I became someone she could open up to and ask for help. Well, whatever. You'll get to practice during the ensembles tonight. I'll let you off the hook. Great, thanks. Forney sounded as if she really meant it, and then she laughed. Relieved I was about to get back into bed when there was a knock at the door. Who could this be? Even if I asked Forney what, I wasn't going to get an answer, so I rushed to the door. Okay, I'm opening the door. Yo, are you free now? Well, you can see for yourself. Want to go out for a bit? There's something I want to talk about. Talk? Sure, but where? I was thinking of eating while we talked. How about lunch? Haven't had any, so this could work out. Which place? How about that trattoria we went to last time? I was just there yesterday, but, well, had a large menu, so I didn't mind. Got it. Just let me grab my coat. I won't be long. Bet it's snappy. I'll be right out. I left the Sino at the door as I went inside to get my coat. Sino? Is that Sino? Yes, it is. Are you heading out right now? I'll go take a look. Forney dived down from the desk. I was a little worried as I watched her, but she somehow made it safely to the front door. I only had to put on my coat and tell Forney I was going out, so I was back with the Sino in no time. Sorry about that. No problem. Ah, so this is a Sino. Forney looked up at him as she said that. I couldn't respond, so I just nodded. Okay, see you later. Have a nice day. Sino looked at me as if I was crazy for talking to an empty room, and responded in a small voice. It's a habit. Don't worry about it. Every time. One of these times, I don't know. I'm hoping one of these times they're all going to see it, and you won't be crazy anymore. Yeah, I feel like they tried to transliterate too many Japanese idioms too much into this. Like, I feel like some of that could just be cut and not much would be lost, like the whole I'm going out thing. Because it's not really like a thing you do in English that much. You don't like announce that you're home in English. You don't even, like, it's not a thing you really do. Like, you kind of do as a courtesy, but it's not like a required thing. It's not a habit. But in Japan, like, that's just a normal thing that you're supposed to say whenever you enter someone's house. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? I can wait. Let's get there first. Sure, I don't mind. Despite my answer, I did mind a little. Sino had come by my room several times before. He had never been inside before, so Forney had never seen his face until today. I didn't think Asino would come by without some significant reason. His face did look a bit serious. Trattoria was a mere 5 minutes walk away. We arrived at our destination shortly. Placed our orders, and I drank a mouthful of water before asking Asino again. Well, is it about your partner? Right now, that was the only topic I could think of that Asino and I would be talking about. Asino probably didn't want to recall the lecture that Grave gave. Since that day, we hadn't said a word about it to each other. There's that too. That's a little cryptic. Whatever. Actually, it's about Lisa. Lisa? Lisa? Are you talking about Lisa? Celsia? What a weird name. I think that's the first time they introduced her full name, isn't it? Yeah, that first year student we met in front of the bulletin board. Her name is Lisa Licia. That's pretty. Why are you mentioning her? I got a little concerned, so I asked around. Concerned? Why? She mentioned Graves' lecture, right? That got me thinking. Is that so? Anyway, you should probably give up on her, don't you think? What do you mean? I'm not... You haven't practiced with anyone lately, right? Besides, it's not like you know that many people. Simple process of elimination. Okay, but how did you know about my practice? Tordanita complained about it to me. I see. I didn't realize you two were that close. Stop it. It's not like I asked for it. Torda said that as well. I know. So, do you intend to pair up with her? Yes, for now, but you think I shouldn't? There are some nasty rumors, that's why. What? I mean, considering who her father is, I fucking knew it! It's Graves. Calling it now, it's Graves. Wait a minute. Is what I was going to say. Huh? What do you mean? Why is Lisa's father coming up? Ah, I was going to tell you that. It's Graves Cicerini. Fucking knew it! Just then the waiter brought us our food. I sat back down and drank a mouthful of water to calm myself. Face tracking software built in OSU framework? Yo, what? Does that work with like normal ass webcams? Like for does that like do eye tracking things as well? I was looking for something that did like eye tracking. Because I was curious to see how that would look like from like a gameplay perspective. I've seen people do it before, but I don't know where you'd go for something like that. Oh, for VTuber stuff? Oh, okay. I was hoping it was like the show, like, because I've seen people do with some games, like for first-person shooters, there's like software they were using that did eye tracking to like show where they were looking at different parts of the screen, and then it would like give you an output image of like a heat map of like where you looked. I was thinking that'd be cool for something like OSU. I would love to play with something like that. Is like Persona 5 Royal like hard? I mean, I found Persona kind of tricky, but that was only because I decided to make the stupid mistake of playing on like the bullshit super duper hard difficulty where everything crits you in one hit because fuck you and fuck fairness, I guess. And then I gave up on that and it wasn't too bad. You need an eye tracker for that? They usually sit on your desk. Oh, is it like a special device? You can't just use like a normal webcam for that? I would have thought that you could use a normal webcam because they have like software now that can track your eyes through a normal camera. Zeno moved his plate to one side. I guess he wasn't going to start until he finished talking. Wasn't much in the mood for having a peaceful meal either. Zeno wasn't waiting for the right time to resume our conversation. It was completely irrelevant to my situation now, right? Maybe it wasn't. Just as you would expect from Graves' daughter, she apparently does terrible things behind the scenes. What? Oh no, where's this going? I wanted Lisa herself to tell me about her identity and about those rumors. But perhaps it might be better not to know? Maybe this misunderstanding could have been resolved right away. With that thought, I couldn't stop Asino from talking. In before, like, Lisa's timid girl act is just an act. And she's actually, like, rules the school with an iron fist. She is the kingpin of the school. She is Wilson Fisk of this school. I can see it now. Abusing her father's position to squeeze in the competitions that are already full, for example, or pairing with a professional singer in an official competition. Say she's secretly proud of doing things like that, and that she's arrogant and insufferable. That's enough. There's one more thing I have to say to you. I'll pass. Besides, I don't believe such rumors. No, you should hear this one. Shut up, Asino. No, you shut up, and listen. Pairing up with a professional singer. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Another singer. It's normal to have such duos, right? Pairing up with a professional singer doesn't really do much good for a voice student. In fact, it only makes the lack of experience more obvious. So? But when paired with a Fortel, a professional singer can really help a student shine. But you just said just now... Iselcia Cicerani, first-year Fortel student. I told you she was Graves' daughter, didn't I? Did you think he would let her be anything other than a Fortel player? You say he's a Fortel student? Okay, that's not a twist I saw coming. Yes, I confirmed it. I bet you won't hear that from her. Who knows? She might be making fun of you. No, that's not true. Can you be absolutely sure? I just said so, didn't you hear me? That Asino's expression relaxed and he gave his usual sardonic smile. I thought you'd say that. All that was what I heard. Now let me tell you what I think. Go ahead. Rumors are rumors. I've only met her once, so I can't judge. What were your impressions? I don't think she came across that way. Well, I've also heard that when things don't work out for her, she'll cry and fish for sympathy. Don't get mad, okay? I'm not mad. Anyway, you're closer to the Celsia, so you should be the better judge. I won't say anything else, but just bear in mind what I've told you. I appreciate it, in a way. Sure. So, what are you going to do about your partner? I was thinking of asking Lise. Really? She's not on the vocal course, you realize. In principle, we can partner up with anyone, right? Yes, in principle. Is she good at singing? Yeah, after a few ensembles, I think she's got a good voice. Yeah, like, I wouldn't have expected her to not be a voice student. For starters. Furthermore, as a Fortel student, she must have had almost no formal voice training. That meant she had acquired her technique through self-study. It was safe to assume that she had natural talent. Well, I have no objections to you pairing up with Lise Celsia. Just do as you please. Anyway, the problem is whether she'll agree to it. All jokes aside, that was the most pressing issue at hand. Rumors were all lies. Probably. You really are an oddball, you know. Even so, these rumors just now, it's not as if she was responsible for them, right? Talked about her abusing her father's position, but I don't think Lise would ask for such things. On the other hand, that Grave would, wouldn't he? Gain a professional singer, for instance. Mimicking Asino, I emphasized the that in that Grave. Well, it's possible that she's covering it all up. If she were covering it up, then why would she be insufferable? Perhaps she only told a close friend about it? And where is this close friend? Maybe they destroyed that friendship. It was a possibility, but I didn't believe it. Someone abusing her father's position wouldn't be hiding in the old wing to sing, surely. Such a position could definitely be used more effectively. That was how I could be absolutely sure, just as Asino had said. And if I really was being deceived, then I just had to admit defeat. It wasn't what Fal had said yesterday, but if you trusted someone too much, then you only had yourself to blame. Though I didn't think for 1 second that it was possible. Anyway, you can judge for yourself. Let's eat before our food gets cold. Yeah. I almost forgot about our meal. Everyone at the school is sociopaths? I mean, you're talking about a private school that requires a ton of money to get into, that therefore is mostly made up of aristocratic families whose children they want to do their very best to be like the rest of the family and not sully their names. Yeah, it kind of see what's makes a lot of sense here when you think about it. I moved my plate back in front of me and ate my cooled main dish in a hurry. Well, I mean, Chris here is also he's only attending this school on the government grant to like on the purpose of trying to encourage, you know, creative arts and all that stuff. There's like a government grant that was giving people money to attend these sorts of schools, according to the story. So he's not part of a high class family either. He's just got lucky too. He got his tuition paid off by the government. Well, that's all I had to say. Thanks. I guess you came to encourage me, right? Fat chance. I came to laugh at you for being duped. No one's duping me. I certainly hope not. You know about Lise, don't you? I don't. I've barely spoken to her. Anyway, but at least Celsia, keep trying. Yeah. With that, Sino went home. If he really believed that I was being deceived, wouldn't have said that. Of course, if I'd said that, Sino wouldn't have countered by saying that he meant for me to keep trying not to get deceived. But regardless of what he said, Sino was looking out for me as a friend. Thorda would probably disagree, but his finding out that all that information about Lise today was probably for my sake. His dislike for Grave was probably genuine, though. See, that's why probably some of his information's biased. He hates Grave so much. No wonder he'd probably believe such rumors. I returned to my room and got into bed once more. I had a lot of things to think about. That would explain... See, that's exactly what I was saying earlier, though. That would explain why Grave was willing to let Chris play. Because I bet Lise told her father who Chris was. And that's why when Chris showed up, he was like, yeah, you can totally play. You're cool. You can stay. You're gonna fuck my daughter, aren't you? That's fine. I think that'll be very beneficial for both of us. I returned to my room and got into bed once more. Had a lot of things to think about. First, the fact that Lise was in the Fortel course. As I told Asino, I wasn't that concerned about at this point. There was no problem with her abilities. But there seemed to be a problem within Lise. Even though she was a Fortel student, she liked singing. It seems she was trying to hide that fact by singing alone in the old wing. And considering Graves' personality, he probably wouldn't allow it. But anyone who heard her sing was bound to change their mind. That was the only thing I knew for certain. But I couldn't even give her the chance to do that. Seeing how everyone avoided her at the Chinacolo, I doubted anyone would be willing to listen to her sing. That was precisely why the graduation recital was such a good opportunity. You look really serious, you know. That's because I am. Horny hadn't been around when I got back, but now she suddenly appeared. She stared down at me from the desk. Still in bed, I sat up to listen to her. You should have said something when you came in, at least. So, what did Asino have to say? He was very encouraging about Lise. It was an overstatement, but not entirely wrong. That was just Asino's way of speaking. What's MOA? MOA? I don't think I know what that is. Give me the details. That wasn't all he said, was it? Well, I didn't know if my expression had given her the idea, but Forney had sensed something. There was an odd certainty in her voice. So I told Forney everything. Forney wouldn't mind. I could tell her everything. In fact, I should probably let her hear Lise sing, at least once. Wouldn't be able to convey Forney's opinion to Lise, but I wanted to know what she thought. That's what he said. And that's why I'm thinking of asking Lise to be my partner. If you think that's a good idea, Chris, then that's good enough. This was different from the grudging approval of this morning. Forney actually sounded serious. Oh, includes... Oh, moi. You. Oh, okay. Well... Is it like the school you're going to, it's like paid tuition then? Not public? I don't really know a lot about those kinds of schools, because I never attended one. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense then if it's private. Yeah. I've only heard about private schools and like at a very surface level, like basically what they are. And that, yeah, usually you have to pay some sort of tuition to get in. But I've never been to one. I've never even seen one around here. Actually, you know what? It's not like 100% true. There was a... So it was still public. You didn't have to pay to get in. But there was one grade. I did grade 9 in like what was considered like an artsy kind of high school. So you didn't have to pay to get in. It was definitely public. But they required you to have like some sort of artistic talent or something. Like you had to prove that you had like some sort of, you had decent grades in some sort of music class in previous years. So I got in based on my previous like playing in school bands in previous years, my piano like lessons for like the last 10 years before that, you know, that sort of thing. So they required they had like an entrance requirement, but you didn't have to pay a tuition, and I don't think it was, I would really consider it a public school. Or sorry, a private school. I wouldn't consider it a private school. That's like the closest thing I can think of a school that I've attended, and I wouldn't say that's very close. Yeah, usually, like, from what I hear, sometimes private schools can have a little bit of a pedigree behind them as well. So, kind of like the same way of going to, like, a high-end university. You know, you go to, like, fucking Oxford or MIT or something, people are going to take notice of you regardless of your whatever kind of degree or whatever you went for. They're going to be like, oh, this person went to Oxford. Oh, this person went to MIT. We'll keep an eye on them. That's a plus in our book. Thanks. Have no idea how things will turn out yet, though. But you're still gonna tell Torta about it, right? Why is Torta's name coming up now? 'Cause I'm sure she's worried about you. I guess that's true. That was all I said as I laid down once more. I couldn't prioritize thinking about Ari or Torta right now. Of course, I couldn't abandon Arietta altogether. I was going to write back to Ari when her letter came today. My feelings for her wouldn't change. Feel like you're on crack? Is it because of what you're seeing on screen right now? I would imagine anyone seeing fairies would first thought would be that they too are on crack. So I don't blame you. Oh yeah, colleges do like their extracurricular shit, don't they? Some of them anyways, like the bigger ones. Everything is moving? Oh. Okay, I mean, nothing's moving right now on screen, so you, take care of yourself. Yes, Jack's color did indeed just change. But maybe that's what he wants us to think. No, I seriously, that, if true, definitely, tell someone about that can help you. That's probably not good. I didn't want to be the kind of heartless person who would abandon a friend in need, even if our only interactions so far had been ensembles. My feelings for Lisa were entirely different from those I had for Ari. So, for now, and just for now, I silently asked for Ari's forgiveness. We all know how that went last time. It's not going to end well. Oh, here's the letter. The beginning of the end. Dear Chris, I wonder, is it raining now as you read this letter? The weather here is lovely as usual. Is it about time for you to choose your partner for your graduation recital? In your last letter, you mentioned that it might not be Torta, but do you have anyone else? I guess I'm a little worried because I know you're not so good at making new friends. I think I wrote the exact same thing when you first enrolled, but you ended up making great friends like Asino, didn't you? So, I suppose I'm not so worried about whether or not you can make friends. It's something else that I'm worried about. Where I am now, and where you are going now are so far apart, so I can only know the things that Torta tells me, right? Oh my god. What the fuck am I reading? Maybe now I'm on crack. Maybe the city laced their water. I've been drinking a lot of their tap water lately. As usual. But maybe it's finally happened. Something's in the water. That's why I've started to feel a little concerned. I heard that one of your possible partners is a girl, and that she's pretty and a lovely person. I know that in terms of percentages it's 50-50, so I'm not trying to blame you because it's a girl. But you know, I just can't help but be concerned. I know it sounds like I'm complaining, but you'll forgive me, won't you? I'm glad that Torta, because like, okay, in the last route we discovered it was Torta that's like telling Ari's like all these things, Arietta, all these things. So I appreciate that Torta is leaving out the part that Lisa is like 4 or 5 years younger than us. That's probably a good thing, you know, for everyone's sake. Maybe she didn't know, but I think she knew she was a first-year student, so it's probably good that she left that part out. There's one more thing. I have unfortunate news. Not sure I'll be able to visit you this year. Just like it has been 3 years since you started your student life, it's also been 3 years since I started working here. I've put a lot of time and effort into my work, and I also happen to like doing it, so I'm happy to report that I've recently begun more responsibilities, including the training of new staff. I'm going to be particularly busy at the end of the year, so it doesn't seem like I'll be able to get away. Such a shame I won't be able to see you.
But I'm sure you're going to be busy with your graduation recital practice, so I'll just be patient. But thinking about that now, I won't have to be patient for much longer, will I? I really can't wait for that day to come. Take care. I'll write again soon. P.S. Regardless of who you choose as your partner, just make sure to tell Torta first, okay? She's always worried about you and how you're doing, you know? I asked her to look out for you, since I can't be there to do it myself. I needed slightly more time than usual to rouse myself from the feeling Ari's letter had left me. Do something boring. Drink water. Drinking water is pretty boring. I agree. Except for when, like, you're really, really thirsty. Then it's, like, the best thing ever. Even just one sip. And it's like you're gonna fucking... Can't be both. I mean, it could be, like, quantum stimulation. You won't know if it's over or under stimulation until you observe. Just don't observe, and then you won't know the answer. Easy. I was definitely leaning toward Lise as my choice of partner. I was still uncertain if I should mention that to Ri. A superposition state of simulation. Exactly. Just, if you're always in a superposition, you can never be too bored or too stimulated. I think everyone should strive to achieve a superposition of stimulation. You know, all we have to do is we should all just be more like quantum particles. Because quantum particles are everything at once and nothing at all. Then we never have to pick and choose. We have to leave time for something because we can do everything at once. Perfect. Are you drunk? The X is like off the corner and not in one of the boxes. Now, mind you, that X is a lot closer to the no than the yes. There's a possibility of rejection, and more importantly, once the topic of Lise was brought up, a lot of other things would have to be mentioned too. Chris? What did Ari say? Just the same as usual. Traced the surface of the carefully folded letter and whispered the words once more. Same as usual. For some reason, I was unable to start writing my response immediately, and I just sat at my desk. Supposing that I followed the excuse I had been telling my heart, and I chose not to partner up with Torta, that result not end up being a betrayal of both Ari and Torta? Vague sense of unease gripped me. Chris. Horny was standing on top of my music stand, beckoning me with her hand. Let's play something. Yeah, okay. When I was surrounded by music, I was free from all manner of restraints. I felt the pleasant sound of her voice on my skin. I let myself be taken over by the sensation of the waves gently rocking me to my core. I wasn't sure how many songs we played in succession. We clearly played more songs than we usually ever did, because it was already time for bed. Where I could revel in the satisfaction of our session, I rushed to the window and looked outside. It was dark, and I realized that it had become quite late. I hurriedly prepared to write my reply to Ari. Oh my, it's gotten pretty late, hasn't it? Sure has. I'd better finish this letter fast. Otherwise, you won't have it ready by tomorrow morning, huh? Horny moved her face closer to get a look at what I was writing, which was unusual for her. Didn't I tell you a long time ago not to look? Oh, come on, I want to see. I'm not going to write anything particularly special. Yeah, don't mention the part where you're going out with a 14-year-old. What about your prospective partner? She asked you, right? Well... Are you going to write about Lise? I won't tell her the details yet. I'll just say that I'm practicing with a female first-year student. That's the part you're supposed to leave out! Fucking idiot. She's not going to take that well. Absolutely calling it. She's not going to take that well at all. The fact that we ditched Arietta for a first-year freshman high school student. I see. Horny spoke in a whisper, then vanished into thin air. I placed the finished letter in my bag and returned to my bed. Look, there's honesty, and then there's being a fucking idiot. He's definitely being a fucking idiot.
I lost track of how many times I'd been in bed like this today, but I must have been tired because I fell asleep almost instantly. We need that, like, Kirby meme of him with the phone, but you replace Kirby with Arietta. Arietta's calling the police. So, I went to the old wing once again. No promises had been made. That was the only thing I could do now. And I wanted to from the bottom of my heart. I quickly set up the Fortel and began playing that song of Lise's. That calmed me, and in that moment I felt I knew exactly what I should do. I should give Lise the opportunity to sing that song. It didn't have to be at the graduation recital. As long as she had a chance to be heard. Anyone who heard her song would greet it with applause. And if no one applauded, I would. It wasn't possible with just a two-person ensemble. What I'm saying now would only come across to Lise as words of pity, no doubt. Somehow I had to make time for her to sing in a situation where that wasn't the case. Graduation recital would be best, of course. Is this a new song that's playing right now? I'm liking it. Is this her song? This isn't Lise's song, is it? It doesn't sound quite right. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think this is something else. But maybe it is. Maybe I'm just not remembering what Lise's song sounds like. I'm sure we'll get to hear it soon. As I thought this over, time passed in the blink of an eye. I was supposed to be concentrating on the Fortel, but I could only recall with surprising accuracy how many times the bell rang. Visual novels usually have pretty nice soundtracks. There's a couple of like really good visual novel music compilations on YouTube, and a lot of the music in there sounds like this. About 5 or 10 minutes, Lise would be able to come here. That is, if she were coming here at all. It's hard to find like OSTs of visual novels on YouTube, I find though. Because like, I don't know what any of the songs are named first off, but even just typing like name of game OST rarely comes up with anything useful. Like, I tried searching for the Zero Escape series OSTs. At most, I got like one song. Even though I knew the name of like the song I was looking for, never came up. Like a completely different song from the game came up. I can't even find like a full rip of the soundtrack or anything like that, which is really strange considering that's like even a popular visual novel game. They still couldn't find music for it. Okay, one more time. Speaking those words out loud, I started playing the Fortel again. It's going way louder than the game, or is it just me? Am I? I mean, the music's kind of like, was a little more mellow than anything. But my volume levels haven't changed in a while. If anything, actually, I turned myself down a while back. My YouTube skills are weak. Which OST do you want? I mean, if you can find the OST for 999, that would be cool. That'd be a good start. Like a full rip of everything. You actually did. Is that a playlist or is it just like... That's a playlist. Okay, how the fuck did I not find this? I typed out like the full name and everything, thinking that that would be what I needed, but nope, couldn't find this. This has been on here since... Yeah, how the fuck did I miss this? This... Everything? I think this is... Yeah, this looks like it's everything. I would have to do like something a lot more scrutiny to just figure out if there's actually something missing in here, but I would imagine not. The fact that it even came on in like an actual disc just makes me more annoyed that I couldn't find this. I didn't even know there was like an official release of the soundtrack. Oh my god, someone's got all 3 games? Of course they do. That's even better. Okay, this is the one then. Oh. There was one in VLR I was looking for. I don't remember where it played though, is the only problem. There's definitely a song in there I really liked. I'll have to look through his playlist later. When did this playlist get made? 2016. No, I definitely was looking after that. So I don't fucking know how I missed this. Yeah, I'll definitely take that latter one, thanks. Well, shit. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with YouTube searching then. Feeling someone's eyes on me, I turned around. Lise, why did you come here? I said I wouldn't, didn't I? I asked you not to come. I don't remember answering. Lise. There and then, I had no intention of sounding preachy, nor did I want to pursue the truth of what I'd learned. Yes? Let's perform an ensemble. That's why I tried to sound a beat, just like Forney would. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. As soon as I started playing the Fortell, Lise began to sing, as if her body was remembering how to. I guess it is her song. I guess I just forgot what her song sounded like. You guys search... Okay, that's my problem then. I'm searching too specific. What did you type in then to find that? Like 999 OST? Zero Escape OST? Because I tried that, and it, like... It barely came up with anything. Like, I got individual songs. Some. But I couldn't get anything specific. Zero Escape OST, oh my god. I think at the time I was like looking for a very specific song, and maybe that was my problem. I typed in like 999 song name, and then enter, and yeah. Filter by playlist. Sometimes, oh, okay. Yeah, usually like, maybe my other problem is I search on Google most of the time, not YouTube. Because Google does pretty good search results if you go under the video tab. But maybe I should be using YouTube's actual search more often. Similarly, my fingers moved of their own accord. Let me know if my voice is still too loud, Jack. I can try and turn myself down a bit. Lisa's expression grew brighter as she sang. As I watched her, the music continued. It seemed like Lisa was also able to lose herself in her singing. I knew that feeling well. When I wanted to forget, when I didn't want to think about anything at all, I'd lose myself in playing the Fortell. But at that moment, watching Lisa, I found warmth in the music we made. Lisa's songs were comforting, and clearly had something that put me at ease. I continued playing with just one thought, that this warmth would be conveyed. Even though there would be no applause at the end, I hoped she would feel it too. Performed ensembles over and over again. The usual end time for practice had long passed, but we kept on going, without exchanging even a single word. Lisa closed her eyes, savoring the final echoes of the Fortell. I kept perfectly still, for fear of ruining the silence. I stayed that way until she opened her eyes. Chris, what? Well... Don't say sorry. Thank you. You're welcome. Well... There's something I have to say to you. What is it? Even though it was probably too soon for her to tell me anything of that nature, I spoke with great care. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lisa thanked me once again, but there was something else she wanted to say. I'm very happy, but it's impossible. Possible? I mean, it seemed like maybe you were going to ask me to be your partner. Well, that's what I thought. That's just a wild guess, so I'm sorry if I got the wrong idea. No, you didn't. I do want to ask you to be my partner. In fact, I'll do it right away, formally. No, that's why see, it's impossible.
Lisa was on the verge of tears as she said impossible over and over again. I don't think she was ready to tell me why, so I needed to say something more. It's not impossible. As a rule, a partner doesn't have to be from the school. She could be someone from the city, for example. That's not... She could even be a Fortel student. I'm sorry. I heard it from someone. I didn't mean to find out. Then why? Even so, I still want to ask you, Lisa. Will you be my partner? But... You like to sing, right? Then what's the matter? Lisa finally broke into tears, casting her eyes down. This was clearly different from before. That was all I could tell. Lisa, I wasn't able to hold her, nor did I have the words to comfort her. All I could do was play the Fortel. Alright, just one last time. Those gentle words, I started playing Fortel. Sobbing gradually stopped, and Lisa looked at me with glistening eyes. I closed my eyes and pretended not to notice. In the dark, the sound of the Fortel filled the music room. After a while, it was joined by the sound of singing. Opening my eyes, I looked at Lisa. With tears in her eyes, she seemed to take joy in her song. I closed my eyes once again and played the Fortel. This way, Lisa wouldn't be startled if she looked at me after her song. Thanks to her voice, there was a warmth to the darkness beyond my eyelids. I didn't go to the old wing to wait for Lisa today, passing the time in the cafeteria instead. Yesterday, without much to do, Lisa and I performed an ensemble. I hadn't received a clear answer from her, so we barely said anything to each other. We simply performed together in silence. Maybe that was good enough. All the things we wanted to say were in the music. There are many times when feelings are conveyed without words. Of course, words are needed in many other cases. If that time came, I believe the words would come from Lisa. I already had that level of trust in her. And I was sure that I wasn't the only one who felt it. Lisa probably had the same thoughts about me. Stood up, not knowing how many times the bell had rung. I was outside the old wing, alone. No, I was not alone. Miss Cordell? Oh, it's Chris. What are you doing here? That's a good question. I'd like to ask that myself. Well, did you come here to practice? Yeah, I guess. I heard that you haven't been seen in the practice rooms recently, but who knew that you'd be practicing here? And what about you, Miss Cordell? From the look of it, I guess you haven't looked at the bulletin board. Well... The old wing is off limits, starting today. Huh? There were reports of advanced deterioration, and the building was assessed yesterday. This was the result. But the building is perfectly fine. I agree. That's what the higher-ups decided. You'll have to go somewhere else. Practice room should be fine, yes? Fucking Graves throwing his weight around, condemning the building. Just because of what Chris and Lisa are doing in here. Real question, if the compilers for certain languages are written in said language, how did they compile the compiler? That's a good question. That's like creation of the universe level of shit. Well, wouldn't the compilers... Okay. Aren't most languages like just a more humanitized interpretation of like machine code, assembly and binary and whatnot? So wouldn't it be safe to say like some of the first compilers were written in those languages? Because they're just compiling what we have arbitrarily determined as like C, C#, C++, Python, etc. And it just turns it into something a machine can read, right? That's what a compiler does. Well, I mean, you can write programs. I think it's the same way like how you can make video games that have actual coding in them. Like, I don't know if you've ever played them, but there's a lot of games out there that they have puzzles where you have to like literally sit down and write actual code to complete
the puzzle. And sometimes that code is in the same language that the game is written in. Real programmers program with a magnetized needle and a steady hand. I feel like someone's probably attempted that somewhere. That'd be amazing. Just like with, I'm just like picturing with like super like microscope goggles on, like, or whatever they use, and like a needle, and just like lightly touching the various sectors of the plates. I don't know if I've seen this one. Oh, maybe I have. I probably haven't seen this one in a while. Cosmic rays. I mean, hey, cosmic ray, he jokes, but you know, we have cosmic rays like fucking with video games now. Fucking Super Mario 64 up warp. That bounty that will never get solved unless someone wants to like pay off all their money to some random supernova from millions of years ago that's long gone. I mean, it's happened already. Look, if it happened once, it can happen again. Someone's gonna figure out how to harness those cosmic rays and use it to program their hard drives without ever touching a computer. Entire hard drives will be filled with software, and they will never even seen the inside of a computer. I agree, but that's what the higher ups decide. You'll have to go somewhere else. Practice room should be fine, yes? It's not the issue. Anyway, you can't go inside anymore. It's locked. What? You have fond memories of the building, no doubt, but all things age. It's probably not safe inside, no matter what our eyes tells us. This is bullshit. This is some fucking bureaucratic bullshit right here. It was only shut down because Graves found his daughter singing. It was like, no, you're putting a stop to this. I'm gonna shut down the entire building because I can. Because I have money. Screw the rules. I have money. How long did it take you to learn that? Because, like, I think I learned it by accident once when I was reading it. Honestly, I've been reading this comic for years. Like, probably since, well, before What If was even a thing, for sure. Probably at least since, like, 2010. Maybe I've seen it on and off before that. But at least since 2010. Understood. Aren't you leaving? Actually, I'm waiting for someone. Oh, someone you practice with here, perhaps. That would be the case. Then you should use the back door down the path. Miss Cordell pointed at a small path that went round the building. What do you mean? Only the back door is still unlocked, in case students have left anything inside. But I must say, there must have been many forgotten items today. In fact, a first-year female student just went inside. You mean... Chris, you've forgotten something too, haven't you? Yes. Well, then hurry along. Miss Cordell smiled as if to say that she knew everything. After I found out about XKCD, but I've been reading since like 2013 or so, Brian got me his What If book as a gift. Honestly, amazing cocktail. Yeah, that's a good book. I read it online. There was like, I think I actually technically still own it. I got like a free book from Google Books. So I think I technically own it on Google Play of all things, which is hilarious, but that is a really good book. A lot of like, as someone who read a lot of What If, there wasn't like a ton of new stuff in there, but there was a few new questions in the book. So it was worth reading it for that, but a lot of it I kind of just skipped over because it was just copy-paste from the website. It's a shame he's been busy with other stuff and hasn't been able to bring it back to any extent. But I think he's kind of like writing it as an article in a newspaper or a magazine or something. Is I think what he's doing now. I wish someone else would like try and copy the What If formula. I haven't really seen anyone do anything similar to What If. I went inside and headed to the music room. Is Lise gonna be there? Look at this old decrepit building and how it's all falling apart and definitely worthy of being condemned. And totally not being upkept by like all the maintenance and janitorial crew. Lise.
Chris, you came.
Well, I left something behind here.
Left something?
Never mind. Just some phony line that popped in my head.
I see.
Anyway, we can't stay here for long, though I think we'll be fine while Miss Cordell is on patrol duty.
I'm sorry that things ended up like this.
It's not your fault, Lise, so don't worry about it.
I guess our practice.
Would be nice if we could continue somewhere.
It's not that. Is it okay for us to continue doing this?
Why wouldn't it be? At least, I think it's okay. But your opinion is important too, Lise.
No, I think it's okay too, but...
Lise?
We can't use this place anymore, but the ensembles will continue, yes?
Lise didn't reply for a while. She kept opening her mouth and then frowning, as if recalling something, whereupon she'd swallow the words stuck in her throat. For my part, because I'd already told her how I felt, I could only wait for her to speak.
Am I really the one you want?
Finally said it. I answered right away, relieved. Of course!
I want to perform with you, Lise. Chris.
The problem is where?
Yes.
Practice rooms at school.
I don't like them much.
Then I couldn't think of anywhere else. We needed a place where foretell playing or singing would be okay. School grounds were out of the question, I guess. Which means my room was the only option left. Thought of Lise's house too for a moment, but that'd be impossible for a variety of reasons. What about my room? This is probably too sudden, inviting you into my room, but I don't mean it that way.
Nothing. I don't mind going to your room.
But really? That's great.
Yes.
Well, when's a good time? Today's the last day this week that you can come here, right?
That's right. On Thursday and Friday, I have things to attend to.
Well, how about Saturday?
Sure.
For a moment I thought of Natalie too, but stopped myself. In the back of my head was the fact that Arietta couldn't come for Natalie, but perhaps Saturday would be enough. Lise and I weren't formally partners yet, and she had the right to spend Natalie with someone else. But if Lise said she could meet on Natalie, how should I respond? Lise would never say such a thing, given her personality, but what if she said she wanted to meet? I wouldn't be able to say no, I guess. Does people talk like Jerry Jackson? How does Jerry Jackson usually talk? I'm curious now. A lot of like short one-word responses. See, that's what I mean. That's super common in Japanese. The one-word responses are definitely catching me off guard. Like there's just entire screens of just one-word responses. And while it's not incorrect, it sounds weird in English. No, honestly, I wouldn't say no. Rather, I wouldn't want to say no. I could make an excuse. In order to ask her to be my graduation recital partner. I'd be curious to see like what the Japanese text of this is like. Just like see how it compares in some of these situations. Because that would probably help me understand like why it was translated this way. All for Lise's sake, and I realized I felt I had to make an excuse.
Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. Just some random thoughts.
I see.
Anyway, let's forget about practicing here today. Miss Cordell's waiting outside.
Okay.
Like, you know the amount of times they're saying like, Roger that? Or at least Chris does? Like, no one says that in English, so what kind of phrase would that be translated from, I wonder? If anything, I'm more surprised, but also impressed that they refrain from using "it cannot be helped." Shogunai, which is like the most common, like one of the most common idiomatic expressions in Japanese. But in English, it's like, it does not work. There's a way better ways to translate that than simply the direct translation of "it cannot be helped." Like, it's more like just saying "I guess," at the end of like a statement or something. Just using the words directly doesn't work the same way. But this visual novel has done a pretty good job of not doing that, which is impressive, really. Because I'm sure it's probably come up a few times in the Japanese text. Like, there's some parts where it's like, it would make a lot of sense if it was there in Japanese. You certainly took your time. Did you find it? Miss Cordell was waiting at the gate and spoke as soon as she saw us. Yes, I did, as you can see. Took a half step to the side so she could see Lise behind me. Yes, I found the thing I was looking for. My lost belongings. A person. What? What did I click on? What? Okay. I clicked on the game, and it minimized the game. Did it think my mouse was like off screen? That's quite the cute item you left behind. Well, this building will be off limits from now on. Even the back door will be locked. No problem. Lysicia, you understand as well, right? Yes. Miss Cordell called her by name to make sure she understood. Does Cordell know about Lise? I would not be surprised if Lise is Miss Cordell's student. Honestly. Now that I think about it, didn't Grave refer to me and Asino as Cordell's students? Might have been some connection. Or maybe she just asked Lise her name when Lise went to retrieve her items. Anyway, I couldn't confirm anything in front of Lise. We'll be off then. Alright. I'll walk around for a while longer until another teacher takes over. I have lessons after this too. Taking leave of Miss Cordell, Lise and I returned to the campus. Alright, let's see what this sounds like. Let's see how his dialogue compares to the writing of this thing. I mean, it's probably not that quite that stilted. I don't know if I go that far, honestly. But how long your DB will take to migrate to the new realms on Osu? Oh, I can't wait to see. I can't wait. It's probably going to be like a day-and-a-half thing. It took me forever just to like copy all the songs to a folder, and then also after that import them into the game. It took hours to do that. Like, I think I at least spent 10 to 12 hours actually importing songs into Osu, and I had to do it in pieces because if I did it all at once, Osu freaked out. It did not like it. So it probably could have been a bit faster if I was a bit more attentive to it, but I had to do it in like 1,000 to 2,000 song chunks. Otherwise, Osu was just like, no. And it actually, I tried it doing all in one chunk once before, but it actually just completely froze. And there was no hope for it. Like halfway through, like I put them all in, went to bed, got up, game was just frozen. It was not happening. Like actually frozen. Okay, are you heading home now, or would you like to stop by my place? We can meet on Saturday, but I thought it'd be better for you to know where my room is. In that case, if it's okay, let's go to your place. Sure, I don't mind. Okay. So we started walking toward the gate, where someone called out from behind us. Chris, and is that Excelsia? Ah, Torta. I turned back and saw Torta standing there, looking downcast. I wonder if today's practice was over. Are you two going to practice? No, we're heading home. To practice. Eventually, but just not today. And she's not staying or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. Really? It's almost time for the graduation recital, you know? So it is. I hadn't even decided on the graduation recital yet. Although I told Lisa that I'd want her to be my partner. I haven't received a formal answer. We'd only performed ensembles, enjoying our time together. That's why I had to be vague in my answer to Torta. I see. There's just one more thing. Is that okay? What is it? I'd like to speak with Lyselcia, just the two of us. Is now a good time? As her senior in the vocal course, there are things I'd like to say to her. Oh, she doesn't know. Right. Speaking about that, Torta didn't know that Lise was a Fortel student. I didn't know how to explain that to her, but then Lise responded first. I'm okay with that. She walked over to Torta. Lise, I have things to say too. Lise spoke curtly. She rarely spoke like that, but perhaps it was a good sign. Got it. But you'll get wet and maybe catch a cold here, so let's go indoors.
Sure. Are you okay with that, Lee Celsia? Yes. Three of us headed back to the second hall. I stood where I could see the whole campus and looked outside. Is that a picture of graves on the wall? It all makes sense now. Torda and Lise went further inside and spoke so softly I couldn't hear them. While doing my best not to look at them, this time I gazed out of the window. It was rare for Lise to initiate conversation with others. As for Torda, she didn't know about Lise, so her behavior was normal. Perhaps that was precisely why Lise felt like speaking up in that way. What would Torda think about Lise being a Fortel student? Would she get angry and say that it showed we weren't thinking seriously? I didn't think that would happen. I felt Torda would probably give a resigned smile and encourage Lise to do her best. There'd only be one way for me to respond to that. Got it. Amid all this thinking, I felt that some time had passed. Looking at the two, I found that they were still talking. I didn't think they had that much to say, but the clock showed that it was already evening. What on earth could they be talking about? Perhaps it was about how only voice students could become partners. No, Torda would have said that to me first. By the look on their faces, that wasn't it. They didn't seem angry or upset. They just seemed to be having a serious discussion. If I were feeling complacent, I'd say that there was nothing left for me to worry about, and that Torda was just giving advice as a voice student. I shook off those ridiculous thoughts and looked up at the sky again. This time, I did not become lost in thought. I simply felt the passing of time. After 5 minutes or so of that, I suddenly heard a voice beside me. Sorry for making you wait. They'd finished their talking and were standing near me. Sorry. It was important. Hope you understand. Sure. Torda went outside, showing no inclination of all mentioning her talk with Lise. I looked at Lise, who looked at Torda with a troubled expression and followed her without saying a word. I had no choice but to follow Torda as well. Well, I'm heading back to the practice rooms. Go home quick or you'll catch a cold. Got it. Torda looked up at the sky, then cupped her hands as if to collect the rain. Huh? Do you find the rain that unusual? Not at all. I'm used to it. Without letting on what she wanted to do, Torda simply said that and turned around. Torda's next words were directed at Lise. Keep it up. Yes. And then without looking at me, Torda headed back to the second hall. Although that exchange didn't go quite as expected, there was no point standing there in confusion. I decided to talk to Lise as we walked. I looked for the words to say to Lise. I wanted to ask about what she had to say to Torda, but I didn't know how to put it. I was actually waiting for Lise to broach the subject, but she kept looking at the ground, lost in thought. I wondered if I'd always made Ari or Torda feel the same way. After telling Lise that we had reached my apartment, she finally opened up. That's all for today, yes? Huh? I'll come here on Saturday. Sure, but... I'm sorry. I'd like to think about things for a while. Alright, no problem. What time should I be here? Anytime is fine. I'll be here the whole day. Understood. Then I'll see you Saturday. See ya. Lise didn't say anything about her and Torda, so I wasn't about to ask, and had no choice but to see her off. But there was definitely something in Torda's attitude that showed approval of Lise. I returned to my room, hoping that they had been talking about songs or something else that I wouldn't know about. Torda's gonna rat me out in the next letter that she writes. Betcha. Dried my hair with a towel and looked around the room. Lise and I had made a promise that we'd perform ensembles in this room from now on. So far, I'd only done this in the room with Ari and Torda, who were really close to me. Both of them knew me well. I'd felt unconstrained, so I'd never thought much of this before. But my room lacked atmosphere, and I regretted my decision a little. Lise did have her dislike of the school's practice rooms, however. Looking for something? Borny was probably wondering why I was looking around the room. No, just thinking about how bare this place is. You only just noticed? I'd lived in this room for 3 years, but I wasn't attached to it. I'd never thought about decorating it. I realized that Forney had made up for that by brightening the room with her presence. You seem lively today. And what do you mean by that? Good things, I hope? I wonder. Forney glared at me, seemingly disaffected. I couldn't possibly tell her now, but I'd have to do so at some point. And soon I'd perform ensembles in this room with a girl who excelled at singing.
Can't wait to see what Forney thinks of Lise singing. She's either gonna love it or absolutely despise it. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. What the hell? What? Look. Oh, I see what I... No? Huh. Weird. Not even sure how that worked. I like closed it. Oh. Weird. Man, alt-tabbing this game is strange as fuck. It does some wonky things with the mouse. Like, apparently I clicked and dragged something 1.5 monitors away, when all I did was click once and let go instantly after, like, just clicking off screen when I was, like, tabbed into the game. It's weird, because, like, it doesn't lock the mouse in, which is kind of nice for my sake, because I don't have to actually press anything. But then, like, when you click off, it takes forever to, like, actually minimize the program, and then it like does weird things with the mouse in that like 1 second of input that you get. Finished my morning lesson and lunch as well. Even so, neither Miss Cordell nor Torta had said anything about what happened yesterday. Just like that, the day was going by me. Torta had something to tend to, so she left early and I was alone in the cafeteria wondering what to do next. There's some time left before the end of lunch, but the one thing on my mind was Graves' lecture, whether I should attend it. If only I hadn't seen how relieved Lise had been when she heard I was going to this lecture, I would have attended to just see what kind of person Grave was. This was just conjecture on my part, but Lise probably didn't want me to find out that her father wasn't, to put it mildly, a very nice person. And for that reason, Lise was ignored by everyone. What to do? What to do? I remembered other days like this, of indecision in the cafeteria. I'd even wandered to school buildings in search of a partner. That was how I'd met Lise, whom I was thinking choosing as my partner. That's when I realized I had nothing to worry about. I already knew about Lise. It didn't matter what sort of person Grave was, but in that case I should probably know more about him. I stood up and looked at the clock. The lecture was starting in 5 minutes. If I hurried, I'd make it there with time to spare. It's like things would just slowly deteriorate if you touch them. I would hope that you can toggle that off, right? Otherwise we get like the Midas touch problem. Okay, good. Yeah, that seems like that could be useful. But wait, is there like a limit to the range, or is it like the entire object no matter the size? Because like I'm just imagining you touch the ground with the ability enabled and then the entire earth just like slowly disintegrates. That would be terrible. Because I was thinking like you could use it to dig holes in the ground or something if you needed to. It would certainly beat a shovel. Holding my breath, I entered the room to see another student waiting silently in his seat. Grave was also seated near the lectern, reading some scores. There were 3 minutes left, so I took a seat near the front and breathed in deeply to calm myself. Oh, does it have like strange effects on the ground? Now then, today we shall see how well you perform. Without any warning, he cut straight to the chase. That was his style, it seemed. Both of you, prepare your foretels at a suitable distance from each other. With that terse order, he took place at the lectern. I had no idea what he meant by a suitable distance, but in any case, I set my foretell away from the other student. I placed our chairs such that they were the same distance from the nearest wall and each other, which meant we were about 4 meters apart. I was seated beyond the front row of desks, so I was quite close to Grave. Good. Now, you will both play for me, but you may not play the same song twice. Do not forget that. He continued without giving us any time to respond. Foretells are fundamentally different from other instruments that produce sound merely by the touch of a key. Without magic, it wouldn't even make a single sound. One does not play the foretell with one's body, but with one's heart. Remember that. Through rote practice, your fingers may learn to move on their own, but now is not the time. That is why you will keep playing new songs for me. If a problem arises, I will provide instruction. If you run out of songs to play, then the lecture is over for you. I'm well aware that you do not have many songs to play. Make full use of your memory. Do everything you can to benefit from this session. My expectations are not high. Even a lullaby will do, or the very first song you learned. What matters most is that you keep playing. With your heart, of course. not mean that metaphorically, not at all. Decipher the song's meaning, the composer's intent, and express it accurately. Enough talk. Let us begin. Graves spoke without pausing, and when he was done, he placed his chair in front of the lectern and sat down. What's the matter? The lecture has begun. Will I add another condition? If you stop playing for more than 10 seconds, you shall be deemed lacking in purpose. Time will be up. What if the song you choose has like a really long set of rests? Because I've played a lot of songs on the piano that had like 7 or 8 full bar rests in them. And they definitely took more than 10 seconds to get through. So I guess just don't play that kind of music in front of this guy, because he won't be having any of that shit. You could use it to enable ability called if people want to attack you, the closer they get to you, the more their body breaks down. Oh. So you can like extend your ability through the ground, and then anything touching the ground would also disintegrate. So you can create like a force field, essentially. The other student and I looked at each other in confusion. He told us at the start to sit apart, but at this distance, there was no way we could focus on our own sound. I decided to speak up. At this distance, we'd be distracted by each other's playing, so may we have some time to reposition ourselves? Stay where you are. As long as you concentrate, it won't make any difference. He sounded irritated, as if he never intended to entertain any opinions. He took up the score on the lectern and started reading it. Having no other choice, I started playing the Fortell. Perhaps what he said was right. His approach to the Fortell in music was supported by the fact that he was a great musician. Nevertheless, it had been a more pleasant way to do things. Despite my resistance, I started playing an etude. Something really simple. Grave looked at me for just 1 second with something like a smirk before returning to his score. He fucking knows! Motherfucker knows we're gonna fuck his daughter. Beside me, the other student launched straight into one of the famous Fortell showpieces. Given the contrast in our choices, for one moment, I considered changing songs. But once I started a song, I couldn't switch halfway, so I just had to keep playing. Stop playing. It wasn't a powerful voice, but he had the ability to make people obey. Both of us stomped and looked at him. Chris Verton, there was no need for you to stop. Continue playing. Apparently his initial order hadn't been directed at me. As instructed, I played the etude once more from the beginning. While I played, I tried to hear what he was saying. I'll give you credit for starting with that piece, but do you intend to make a fool of the composer? I told you to play with your heart. I have no interest in seeing your fingering technique. Well, that's certainly a line that can be taken out of context. That's a line and a half. Oh no. Oh, I've got the worst mental image right now, and I'm mad at myself for even entertaining the thought. I mean, it still sounds like a force field. Like you're making an AoE, right? It's a force field, essentially. It come to the judgment that after listening to just a few short bars, and he turned to look at me just once. Caught me looking, so I had no choice but to return my gaze to the front. Even though I still felt some resistance, I was starting to find this lecture slightly interesting. For my part, I just had to keep on playing. Somehow, that was the feeling I got. But come to think of it, could one really find intent in an etude? Where was the composer's intent? I tried thinking about where it might be, but it just didn't seem likely. The term etude suited a song that was written to show differences in touch, or the basic action of hitting keys. In short, all I had to do was stay true to those fundamentals, right? With that thought, I reconsidered the meaning of the composer's signs, and reproduced the intended actions. Instead of the overall flow of the music, I became conscious of the importance of each rest note, the dynamics and accuracy of each chord. As soon as one song ended, I summoned the next one to mind, with barely any pause for breath. Glancing sideways, I saw that Grave had returned to his seat and was ignoring me completely. Having no other choice, I selected the next song from memory and started playing. It was another etude. The other student beside me also started playing an etude. Grave didn't move at all. I recalled every symbol in the score perfectly as I continued playing. Who's gonna run out of music first? Who knows more etudes? This is like the longest battle of stamina. How many songs do you have memorized? Hell's this video? Is this some guy playing an etude on a recorder?
Stop fingering minors in here.
Oh my god.
Learn some majors for God's sake.
You know, in hindsight, fingering is a very common music term. So it's not out of place in this game. But considering the other half of this game, yeah, those majors aren't the only thing that we'll be fingering. Knowing how this novel went with Fal, if you know what I'm saying. But 1 hour had passed since we began. I'd run out of simple songs, so I had to start playing foretell pieces that were written with a vocal part. 10 seconds was a short time, and I had to start playing whatever came to mind first. First thing I thought of was the song I always practiced with Forney. I was so familiar with it, my fingers began moving right away. It was a song I'd composed while reading one of Arie's letters. Hey, you know I'm right here, okay? We all saw Fal's ending after we slapped her in the face and knocked her onto her bed. It was pretty descriptive, even if it wasn't, like, depicted on screen. I'm wondering what we're gonna be doing here. That video might have more truth to it than we hope. Let's be real. It was a song I composed while reading one of Arie's letters. I obtained a feeling of making up for the distance between us by writing letters. Of course, there's no one to sing the vocal part. So instead of lyrics, I poured that feeling into the foretell. It was something I did almost unconsciously. Even though I'd played it so many times before, I accidentally played a wrong note. My fingers were already tired, and once I became conscious of the fact, the movements grew clumsy, as if I was playing on board a ship. I guess you can write it like that? But that's not usually how you would write that. Ever played Katekyo Hitman Reborn? No. What kind of game is that? Things weren't looking good, and right on cue, I heard Graves' voice. Stop playing, Christopherton. Yes. Grave came in and stood in front of me, literally looking down at me. See, all he had to do, even if he played the wrong note, how would Graves have known? It's his own song. He wrote it. He's never heard it before. He wouldn't have known it's a wrong note. His real mistake here was acknowledging it was a wrong note. Wrong notes have none of my concern. See? Huh? They can always be fixed with practice. What you still don't seem to understand is my instruction to play with your heart. He closed his eyes as if recalling the song I'd been playing, then opened his eyes again. A song about parting or the thoughts of a lover. Yes. Your mistakes caused you to lose focus. Played well up until that point. It took me a few moments to realize that he meant that as a compliment. And what came after that realization was a sense of awe. He didn't seem to be paying attention, but in fact he knew everything. You wrote that yourself. Enough of that. From now on, you will play songs composed by others. What? Fuck you. With that, he returned to his seat. I still felt no respect for him, but I had to recognize his considerable talent. Consciously, I decided to play all the songs I'd learned at school. The hell? Don't play songs you wrote. What the fuck? Well, you're just upset? Think it's unfair that I can play more songs just because I made them up and the other kid can't? That's not cool. Just say it's jazz if you do a wrong note. Exactly. It's freeform jazz. You know, like that time Dormy played a bunch of freeform jazz. I think I posted that video in Discord. That's a good one. Dormy teaches Tenchi freeform jazz. Begins to play Fair Jaka on a recorder. Yeah, like I could just see this if this like goes on for hours. Like I'm just imagining me versus this other student. We're just sitting at our instruments for like 10 plus hours, and we've like devolved from playing etudes and like Bach and Chopin, and it's just like we're half asleep, barely able to keep our eyes open. Our eyes are like blood red from a lack of sleep, and we're just sitting there doing our best playing like Ferry Jaka at this point, running out of material. We just finished Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. We're probably gonna play Mary Had a Little Lamb next. Someone's gonna give in eventually, and it ain't gonna be me. Over and over again, my performance was interrupted by Grave for some kind of instruction. It was a famous piece. He provided details such as the life story of the composer and the circumstances of its writing. At that time, my resistance had all but vanished, and I listened obediently. Some songs took more than 20 minutes to get through. I had absolutely no more songs to play, so I started playing Lisey's song, almost unconsciously. Somehow, I sensed that it would have been wiser not to, but I couldn't stop halfway, so I just kept playing. I guess it really was a bad idea, or maybe Grave noticed that my heart wasn't in it, but he stopped me with a single phrase. Where did you learn that song? Uh-oh. It was the former, or so that question suggested at least. I couldn't tell a lie, so I answered truthfully even though I knew it was a bad idea. I heard it from a friend. That's so. Chris Verton. So you were the one. What do you mean? Grave continued speaking with perfect composure. Don't get involved in matters that don't concern you. Your future depends on it. I make myself clear. The lecture ends here. Pack up at once and leave. Without saying anything else, he returned to his seat. From that point on, he didn't look over once, and I was completely ignored. His attitude suggested he thought it impossible for his orders to be disobeyed. I had no choice but to pack up my fortel and leave the lecture room. I turned to look at the other student as I left, but his seat was empty. He must have been dismissed at some point. After I stepped outside, I finally noticed how much time had actually passed. The sky was already dark, and this week's lecture had gone on longer than last week's. I felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Part of it was the fact that Grave had found out about me and Lisey, but more importantly, had played the fortel continuously for a very long time. With all my heart. For that reason alone, my mind had become numb from fatigue. I couldn't even think of Lisey. When I got home, I didn't even have the strength to dry myself with a towel. I simply collapsed into bed. The only thing I had said to Forney was a request to be woken up tomorrow morning, and before I heard her reply, I was fast asleep.
Get up. You're gonna be late.
That was what I woke up to. I found Forney on the verge of tears for some reason, slapping my cheek frantically. That hurts.
At last. You're awake.
My body felt heavier than usual. Getting up required some actual effort. Ugh, I don't feel rested at all.
Unbelievable. You weren't waking up at all. Do you know how worried I was?
Huh? I really wasn't getting up? Looked at the clock. It was nearly 10. Considering the time I'd need to change and get ready. Barely made it to school on time if I ran there. Why... Did you wake me up? Was what I wanted to say, but didn't.
Like I said, I tried everything, but you just wouldn't wake up.
I'm sorry.
You didn't wake up once since getting home last night. I was really worried.
There was this practice session yesterday.
Wow, that must have been some session.
Forney must have been relieved to hear that, because she finally went back to her usual tone of voice. Not that I had the luxury, of course. Sorry, I'll talk about it later.
Sure.
Grasping the situation, Forney didn't say anything else and simply watched me get ready. I put on the uniform that I'd thrown onto the bed last night, washed my face, and headed out. See you later. I'm surprised he didn't, like, kick the uniform onto the floor while he slept, because I totally would've. You don't put anything on the bed if I'm sleeping in it. It's not staying there. When I reached school, I stopped running and walked instead, breathing deeply so I could regain my composure. Looking at the clock, I felt relieved. I wasn't able to get here 5 minutes early like Miss Cordell had suggested, but I'd been there before the bell went off. Hell yeah, that's my man. Running and getting there literally 30 seconds before you're considered late. Sorry I'm late. Barely made it. I sat down and silently prepared my foretell. Didn't have time for small talk. Right about the same time I finished saying up the foretell, it was time for class. Good. Now, about today's lesson. She paused for a while. Chris, have you decided on a partner? Well, couldn't say that I had. We were going to continue with the ensembles in my room, that was certain. But that was the same as leaving things undecided. I have to ask you one thing. Do you plan to choose Lycelsia as your partner? After seeing my hesitation, Miss Cordell went straight to the heart of the matter. I'd suspected it ever since we met in front of the old wing that day, but I never thought it'd come to this. Miss Cordell had correctly interpreted my silence. I assume you know that she's a Fortell student? No, not that. Lycelsia Cicerini, Mr. Cicerini's... Yes, his daughter. Miss Cordell seemed surprised to hear that fact coming from my mouth. If you already knew that, then why? In principle, we're free to pick anyone, right? Even so, you understand the implication of your choice. I do. She paced back and forth across the classroom, deep in thought. I'd never seen her do that before. I couldn't say anything else, so I waited for her to speak. This happened after Mr. Cicerini's lectured yesterday. Miss Cordell abruptly began her explanation. On seeing my anxiety, she smiled. I didn't expect you to participate in that lecture, Chris. After that lecture, he came to see me with a much appreciated word of advice. What did he say? He asked me to tell you not to do anything unnecessary. So are you telling me not to? Who knows? That's up to you, Chris. Huh? What do you mean by that? Anyone's possible, in principle. You said so yourself. Have you forgotten? No. All I'm doing is conveying his words faithfully. The rest is all up to you. To me, your teacher in charge. In other words, does Lycelsia sing well? Yes, I think so. Can you bring yourself to ask her to be your partner? I don't know, but we already did. It's her that hasn't said anything. And I can't allow it, not unless you're absolutely sure that you'll ask her. If I said I would you allow it? Well, the most I would do would be to turn a blind eye. I do have my position to consider, you know. But I can't recommend it, of course. But I can't be responsible for things that happen without my knowledge. Miss Cordell. I knew what she was saying wasn't irresponsible. She wasn't giving up her responsibility. She was entrusting me with it. That much I knew. There's one condition. What is it? Give a convincing performance at the graduation recital. Not for me, of course. Understood. Are you sure? You don't seem to have given it enough thought. Actually, I have. I certainly hope so. Well then, let's hear it. The song that you've been practicing. She didn't sound interested at all. Is it really okay? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. I told you what I was supposed to. Okay. Then hurry up and play. Depending on how you perform, I might not be able to turn a blind eye even. Okay. Filled with determination, I placed my fingers on the foretell. Miss Cordell sat still, her eyes closed until the last sounds of the foretell faded to silence. Then she spoke in a whisper. It's a good song. She wasn't talking about my performance, but Miss Cordell's response told me that she'd turned a blind eye to what I was about to do. Is this song about a lover's thoughts? No. Based on what I could remember of Lise's lyrics, it didn't seem that way. Is that so? I must be mistaken. Anyway, it's still a good song, and well played too. I didn't want to admit it, but that was due in part to some yesterday's lecture. Never thought that I'd hear such direct praise from Miss Cordell. In truth, I thought it played quite well too, but if it hadn't been for yesterday's lecture, I probably wouldn't be getting all this praise. There was something else that bothered me, putting my heart into the song. The result of my almost unconscious attempt to do that had been Miss Cordell's reaction. In other words, had I put my heart into creating a lover's thoughts? When I played that song, I couldn't help but think of Lise, felt the joyful gestures with which she sang, and the bashful smile she showed from time to time. I had faced the foretell recalling these scenes to mind. Did I like Lise, I wondered? Between liking and disliking her, of course I couldn't deny that I liked her. But at a deeper level, was it turning to something like my feelings for Arietta, for a lover? I wondered. If so, that wasn't good. Even though in my mind I denied it, the result was the same.
I was fine if it was nothing more than Miss Cordell's imagination. But what if it was the truth? I would be hurting Ari, whether I consciously wanted to or not. No, it wasn't true. Ignoring my feelings for Lisa and Ari, I roused myself from my contemplations and turned to face Miss Cordell. Are you done pondering? Yes. Then continue playing. There's still time. Okay. As if in a daze, I started playing the Fortell once more. Stop there. Miss Cordell interrupted my performance. She looked unimpressed. I'd played through the piece several times, but I wasn't able to keep my mind as clear as when I started. Specifically, I wasn't able to keep my mind off Lise. What's happening to you? At this rate, you'll never convince him. Uh-huh. That's enough for today. Go home. Think long and hard. Till then, I'll keep in mind the candidate I picked out. Huh? Worried about something? As long as it's unresolved, I'll keep that option open. Oh, okay. Make your decision by the first day of school next year. That's all for today. Okay. That was Miss Cordell's way of showing kindness. Feeling grateful, I packed up my Fortell and stepped outside. Barely half an hour had passed since the start of the lesson, but I didn't feel like going to the cafeteria, so I decided to go home. Wow. What happened, Chris? Forney sounded surprised to see me back home before noon. She hadn't laid out a towel yet by the front door, so I had to get one myself. Did something happen? You could say that. You don't look so good. It's that too, I guess. I'm still feeling the exhaustion from yesterday, but it hadn't been that bad when I was playing the Fortell in front of Miss Cordell. Yeah, Chris likes to do a lot of inner thinking, doesn't he? A lot of introspection on himself. I can't really relate, to be honest. You should just lie down and rest for today. Forney spoke kindly. She was worried about me. I was grateful that she showed such unconditional concern. Even though there was no end to her questions about trivial things, when it really mattered, Forney was always kind to me. Thanks. Shush now. Just go to sleep. Okay. Quickly changed my clothes and got into bed. Even though there were many things I had to think about, I started feeling sleepy right away. Christmas Eve. This is when we were supposed to... Lise was coming over, right? Yeah, it's Saturday. Every time I sighed, Forney looked over at me with a look that suggested she had something to say. To dispel my anxiety, I tried playing the Fortell. My heart wasn't in it. My mood just kept worsening. Chris, maybe you should just take a break? I guess so. You guys made a promise, right? Although you didn't decide on a time, which is kind of odd. There wasn't nothing I could say in return. It was Saturday, the day Lise had promised to come over on, but there wasn't any sign of her. I'd done some simple cleaning up of my room in the morning as a way of distracting myself. Then in the afternoon, when she should have arrived, Lise didn't show up either. Perhaps something came up all of a sudden. Her dad has probably grounded her or something. We don't know for sure yet she's not coming, right? Right. And just to make sure that I'm ready for Lise, I touched the keyboard once again. Stop! What you need now is rest. I get it, Forney, but she's coming all the way here. You'll only disappoint her if you keep playing like that. That won't happen necessarily. Even if it doesn't, your body will shut down soon if you don't rest or eat or something. You'll still have time to practice that after that, won't you? Okay. Now that Forney mentioned it, I realized I was feeling a little hungry. To make sure that I was ready no matter when Lise came, I sat at the Fortell the whole afternoon. While I was having my meal, perhaps she'd show up. Whether she was late or not coming at all, had to be some kind of reason. That's what I told myself as I stood up, trying to recall what I had left in the kitchen. Do you want to perform an ensemble with me? You just told me not to play! I'll think about it. I prayed it would come to that. Stop playing, and then immediately after, play with me instead. I see what's really going on here. Whether I was aware of the fact or not, time simply kept passing. When I thought about Lise and Arietta, a whole day would slip away before I realized it. Chris, are you okay? There's nothing wrong with me.
I was still lying in bed. Yesterday was the day Lise came. Or rather, Lise was supposed to come yesterday, and I waited for her in this room, alone. Bonnie was there, of course, staying me with small talk. To some extent, this was not an unexpected outcome. Perhaps Grave had found out about us and prevented Lise from leaving the house. I didn't even know where she lived, so I had no way to get in touch with her. All I could do was wait. That's how time passed. The one silver lining was I had plenty of time to think about Arietta. In that case, how about getting out of bed and having some lunch? Time for lunch already? It's 2:30? You were awake in the morning, as usual. You've been wallowing this whole time. Was it so shocking that Lise stood you up? Perhaps. Bonnie knew, of course, about Lise's planned visit yesterday. She hadn't been so direct yesterday, but seeing me staying in bed for 2 days probably made her lose all patience. Or perhaps she was trying to cheer me up. I hadn't told Forney about Grave, so that was the most she could do. Nor had I told her about Arietta. Oh, I've had enough. You're being ensemble tonight, so you better pull yourself together before that. Sure. Damn. You got upset all of a sudden. Seeing Forney behave normally helped me calm a little. But right away, I started thinking about Lise and Arietta. Worrying about Lise's no-show. Feeling guilty about Arietta. They should have been separate issues, but they merged in my mind and I felt almost sick thinking about them. My feelings for Lise had slowly taken root. I wasn't even aware that they had done so. Perhaps the reason they remained deep in my heart was because they had been pointed out abruptly by my teacher. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't stop recalling Lise, and the more my heart ached. My feelings for Arietta were the same. Separately, I also realized I had fallen for Lise. What if Lise didn't think anything of me? But I came to see that such thoughts were no more than attempts to run away from my feelings. So what should I do? The fact remained I had betrayed Ari. By that time it was more than a matter of feelings, but this matter had to be resolved. Before it started to get dark, I finally got out of bed and had a late lunch. Probably didn't eat dinner after this. Our vacation started yesterday, so I could eat whenever I got hungry. If I wasn't hungry, I didn't have to eat. After watching up, I just went to get Ari's letter from the mailbox. I removed Ari's letter from its beautiful envelope as always. Dear Chris, I wonder, is it still raining there as you read this letter? The weather here is lovely as usual. It's Natalie today, and I wonder, did you go to church and pray? Up until last year, we'd always spend Natalie together, so I'm a bit worried about this year. Oh yeah, we didn't go anywhere this time, did we? Just laid in bed all day. Reminds me of how I spent my Christmas a couple weeks ago. I know you're not a morning person, Chris. You must have gone in the afternoon, I guess. That's about when I went to pray too. I hope our thoughts were together as one. This is my last letter for the year. In any case, next year's letter will be there very soon. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about the last time you came back. I hope that nothing's changed, even though we can't meet this year. I wonder if you've learned and became a better musician at the school. I also want to hear you play the Fortel, Chris. I want to hear it so much that it makes me cry. Speaking of which, I guess you picked someone other than Torta to be your graduation recital partner? It's a little unexpected, but if that's your decision, then I believe it must be for the best. I'm so far away, and who can say what things may change by the time this letter gets to you? But I know one thing's for sure. Chris, do what you think is right, no matter what that may be. I am my own person, as are you. As long as you choose your path carefully, there's nothing that I will not accept. And so, if you're ever at a loss, remember my words. Chris, do what you think is right. That is my only true wish. She's not upset until you choose the wrong answer, and then she gets very upset. That's how it went last time. I was unable to write my response to that letter right away. Do what you think is right. Marie had written those words without knowing what was on my mind. If she had known, would she have stopped me, I wonder? Or would she say the same thing with a smile? No, I didn't even know what was right anymore. I definitely did not want to abandon Lise. That feeling grew stronger every time I recalled her singing by herself. But if asked whether that feeling was completely right, I had to say I didn't think so. I had no intention of giving up on Arietta either. But in the end, I would need to choose one or the other. Nothing but an expectation, but it would probably become reality. My thoughts were with Lise, and when I played the Fortel for her, it sounded like the thoughts of a lover. That fact alone was enough to show I had fallen for Lise. And the more I became aware of that fact, the more space Lise took up in my heart. I returned to Ree's letter neatly to its envelope and left it on my desk without writing a reply. Thinking about Lise had made me feel unsettled. I wonder where she is now, what she was doing. Grave was an excellent musician, certainly. He was also very strict. I become painfully aware of that by the second lecture. Someone who took such great pride in being a Fortel player would never allow his daughter to choose a different path in life. Sure that until now, Lise had not been able to mention her love of singing, and had been forced to practice the Fortel. I recalled, with absolute clarity, something I'd heard long ago. Is it okay if I sing? I'd asked her what she meant, but Lise didn't want to talk about it, so I hadn't noticed then. Nor had I realized what it meant. I realized now. That's why I wanted to know where Lise was, and what she was doing. Lise. I looked around me. I was afraid that Forney would hear the words that slipped out. But Forney was nowhere to be seen, even though she usually knows the delivery of Arie's letters. Until Forney appears and speaks to me. I made up that meaningless rule and decided to leave my letter writing until that happened. I lay down in my bed again and waited for time to pass. Huh? Someone was knocking at the door. Who would come at this time? Or rather, on this day? I could only think of Torta, but I also hoped that it might be Lise. I was still dressed from going out to retrieve the letter, so I went to the door and opened it. Hello. Hello. Lise. I didn't realize my cheeks had grown warm. Relief. No, it was closer to happiness. A more accurate word popped in my head, but I chased it from my thoughts. I had a feeling she'd be coming over very late. Like I was imagining her having to like sneak out of her house to get here. Sorry about yesterday. That's okay. I injured my foot, so I had to rest and recover. Huh? Injured? Lise seemed to have a slight limp. I returned to my senses at those words and held her hand as I welcomed her into the room. Are you okay? Did you walk all the way here? Yes, but I'm fine. Then I realized that Lise was wet from the rain. How long did it take her to come here, I wonder? I'll bring you some towels. Wait here. I didn't care if the floor got wet. I made her sit down and went to get the towels. Here, dry your hair with this. Okay. Lise nodded with a look of surprise, as if unused to my forceful tone. I placed 2 or 3 dry towels on the desk, then went to the kitchen to prepare a warm drink. Lise seemed to be carrying some kind of box, which she placed on the desk before taking a towel. Thank you. Don't mention it. Quick, dry your hair. I was curious about the box, but my attention returned to getting the water boiling. While waiting, I returned to Lise's side. So, what happened to your foot? It's nothing serious, but I missed a step on the stairs. Lise removed her shoe, and even with her sock on, I could see the swelling. Okay. Well, part of me kind of thought it might have been a lie, but alright. Guess not. Bandage of some sort was tightly wound around it. Is that a bandage? Yes, but it's just to keep things in place. It's not that bad, really. To keep things in place is not the kind of phrase that you follow up with, it's not that bad, really. Implying you have to keep something in place on your foot with a bandage is never a good sign. But you didn't have to come all the way here today. But we promised to meet yesterday. I thought you might be worried. Well, I did worry. But if you're injured, we could have waited until you recovered. But starting tomorrow, right up until school starts in the new year, I'll be busy and won't be able to come here. I see. Even so, you shouldn't force yourself to. Thank you. Anyway, hold on a sec. I returned to the kitchen to prepare a cafe latte. I hadn't warmed the milk, but thinking it might be easier to drink lukewarm, I poured some in. More importantly, she needed to get warm. Here you go. Drink this for a start. Okay. I sat down across from her and waited for her to settle down. I was probably far more anxious than she was, but I decided not to say anything until she finished her drink. That was nice. Lise looked into my eyes as she placed the cup on her desk. Thank you. You're welcome. That time I was feeling a lot calmer and had finished my own cup of coffee. But is your foot really okay? I was able to walk here, so I'd say yes. If you say so. I'm really sorry about yesterday. It's fine. Really, but you didn't come here just to say that, did you? That, and one other thing. What is it? It's...
a kind of apology, I guess. I brought a cake. Shall we? Holy shit, she bought a whole cake? Cake? Yes. I just bought it from that store. The one that everyone says is nice. This box? Yes. Have you eaten? If you're full, there's no need to. Actually, I haven't had dinner yet, so timing is just right. Hell yeah! This girl's bringing cake for dinner. Already better than Val. Huh? But it's already past 10. It's that late? You didn't notice? I was asleep. That's why your hair's a bit out of shape. Lisa smiled brightly as she spoke. Aside from singing, it was rare to see Lisa smile like that. Even if she were only making fun of me, I still felt a pure joy. I'll make some tea then. Lisa, you must have eaten your dinner a lot earlier, I imagine. Yes. Then could you cut the cake while I get the tea going? Sure. I got a knife and some small plates, which I passed to Lisa. I think this is right. Behind me, Lisa was speaking very softly. I turned around to see what she was doing, and found her gripping the knife dangerously, about to cut the whole shaped cake. Oh no. Lisa? I was just a little bit worried, but Lisa was so absorbed in her task, she didn't seem to hear me. Okay, here we go. She was a girl, so I decided it was okay to leave the cake cutting to her. The fuck? I went back to the kitchen. Oh yeah, she's a girl. She knows how to cut a cake. All girls know how to cut cakes. I mean, come on. A girl doesn't know how to cut a cake. She was holding the knife precariously, but Chris is just like, nah, she's a girl. It's fine. She knows what she's doing. She's totally going to chop her hand off, but I'm sure she knows that. And then she cut her hand, didn't she? Nearly in tears, Lisa presented me with a slice of cake. I'm sorry. It's okay. Her hands must have been really shaking. Looked like it had been cut with a jigsaw and was practically squashed. Technical difficulties? I'm sorry. Actually, not used to this sort of thing. I mean, cutting? Yes. Then you should have told me. But I cook for myself sometimes, so I'm not bad with cutting things. Don't tell me you've ever held a knife before. That's right. I meant that as a joke, but Lisa nodded her head in embarrassment. I see. Well then, for a first-timer, I think you did quite well. That wasn't the best or most subtle attempt at flattery, but Lisa's face lighted up as if she couldn't contain her joy. Really? Yeah. Come to think of it, she was born in with a silver spoon, right? She didn't normally give off that vibe, but this moment of unguarded joy made her look so much like a princess. It was hilarious. Come on, Lisa, you need to eat too. Okay. Still smiling, Lisa starting on her own piece of cake. One look at her plate showed that her slice was even more mangled. It had fallen on its side, and almost all the cream was on the plate. Okay, serving a cake, like, upright, I just don't see the point of that anyways. So, like, isn't this the optimal way to serve a cake is on its side? Because it's gonna fall over anyways. As soon as, like, you try and put your fork into a piece of cake, it's gonna fall over. Especially the more you eat it, the more likely it's gonna fall over anyway. So why not just get it over with and put it on its side? It'll be more stable. It'll be less likely to, like, get flung off the plate when you're trying to carry it. I have never, ever served cake upright before. You need the cake to be wide. You know what? That's the big brain strat, you're right. Cut the cake into, like, huge pieces. Like, just cut the cake into quarters and serve that. 4 pieces of cake. Then it won't fall over at all. You know, actually, I made a cake yesterday. I made a coffee flavored cake with chocolate coffee icing and blueberry filling. That's what part of the reason actually stream was late. I was icing the cake last night, and it took me a little extra time. Yeah, it actually turned out really well. I wasn't sure about the blueberries pairing with the coffee in the cake, but it actually worked out really well. Valid reason for late stream.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't have any cake at the time because I wanted to kind of like, one, I just finished eating supper, so I was like, I'm good for now. Two, I kind of wanted to get stream started, but it actually did turn out quite well. A little smaller than I thought it was going to be. We have like 10 different cake pans, and I can never tell which ones are like the 8-inch and which ones are like the 9-inch pans. Or I think we might even have some 7-inch pans actually, but the recipe said it was suggested 8-inch pans. So I pulled out the ones I normally use, but like it felt weird to cut the cake into 8 pieces, so I originally cut it into 6. But then in hindsight, I ended up cutting it into 12 when I came up later, because I was like, yeah, you know what? These pieces are actually kind of big. Like the 12 actually ended up being kind of like this size in the picture, honestly. So it actually was fine. But it looked really small at first. Just scooping it up with her fork, and somehow it just didn't look delicious. Is it delicious? Yes. Yes, delicious, isn't it? Logically, the taste shouldn't change. Appearances didn't matter. It was all the same inside your mouth. Yes, it's delicious. Thanks to a little mind over matter, the cake actually tasted good. Why do you have to convince yourself that a sloppily cut cake is shit? Or isn't shit? It's cake! Like, the cake's not burnt. Who cares if you cut it into, like, fucking dodecahedron, polygonal, 4-dimensional hypercubes? It's cake. Not super into baking, love me some cooking. Yeah, I don't do like a ton of cooking, but I do a lot of baking. We like having dessert on hand in the house. So it's usually expected that we'll have like, I'll make something like every week if I can. But sometimes I don't, but like usually I'll make something once a week. And it'll usually last like the whole week for us. Like either cake or cookies, brownies, something fancier if I feel like getting the ingredients, but we always keep like basic baking ingredients on hand, like flour, baking powder, cocoa, vanilla, like all that kind of stuff. Appearances don't matter is so wrong. Half a fucking dish's presentation, you taste your eyes before your mouth. I mean, true, but like, if you take a delicious pot of food and you play it the sloppiest way possible, yeah, maybe first impressions are like kind of shit, but it's still gonna taste good. It doesn't matter how it looks. If you have like one dish that's like looks like shit and the other dish that looks plated well, and it's the same, comes from the same pot, like it's at the end of the day it's not gonna matter, right? I guess psychologically, yeah. I thought of, honestly, with that in mind, I did think about like what I could decorate the top of the cake with, but I was like, you know what, that's fine. I got the icing. I usually don't even make layer cakes, honestly. We usually have like, I just take like a big 9x13 pan and then just fill it up with the cake batter, and then I'll maybe ice it, just because, you know, cake without icing, I mean, come on. But I usually don't do anything as fancy as this, but I was like, you know what, sure, I'll make a layer cake, why not? What the hell. Thanks to a little mind over matter, the cake actually tasted good. Or perhaps it was because Lisa was here, enjoying herself as I'd never seen her do before. That probably made me happy too. And deep in my heart, I apologize for the infidelity of such thoughts. To both Lisa and Arietta. Before Lisa's smile clouded over, I managed to restore my smile. Hold on, you have some cream on you. I had been there from the start, but I chose not to mention it until now. I held it to keep still and wiped it off with my finger. Oh no. He's showing her his fingering technique. I thought about what to do with the cream for a moment, then put it in my mouth. Yeah. It's a good thing her eyes are closed. She doesn't need to see this. I thought that it'd be embarrassing to bring it to Lisa's lips, but this was pretty embarrassing as well. Nothing. Lisa returned to her cake. I felt her eyes on me from time to time, and when she looked away, I looked at her face instead. Well, thank you for inviting me over. The pleasure is mine, and thank you for the delicious cake. Well then, I'll walk you to your house. Oh no, it's a long way.
All the more reason I should go with you. But I'm worried about your foot. If I go with you, it'll set my mind at ease. That might have been a little too sly. It was true that I was worried, but I knew that Lise couldn't say no if I phrased things that way. And that was the reason she walked all the way here, despite her injury. Fuck H-scenes, this is better than anything this young could give me. Oh man. The closest thing this game has to an H-scene. I wonder if this was this route's H-scene? I'm trying to think when it took place. No, Fal's H-scene took place like a couple days before the recital. Or actually the night before the recital, so I think this is probably... So there's like 3 sections to each route I'm seeing with, at least with Fal's. There was like the basic school time, and then once you get to winter break, there's like a meeting with the other character, and you share a meal. That was probably what this is. Then there's the big twist, and then there's the H scene. And I'm calling them H scenes for simplicity's sake, but they're hardly... They're safe for Twitch, as far as visuals are concerned. So I think this was the meet and have a meal with them scene. So we're like, we still got we got the twist and we still got the big payoff at the end. I have a karaoke request. It does have the N word, but he says it so fast you can easily read over it. 4? Yeah. Like, privately, I have no qualms singing songs like that, I'll admit. I do it in VR chat all the time. Sometimes to the surprise of the other people there. On stream? I'm not sure about that. It's one thing if you like suggest it as like a song for the jukebox, but it's kind of weird if I'm supposed to be singing it, even if I do skip it. Let's get an umbrella in town, okay? Okay. Where are they gonna get an umbrella from at 10:35 p.m. on Christmas Day? May I ask? Like, even in Japan, sure they have umbrella stands that you're supposed to just, like, take and leave, but those are usually inside the buildings. That would probably be locked up because it's 10:35 p.m. on Christmas. So I'm not sure where they're going to get an umbrella from. Lisa nodded, looking at the ground. Thank you. Lisa had arrived in my room after 10. It was still the same day, but it was fairly late. How are you for time? Huh? Time? I think it should be okay, but... We chose streets with shelter. Ones that led to the main street. You think? What's wrong? Well, I didn't tell anyone. I just sneaked out. Sneaked out? You mean snuck out? I don't think sneaked is like grammatically incorrect, but damn, it's been a while since I've read that word before. And that's okay? Yes, as long as no one finds out. That may be so, but... So how are we gonna sneak her back in? We reached the main street and I bought an umbrella, but there wasn't a chance to use it just yet. Where are you buying an umbrella from? Is there a fucking 7-Eleven in this town? Like, what's open at 11 p.m.? There weren't many houses with eaves between my room and here, and probably between the new district and Lise's house. That's why we wouldn't need the umbrella until we got to the new district. Lise, do you often sneak out like this? Not at all. This is my first time. You'll be scolded if they find out, huh? Well, but it'll be fine if they don't. I'm sorry, if worrying about me made you do something so risky. No, it's fine. I wanted to do this. Okay. Lisa sounded unusually forceful. Her face turned red. That confirmed it. It wasn't just me. Lisa liked me in return as well. Of course, we performed ensembles together before, so I knew that she didn't dislike me. But Lisa was unable to hide her positive emotions. I was unable to pretend I didn't notice them. Or the fact that it was Lisa and not Arietta who was uppermost in my mind. Here is fine. What do you mean? It's so late. That's why I'm here. But let me walk you to your door. I'll be really worried otherwise. Lisa actually walked without too much trouble, just slowly, due to the constraint of the bandage. There were times when she almost tripped, and I gave her my hand many times for support. But you don't have to worry about me. All right. I'm gonna get scolded by Graves, aren't I? I started walking again. It looked like for the first time since coming to the city, an umbrella would be of some use. Oh shit, new scene. Here it is. Lisa looked up at me as if gauging my reaction. I knew somehow what she was trying to get at. You could tell instantly that was a magnificent house. Can I read cursive? Honestly, not really well anymore. I can barely read my own name when I write it. Like, I have to sometimes look over my signature, because I use cursive for my signature. I have to look it over like 3 times to make sure I didn't miss any letters. And I always feel like I do. But then I remember it's a signature, and signatures don't actually matter. You could tell instantly that was a magnificent house. Around here, a little ways into the new district, all buildings were large and grand. Noticeably grander than all of them, however, was Lise's house. How did she, like, get through here? Did she just have, like, a key to her front gate? The thought of it as Graves' house, that made complete sense. Up until that point, I hadn't thought very much about the relationship between Lisa and Grave. Even as I pretended that I understood, seeing that reality of it before my eyes filled me with a sense of dissonance. Then again, I'd probably get used to it soon, and with that thought I turned to Lisa. I'm sorry. For what? You knew about my father, right? Yes, I found out about the same time as I learned about the Fortell course. I didn't mean to keep it from you, There's no need to worry about that. Instead, if you knew about what happened, then... I heard about it from Father. And you... But Lisa was trembling, but her voice was firm. I like singing. Yes. Is it okay if I sing? Yes. Really? Yes, of course. You're free to do so. If you really want to sing, then I think you should sing. Chris, thank you for everything that will come, too, as... Lisa turned bright red, but she spoke clearly. As partners. Thank you, Lisa. I look forward to it as well. I would say we should be going inside to have this conversation because it's raining, but then I remembered that that's probably a bad idea. I bowed in response to Lisa's over-the-top bow. I wasn't able to ask about her plans for the next few days, but I made her take the umbrella and watched her go inside. Father's not going to be wondering where an umbrella came from. My feelings were probably fixed at that time. It was very awkward. Yeah, like... It's definitely meant to be awkward, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's not as awkward in Japanese. I had to write my letter to Arietta after that. It's going to be a real cruel letter, one that she'd never hoped for. But I think is right. Right this second, that would be giving Lisa the chance to laugh. It wasn't the start of a breakup, but my letter is probably going to hurt her. Oh shit, he's actually got the confidence in this timeline to just be like, no, I found a new person, see ya, and just tell her to go away. However, I couldn't lie to her. With the last shred of honesty left in me, I had to tell her the truth in my letter. Like, I think what really screams how they were doing their best to translate to me was the fact that they capitalized father. Normally you wouldn't do that, but in Japanese there's 2 different words for father that you use, depending if you're talking to someone else about your father or you're talking about someone else's father, or even like versus addressing your own father. So that's probably why they capitalized it, because that doesn't exist in English. At least when you want to like stay super formal like that, because she's like top tier aristocrat child. In the stillness of the morning, my eyes opened by themselves. There was absolute quiet in the room, and the cold air caressed my face. I hadn't yet posted the letter of Ari that I had written yesterday, of course. There was still time to undo things. I heard a voice inside me that said that.
but it was already too late for me. Do what you think is right. That was indeed what Aria had said in her letter. Is this the song you were talking about that had the N-word in it, or is this something else? No? Okay. No matter what that may be. Different? Okay. Those words would become my excuse.
It's too early for that kind of face, surely.
Morning.
Morning. You haven't answered my question.
I haven't looked in the mirror, so I don't know. Forney descended gently next to my pillow and stared at me.
You've made up your mind, haven't you? No point fretting about it now.
I know. I told Forney everything yesterday. I couldn't hide it anymore, and when classes started next year, Lisa would probably come over quite often. I told her about that, and about Ari too. Forney liked Torta and Ari, so I'd expected to get a real scolding from her. But Forney had said the same thing that Ari did in her letter.
Just do what you think is right, Chris.
She said that with a sad smile.
Okay. Now what?
Now? I haven't thought about that. It's a day off, so I was going to just relax.
What? You're such a meanie, Chris.
What do you mean?
I didn't get to sing at all yesterday, did I? First Lisa came over, then we had that long talk after she left.
Sorry. Forney continued her tirade, but I knew that Forney was really mad at me. It was still fresh in my mind how serious she looked at me as she listened. Perhaps this was Forney's way of cheering me up. And to be honest, her words actually made me feel better.
Don't apologize. Good grief. Isn't there something you should be saying?
What?
You're still asleep, aren't you?
Maybe. I have no idea what you're getting at. Playing dumb, I hammed up my confusion.
Really?
That's not gonna wake me up.
I want to sing.
So that's it.
Yes, that. It may not be much to you, Chris, but...
I'm sorry. What I meant was, I don't mind if that's all it is.
Really?
Are you doubting me?
Well, I always sing on Sunday nights, right? That was yesterday.
Forney sounded quite serious, unexpectedly so. She wasn't just cheering me up. Perhaps this was how she really felt.
True.
For no apparent reason, I thought of Ari. For now, I was all that Forney had. All she could do was look outside the window the whole day or sing by herself. And everything else depended on my actions. She could sing along if I played the fortel. Because I invited her, she was able to go outside. Perhaps I'd underestimated just how important that was to Forney. Sorry. How about we spend the whole day doing ensembles?
Huh? Really?
Whenever you're ready. I don't have to practice with anyone to practice with now anyway.
If you did, you wouldn't play for me?
Nah, even if I did, I'd still play for you.
Good boy.
Thank you.
Why did you say that so seriously?
Do you want me to make it as a joke instead?
No, but...
Anyway, I'll just post the letter real quick. Wait here.
Okay.
I totally expect when we get to the fairies H scene, it's not going to be her sprawled all over the bed. It's going to be me. She's going to have her way. She's going to have like a whip in hand. She just screams like closet dominatrix. At the way she's treating me already. I don't even know what that would look like. She's like an inch tall. But that's like the only thing that would even make remote sense. Was that sarcasm? We're only just one day later than usual.
Yes, that was sarcasm, directed at the boy who forgot all about me.
Okay. Ready?
Ready.
Will the song be sung, Corey? Because I'm going to go soon? Alright, we'll do it right after this. I'll check it out. I'm playing with nothing but Lisey's song recently, but my fingers surprised me with how smoothly they moved. First few chords sounded beautiful. I thought there was going to be like a decent break in the text, but I guess not yet. But I'll do it right after this. Perhaps Graves' lectures were having some effect. I didn't like to admit it, but he had real talent, as well as the ability to instruct others. As always, Forney took the music into herself and overlaid it with her voice. Despite her small body, her voice was loud as any human's. She produced beautiful notes that were so clear they seemed to bypass your ears and hit you directly. The gentle motion of her rings reflected the song's rhythm. Sounds were with her, and the song expressed itself from within her. Maybe things had happened last week, and the ensemble with Lisey hadn't gone as planned. It'd be a long time since I felt this close to music. In the middle of it all, I thought of Forney and Lisey.
Hey.
What happened? Chris, your mind was on somewhere else, right? Stopped so suddenly, both my brain and my body froze up and didn't work for a while. Alright. I'll just save this in case something stupid happens while I'm alt-tabbed. You never know. Let's see if we can, what this song is. Is this like an actual song? This isn't like a meme? It maybe. The song is not sarcastic. Holy shit. Honestly, wasn't expecting that. Especially with a name like Ice JJ Fish. Alright, where's my overlay for this? I mean, considering what we ended off with in the previous karaoke session, you know, you can understand where my thoughts might be. Let's do that quickly. Alright, let's see if I can get this in here. And I'll mute the game as well so we can enjoy the music. Alright, let me quickly mute that. Alright, I trust that this one doesn't have the N-word in it. Because you said it didn't. Oh, let me make it higher quality for you guys. I don't know why my YouTube like always defaults to... Okay, well it says it's on full quality, but it's not usually on full quality. Like it doesn't load it. It's really weird. I don't know why. Well, we'll just do it this way. This works better. Shove this crap out of the way. What kind of song is this gonna be? Like R&B maybe?
You rock into a headshot production.
Alright, we'll see what this is like. Something about you, girl, this makes my head wanna twirl. You me wanna tell all them other girls there's nothing else better on this world. When I seen her, I was in shock. So shocked you wouldn't have done so. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? But too bad this doesn't happen a lot. And you got me visualizing me on top of your hot body while we're sweating a lot. A lot of time on the clock before we even stop. Too bad she's not into that stuff a lot. Oh, she's just super hot, hotter than the sun that's right on top. Those heads, oh man, there she goes. I have to stop, ask her some questions, then sock. Just he wants to take it slow, and not the type of guy I'll get, you know. When I see that red light, all I know is go. So baby girl, let's do this on the floor. She says she wants to take it slow. Not the type of guy, I'll let you know. When I see that red light, all I know is go. So baby girl, let's do this on the floor. Yeah, let's go on the floor. Show me your moves that makes you such a pro. A pro at being the one that I want to know. And yeah, girl, I'ma let you know. You're the one that I'm really into, boo. There's 1,000,001 places I could be you. Me and you can invent something that's new. And we only know that's between us two. Oh girl, you drove me my mind. Since you did that, I'm digging deep in your spine. Did you get the hint that I'm claiming your mind?
Yeah, that's what's going on all the time. With my life on the line. The line to just be the one to call you mine. Now I'm picking up the phone just to call your line. Because baby girl, you're on my mind. Wants to take it slow. Not the type of guy, I'll let you know. When I see that red light, all I know is go. So baby girl, let's do this on the floor. Oh, I thought I was gonna keep going. I, I believe you, it's not sarcastic. And that's the sad thing. Like, did that person think they were singing well? Did they think, yeah, this is a good voice for a song? Like, if it's not sarcastic, then he's not doing it as a parody. We can say that much. Oh man. What the fuck was that? I have many questions about whatever the hell I just listened to and sung. There's like a 10-hour version of the song in my suggested videos. I feel like I'm missing something here, but I feel like I've also got all the context I really need. Oh, did it never switch categories? Whatever. That's fine. I was switching categories because it'd make it easier for me, but I'll just put a thing there. So I can cut it out later. That's one for the cringe compilation. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot to turn on the music for this. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed. Hopefully that was a satisfactory way to end off your night for this stream. Time's like 12. I'll see how much longer we go for this. She stopped so suddenly, both my brain and my body froze up and didn't work for a while. What? Alright, have a good night, Womp. I'll see you next time. You were doing so well, and then your sound went all wonky. Why is that so fitting for what the hell just happened? Oh, did it? You were thinking of someone else, weren't you? No, well, it happens sometimes. I don't like this. Okay, I admit it. I'm sorry. I apologized frankly, and instead of getting angry, Forney muttered something with an almost sheepish look. Don't apologize. Why not? I was just being selfish. What are you saying? I said... Forney. Try to sound as gentle as possible. Dummy. What? You dummy, Swice said. Even I knew that my face had broken into a smile. I poked her forehead with the tip of my finger, which almost made her fall over. You're a big dummy, Chris. Uh-huh, sure. Say it. Nuh-uh. Dummy. Yeah, dummy. Now that was for me. That was for both of us. Why, you... Come on, let's forget about all this and go back to practicing. I won't think about anything else. Really? Yes, I promise. Well, I guess that's fine. Thanks. Lightly rubbed her fluttering wings and then turned to face the Fortel once more. Usually the days before New Year were supposed to pass by uneventfully, but this year things would get a little noisy, it seemed. The songs of a tiny fairy whom I'd have to part with in a few months. The sounds of my beloved Fortel, played however I wanted. That was my way of making amends, perhaps. When Lise wasn't around, I wanted to do something for other people to play with my time. Right now, I was only able to do something for Forney, not Ari, who deserved my apology most of all. Perhaps such amends had no meaning at all, but I believed that they did, and continued playing the Fortel for Forney's sake. What little time I had left would be offered to this musical fairy. Oh. I thought we were going to still do like another 5 days, but I guess since we're not hanging out with anyone...
I wonder if I should continue. Nah, we'll continue for a little bit. I was like expecting to like stop at the first, but I wasn't expecting the first to also be right there. So that's fine. Well, let's see if we can. What's up with Lise? If she didn't get like grounded for the rest of her vacation somehow. Without any fanfare, the new year had already begun when I awoke. I had no errands to run, so I was about to go back to sleep when I saw Forney standing on the other side of my pillow. Morning. Morning. And what day is it today? It's New Year's. Good night. That's right, today's the start of... Hey! Still sleepy. I peeked at the clock before my eyes closed. Wasn't even noon yet. Could have gone up, but I didn't have a reason not to go back to sleep. You'll be sorry. Oh, I'm so scared. Anyway, open your eyes at least. Why? Weren't you taught to look at a person when they're speaking to you? Technically, Forney wasn't a person, but it would be unkind to tease her like that. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's better. I don't have any errands to run today. Not at all. There may have been plenty of people being rowdy yesterday, but I'm sure there'll be some today as well. What about shopping? I did it all last year, remember? So you're totally free? I want to spend my day in peace and quiet. Well then, let's sing. You've been singing every day, haven't you? Let's take a day off. That's not what you promised. What about last year's promise? What? Kidding. But I'm sleeping, so let's do it tonight. Besides, it's Sunday. Sunday night's our usual time, right? But today isn't like any other day. There's nothing wrong with the usual way. Today's Sunday. New Year's or not, that's another issue. At night then? Yes. Definitely? Definitely. Meanie. That's right. You're supposed to deny it. If I did, you'd make me play the Fortell, right? Oh, so that's an option. You didn't notice. Anyway, that's how it is, so just wait until nighttime. So be it. Thanks. Now good night. Good night. Closed my eyes for a while, but I kept hearing the sound of Forney moving her legs restlessly next to my pillow. Oh, shit. There we go. Just as I was about to doze off, Forney started singing a beautiful melody. It was a song I'd heard before, perhaps. It made me feel extremely nostalgic. Something I'd heard somewhere, but maybe not. Somewhere between dreams and reality, I was drifting along on gentle waves, and then I was fast asleep. Is that like foreshadowing a future route? I feel like it is. Forney? Right after I opened my eyes, I called out to Forney thinking she'd be in the same place, and after a while I finally got a response. Yes, just a sec. At least she didn't, like, totally abandon Chris this year. Or this time around. Because didn't she do that with Val's route? Just, like, completely disappeared. Because she was upset. From the desk, Forney glided across the short distance to the bed and landed gently. Forney, what are you talking about? Morning's long gone. I know that. Keep your shirt on. Well then, shall we do an ensemble? You're trying to cover up, aren't you? Of course. Ugh. For our ensemble, I realized I'd gone outside. I wasn't expecting anything, but my body was on autopilot as I opened the mailbox. But there was a familiar envelope inside. Took it out and looked for the sender. Arietta Ine. That handwriting, which I knew so well, made my heart ache. Goodness, where were you? You scared me going out all of a sudden like that, without saying anything. Forney was being kind, perhaps, by doing her best not to mention the letter. But no matter how much I tried to forget, there was no doubt that it was in my hands now. Is that Arie's letter? Yeah. Then I'll disappear for a while, okay? Without waiting for my response, Forney vanished. Forney? Without that talkative fairy, the room seemed incredibly empty. Perhaps it was the guilt and anxiety that made me afraid of being alone. Go on, read it. I'm waiting. Gah. Been waiting since morning, you know. Okay, got it. Good boy. Forney. She'd reappear to scold me, I bet. Though it was kind of hard to let me be alone. I promised myself that Forney would have her ensemble right after I'd read the letter. I was probably the one who wanted that more eagerly.
Dear Chris, I read your last letter. All I can say for now is, thank you for telling me the truth. Yeah, you know, the thing that he didn't do in Fal's route? If you had lied to me, Chris, I would have believed it and waited for you like a fool because that's how I am. I'm not being sarcastic. That's how I really feel. Lies only hurt others. I'm sure you knew that, Chris. It's for that reason that I accepted things and was able to write this letter to you. It's hard to say goodbye, but we will soon forget. We'll forget it soon enough. Chris, please forget about me. I'll do my best to forget about you too. And please, do what you think is right. Well, why do we have to forget? Why is this like all or nothing with her? Why do we just have to like ignore each other forever? Doesn't make any sense. I placed the letter back in its envelope and put it in the drawer. Wouldn't be writing a reply to that letter, I suppose. Reed probably wasn't expecting one, nor did I have anything else to say. Chris, please forget about me. I'll do my best to forget about you too. Done? Then let's sing. I don't know how much more time we'll have for that, you know. Suddenly brought back to reality by that bright voice. What did you say? The end will come someday for sure. That's why I want to enjoy our songs while we can. Horny, what are you going to do after all this? Huh? You mean now? After I leave this place. Who knows? Nothing will change, I guess. Will you still be here? Maybe. Maybe not. That's vague. Horny laughed again and then spoke in a song-like voice. When the time comes, you'll see. Is that foreshadowing her route? Does she know about the multiverse? Horny confirmed Sans in disguise. I woke up unusually early in the morning today. Okay, this one doesn't seem as long as Fal's. Fal's like had every single day, but we're skipping a lot of days here. My feet headed for school by reflex. First thing I had to do was report to Miss Cordell. After hearing Lise say the word partner that night for the first time, I'd made up my mind. According to the clock, it was 50 minutes before the first period of lessons. She wasn't in the room. Perhaps she'd stepped out. But the door was unlocked, so I knew she'd return soon. She didn't have any more one-on-one lessons starting today, but she was always stationed here. To instruct students who came as necessary. In addition, she was also supposed to be here for her own students. I didn't think I'd have a chance to play the Fortell for her, so I hadn't brought my case. Just as I was running out of ways to pass the time, the door opened. Oh, it's you, Chris. Good morning. Morning. It seems you remembered our arrangement. Yes, that's what I'm here to talk about. Well done. I'll explain everything to the backup candidate, whose services will no longer be needed. I haven't even said anything yet. How'd you know? Your face says it all. How many years have I been in charge of you? Almost 2, I suppose. Yes. From this point on, there's not much for me to say. Then she smiled. Do your best for the performance. Try not to come here until then. Understood. I won't bother you. That's fine, but I'll be using this room from time to time. Is that so? Some special classes are still being held. Not that I have any students left, though. I see. Will you do something in the lecture rooms? Who knows? Perhaps I'll compose. I used to do that all the time during lectures when I was a student. Miss Cordell sounded wistful. From her demeanor, it didn't look like Miss Cordell had a bad impression of Grave. She ignored his demanding attitude toward music. Perhaps he was a decent person after all. For that very reason, if our graduation recital performance was noteworthy, Lise's song might gain his recognition. Anything else? I see you didn't bring your Fortell today. I came only to deliver my report. Are you taking practice seriously? Of course. Besides, if I'm here too often, it might get you in trouble. After all, you're supposed to be unaware of it, right? That's a good excuse to skip practice. Miss Cordell smiled, bringing the conversation to an end with that joke. Come back again if anything happens. Thank you. Bowed deeply and left the classroom. It was still early, but Lise would only come to my room after the end of classes. There's nothing for me to do in school, so I decided to go home. In my room, I played the Fortell aimlessly while waiting for Lise. But it was already way past the end of classes. As a first year, I had homeroom and such. I rarely went home right after classes, but even taking in that into account, it was late. What's going on? I don't think she's coming. Hovering about the Fortell, Ernie sounded quite bored. She had met Lise on the night of Natalie, but for my sake, perhaps, she didn't show herself at all then. Furthermore, Forney hadn't heard Lise singing yet. I tried to describe how great it was, but she'd understand so much more if she just heard it once. That's why I wanted Forney to hear it as soon as possible, but... Well, let's wait a bit longer. That, I placed my fingers on the Fortel. Actually, I hadn't played that song for Forney yet. I figured it wouldn't mean very much without Lisey's voice. So I picked other songs and performed some ensembles with Forney. I mean, she came at like 10:50 last night, so... maybe she's still on her way. It was really getting quite late. Strange. Yeah. Forney was also getting worried. I knew where her house was after walking her home last time. And many times, I thought of going to get her. But it was probable that we'd miss each other. That was even more likely, since she'd come here once she finished whatever it was she was doing. There she is. Ah, coming. That was probably Lisey, opening the door in a hurry. I'm sorry. Lisey? Lisey was standing in front of the door looking very pained. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't feeling well, so I hurried her into her room, just like last time. Then Lisey raised one hand to show me something she was carrying. It was the umbrella I had forced her to accept last time. She'd been using it. Closer inspection, I noticed that the umbrella was dripping wet, while she was relatively dry. Anyway, go inside. Okay. I made her sit down and prepared a warm drink for her, and just like last time, I asked her for a reason. So, what happened this time? Why is your neck bandaged? Well... throat seemed to be causing her a lot of pain. Every time Lisey tried to speak, she was coughed and screwed up her face in agony, so she up and wrote out what she wanted to say instead. Apparently, Lisey had caught a cold. It had gone down to her throat, making her almost unable to speak. Seeing her in front of me, I could feel how much she was suffering. In any case, the bandage around her neck was packed full of an herbal remedy that was good for sore throats, apparently. There's some Vicks all over that throat. So you got a cold? Lisey finished writing and nodded empathetically. The throat still looked painful, but it was better than I thought at first. Why did she come here then? Man, if only this world had, like, telephones or something. Seriously. As long as she didn't say anything, she seemed fine. And why'd you come? Like I said last time, you shouldn't force yourself. Lisey shook her head. Then she continued writing. If I don't talk, it's okay. And we agreed to meet today, so I thought you'd be worried. This is exactly the same conversation we had last time. You have a fever too? Lisey shook her head, but I put my palm on her forehead anyway. Looks like you don't have one. That's a relief. Hey, so she can't sing? I couldn't answer her now, but Forney, who had been quiet until then, asked in dismay. Without Lisey noticing, I looked at Forney and nodded. Well, there's no way we can practice today. She showed me what she'd written. I want to hear you play the Fortel, Chris. I planned to play it anyway, and I practiced with Forney earlier, so I was ready. But I felt a little sad to play without Lisey singing. I didn't feel that way when practicing by myself, but having her next to me made it apparent. Sure, why not? Same as always? Forney nodded and sat down in front of the Fortel. There won't be any singing, but that's fine. Here we go. Forney had seemed a little upset, but perhaps her mood improved, because she moved to the desk to hear the sound of the Fortel more clearly. Why can't she sing? Like, Forney could totally sing. No one's going to hear her. I was off to a good start. I hadn't heard Lisey's voice at all recently. I started to miss it the more I played. Lisey held a cafe latte in one hand and she listened, while Forney, for some reason, was looking at me in surprise. My fingers were moving smoothly, while my mind was somewhere distant. Thinking about Lisey, or in words, very simply, I felt many things for her, all of which I surrendered to music. I played, not according to the composer's intentions, but while investing the piece with my own will. During the songs that followed, Forney seemed to get into the groove and even started to sing. There were songs I had practiced many times with Forney, songs I practiced less often with Val, and amid all this, time flew by. Phew, I guess that'll do. Thank you very much. Lisey wrote that out very neatly and bowed while remaining seated. You're welcome. Today's performance was great. That's my first time hearing your song, but it was like I could hear someone else singing. Really? Holy shit, can she see Forney? Oh my god. Suddenly remembered that Forney had been singing, but until now, no one else had been able to hear her voice. Besides, she hadn't reacted when Forney was speaking to me, so perhaps it was just a feeling she had. Never mind. You should be getting home soon, shouldn't you? Lisey gave a little start when she looked at the clock. Not good, huh? It's late. I'll walk you home. Lisey shook her head, but I ignored her and got ready to head out. Alright, let's go. Sharing the umbrella, the two of us walked through the city at night. When we reached the main street, Lisa's house was just a short distance away. We had gone closer. Her foot seemed much better now, and she was walking normally almost. Our shoulders were nearly touching as we continued walking, silently, toward Lisa's house. She looks like half his height. What do you mean shoulders are touching? There's nothing... I'm just picturing it. It's like, I feel like his shoulders would be well over her head. But then again, Forney's like a couple inches tall, even though she doesn't usually look like it, so I don't know. But she's also like 5 years younger. So that would definitely mean she's probably shorter. Okay, guess I'll head back now. I did all the talking so Lisa wouldn't have anything to say. I also decided to sketch out our schedule for the coming days. Probably can't sing for a while though. Don't speak. Just nod or shake your head. I'll ask yes or no questions. Lisa nodded once. What should we do about practice until then? You can't answer that, huh? Until you recover, we can't go without practice, right? Nod. Practice rooms at school? Head shake. Maybe we should take a break. No? My room? Yes. Yes. In that case, come whenever you want to. I'll run errands while you're at school. Lisa nodded energetically. Then I'll see you tomorrow? Lisa shook her head sadly. You have something to do tomorrow? I see. Well, even if you came, you'd only be able to hear me play the Fortell anyway. Lisa didn't have to move her head that time. She just smiled and said, so the next time you can come over will be Friday? Lisa nodded, and waved as she entered her house. She was still holding on to that umbrella. Didn't know if she'd snuck out today too, but I saw her go inside by some unseen path, not the front door, after which I headed home. I'm home. Welcome back. Even though it was my second time outside today, Forney had prepared a towel for me, as always. I wiped my hair and body dry, then went inside. It's a shame you didn't get to hear her sing, though. Yes, quite. But I got to hear you play the Fortell, so that's alright. You hear it all the time, don't you? Not that song. That was the first time you played it. True. So how was it? Is it a love song? Huh? I can't explain it, but that's the impression I get. I don't think so. Everyone's been saying it's a love song, and I feel like at this point, the only person in the wrong here is Chris. Hold on, I've got it. It reminds me of a song that we always perform together, Chris. That's why. That's a completely different story? Well, it has its own melody, but mood, perhaps? I think something like that is similar, that's all. Nothing important. It seemed Forney wasn't making fun of me, but giving her honest opinion instead. Because it was quite late, she said goodnight and then disappeared. Oh, we're skipping all the days. Okay, we'll finish this route then. Seems like it's going fast. I didn't know what business she had to attend on Thursday, but on both days after that, Lisa came over to my room. Throat was still recovering, so she wasn't able to sing. In fact, since the day that I chose her as a partner, we hardly had any practice time together. That was thanks to a series of unfortunate events, from her foot injury and the business she attended to over New Year's to her recent illness. I wonder if there's like another explanation to that, but like, okay, so if it wasn't for, I was like trying to think of like what part of her she hurt the second time she came, and I was thinking, oh boy, her father's punishing her physically by breaking her foot or her arm or something. But it'd be kind of, I don't understand how a dad would like deliberately give a child a cold. So that seems kind of legit. So I don't know. Probably actually, considering how she handled that knife, honestly, totally see her just falling down the stairs and spraining her ankle. But despite all that, Lisa came over to my room and listened to me play the Fortell. Like, I'm surprised she didn't cut her arm off when she was cutting that cake. Lisa was supposed to be here this afternoon too. I was heating up some rusks in the oven for Lisa, who didn't eat much. Maybe she just didn't care about food. What in the world are rusks? Am I gonna Google that and get like results that I'm satisfied with? Rusks. Apparently it's a real food. Oh, it's bread? A rusk is a hard or dry, twice-baked bread. Mmm, delicious. Ah yes, nothing
no better food for a nobility than dry, double-baked bread. That sounds delightful. I guess you flavor it and then you can dip it in coffee and stuff. I guess it's like a biscuit of some sort. Still, it's like... Alright. I mean, sure. Seems like the kind of thing you'd have with tea or something, I guess. Still doesn't sound very appetizing. Twice baked bread. I think baked once is enough for me, thanks. I was heating up some rusks in the oven for Lise, who didn't eat much. Maybe she just didn't care about food. Rusks could be eaten normally, but baking them made them crisp and easier to eat. I guess maybe if it's like done right, it could be kind of like a cracker. I've had a Melba toast, which I guess now that I think about it is probably very similar to a rusk. Counting the times she'd been sick or injured, Lisa was actually very punctual, which is something I've learned recently. Guess it's about time. Any time now. She wouldn't get to sing with Lisa, but Forney seemed unusually excited. I couldn't keep practicing Lisa's song for the whole day. When I did play something else, that was Forney's turn to sing. Forney's voice was so amazing, it was too bad that only I could hear it. If I could only let Lisa hear it, I'm sure her singing would get even better. Here she is. Coming. Good afternoon. Hi, come on in. Leaving her rain-soaked umbrella by the door, Lise went inside. She was definitely using the umbrella I had bought for her, because she was completely dry. After recovering from illness, it was wise to take such precautions. Something smells nice. Lise whispered, looking in the direction of the kitchen. Jeez, what'd she do to her voice? Like, I get a sore throat, and it's like gone in a couple of days. Even like really bad ones, maybe 3 or 4 days at most. And it's completely gone, but hers is still here. Her voice seemed to be much better. Would she be able to sing today, perhaps? Or should we take things a bit more slowly? You didn't eat this morning, right? Right, but I'm not that hungry. Still, you should have something, even a little. I'll eat with you. Okay. Made Lise sit down while I prepared a light lunch. It's my first meal of the day too, so I could have had something more substantial, but I wanted to have the same amount as Lise. Added 1 part coffee, freshly brewed from the espresso maker, to 3 parts warm milk to make a delicious coffee latte. That's a lot of milk. I placed the baked rusks around the oven on a plate, which I put on the desk. Well, dig in. Okay. When did it start, I wonder? When did we start having such natural conversations? The reserved Lise of before, who always spoke with a slight stutter, was gone. There was no doubt that I had something to do with it, but I hadn't done anything significant. Lattes are like all milk? True. I don't drink a lot of coffee, so I forget, like, what they're actually like. I think I ordered an iced latte once from Tim Hortons. It was like... No, I didn't order it. I think my mom did, and I had a taste, and yeah, it's like, it's just milk. Tons of milk. I technically drank coffee for the first time. Not yesterday, but like earlier this week, because I was making another dessert. My mom bought these like lady fingers, and we made like a tiramisu with them, and it required coffee. You brew some coffee and you soak the cookies in the coffee, and then you lay them out in the pan. And there's like a tiny bit of coffee left over. It's like, well, I'm not just gonna leave this here, so fuck it, I'll drink it. Still don't like it. It was like maybe half of a quarter of a cup of coffee. I was like, yeah, nope. It's enough coffee for me for the next forever. It's like maybe my 3rd time ever drinking coffee. Like, the closest thing I get to coffee is like an iced cap from Tim Hortons, and I barely consider that even counting. I don't even know if there's even coffee in an iced cap. It might even just be coffee flavor. But the last time I drank coffee was like maybe 12, honestly. Very long time ago. Like deliberately drinking coffee. It's the flavor, really. I don't think cheap or expensive coffee is gonna really change the coffee flavor, you know? Mind you, the coffee I ended up drinking was black, technically, because, like, I brewed it for something else. There wasn't anything in it, but and there wasn't enough to put anything in it. Like I said, it was like maybe a couple spoonfuls of coffee. I just didn't want it to go to waste, right? When I'm baking or something and I have a little bit of something left over, I'm just gonna eat it. I'm not gonna toss it out or something. It's still food at the end of the day. Even if I couldn't quite fit it in the dish. Yeah, this wasn't too bad. I mean, it was kind of thin. Like, it was just instant coffee that I brewed for the sake of coffee flavor in another thing. Like, usually when I bake with coffee, I don't brew like a full proper cup of coffee. One, because I don't know how, and two, since it's more about the flavor, honestly, we're all fine with just using decaf. The flavor works for us. It still tastes good. And when you're baking with, like, we use like instant decaf because it's just for the flavor mainly. Like, if it's like, oh, I want to make a coffee flavored thing, I'll just put decaf, instant decaf. Takes a couple seconds, boil some water, mix it together. There's your decaf. There's your liquid, your wet ingredients for the dish. Lisa always had a frightened look on her face, and she was wary of this boy who'd suddenly appeared in her sanctuary. But after I saw how she truly enjoyed singing, I just couldn't leave her alone. The only thing I could do for her was to perform ensembles with her. But Lisa gradually opened up and even started smiling. Personally, like black and espresso shots, but most people don't. I've never had espresso. I think, like, I've had decaf. I had, like, actual coffee once, and then, like, coffee, quote-unquote-esque drinks from Tim Hortons, which I order kind of often. But usually when I go to Tim Hortons, I just get white hot chocolate, because they're the only people that I've ever seen that actually sell white hot chocolate. Isn't, like, espresso, like, there's a reason people only have, like, a shot of espresso, right? Because it's, like, really strong or something. After I saw how she truly enjoyed singing, I just couldn't leave her alone. The only thing I could do for her was to perform ensembles with her. But Lisa gradually opened up, even started smiling. Made me so happy, and I've waited at the old wing so many times for her. Ever since then, I grew fonder and fonder of Lisa. Because of that, I hurt another girl's feelings. Someone important. Someone who used to be my love. Now, I thought everything had worked out fine. That was the feeling I got when I looked at Lisa smiling in front of me. It's made differently has different tastes. Yeah, I figured as much, because, like, they have, like, special machines for espresso at cafes and the like. Yeah, I don't know. Coffee to me is just like, whatever. If I'm gonna make breakfast, I'm gonna have a drink with it. It's gonna be juice, or it's gonna be hot chocolate, most likely. We usually keep orange juice on hand. That's what I usually end up drinking. Orange or pineapple if we have that. One or the other. Yeah, hot chocolate I drink a lot. Probably more than I should be. But we get like one of those big, well, it's like a kilo and a half, like a 1.5 kilogram tin of hot chocolate, and just keep that. And that usually lasts like a whole year, because I'm the only one that drinks it most of the time, because the rest of the family just prefers coffee with everything. What's the matter? Sorry, just some random thoughts. Nothing important. Is that so? You had a peaceful look on your face. Really? Yes. Lisa sounded happy, but she put a rusk in her mouth. I baked quite a lot, but Lisa had been eating them, it seemed, and the place was nearly empty. Do you want some more? No, it's okay. I'm full. You should eat a little more. Lisa blushed as if she remembered something. If she's full, god damn it, she's full. Don't force her to eat. I just remember what happened that day too. Anyway, what are we doing today? Well, how's your throat? It feels a lot better, but... As she spoke, she tried producing notes in the style of a vocal exercise. It's okay, don't force yourself. You'll never recover properly if you strain yourself at this point. Lisa was already coughing and holding her throat as if in pain. It's the most Canadian thing I've heard. 1 kilogram tin of hot cocoa. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty good price too. Honestly, buying it in a giant tin like that, way cheaper than the smaller tins. It's like 1.5 kilos. I think it's usually like $12 or $13 versus 500 grams, which is half the size, or even smaller than that sometimes, for like $8. So you're getting double the amount, if not more, for like only 1.5 times the price. And the whole thing lasts a whole year. Then you don't have to go out and buy it again. So really, there's not a lot of reason to get the smaller tin. And it's not even like the cheap no-name stuff. It's usually like it's the Nestle Carnation. So somewhat little higher quality than just like generic no-name brand. If I just speak normally, I don't feel anything though. Let's just relax today, okay? No need to rush things. Graduation recital was scheduled for the 20th of this month. Even though we had barely 2 weeks left, the last time I practiced with her, our music had been nearly complete. Miss Cordell would probably disagree, but we didn't have trouble with our breathing, which is most important. Lisa had been singing that song all along, so her technique was fine. Another thing too is I usually put like, we usually buy coffee creamer and I'll put that in the hot cocoa, which is really good. There's like this Oreo flavored coffee creamer, which is perfect for hot chocolate. Probably my favorite thing to put in there. And even if I couldn't play in perfect sync with Lisa's voice, I played that song every day, so I had no shortage of practice. As long as we were able to focus on practicing in the final week, we'd probably be fine. That was how highly I rated her singing ability. Without that, I thought about making scores actually. Ah, right. Even if we don't need them, it'll look bad if we went on stage without scores. Indeed. Moreover, I'd like to have a record of the Fortell arrangement you created for my song. Well, I wouldn't call it an arrangement exactly. Of course it is. I think it's probably an incredible fit for this song. Speaking of which, what about the original song? I hadn't given it much thought until now, but I probably should have followed that in the first place. Well, that's because the partner issue wasn't relevant at the time. Anyway, if you have the original score song, copying that would be more accurate. Actually, about that score, there isn't one now. That's why I've been singing it from memory, or rather, what's left of it in my memory. There's no score? You see, I lost it a long time ago, for one reason or another. In fact, I just made up the lyrics later too. You hadn't memorized the lyrics either? That means... It's a song that I used to hear all the time as a child. That's how I learned to sing it. I see. Do you remember the name of it, at least? If it's in the school archives, we might be able to find it. I'm free in the mornings anyways. Yeah, I've never learned how to make... I can barely work the fucking Keurig to make a hot chocolate. I don't usually use it for anything. I won't even know how to make coffee in a normal coffee pot with like all the filters and shit. Oh damn. Do you dip the cookie in the cup? Or are you one of those people? I tried that once with cookies in milk and hot chocolate, and I cannot understand the appeal of it. It just made the cookie soggy. It left like crumbs in my drink, and it did not taste good. The cookie did not taste good. I tried it with several different kinds of cookies. I tried it with chocolate chip, Oreo, biscuits like the one you have in your picture. No matter what happened, the result was not fun. Okay, you just eat it on the side? Yeah. I like having cookies on the side too. We usually, like, I'll have hot chocolate with dessert most of the time. Like last night, I had the cake, some ice cream, and hot chocolate. Or I'll have like hot chocolate and cookies. We bought a bunch of Oreos a couple weeks ago. And so those have been sitting in the cupboard for a bit. They had gingerbread Oreos, which were actually turned out really good. There's like, it's gingerbread cookie, and then the cream has like little bits of candy cane in it, and it's kind of peppermint flavored as well. Really good flavor, and I'm hoping they'll have them again next year, because I would totally buy them again. No, when I was young, I only ever saw one copy of the score. It looked like someone wrote it out by hand. It's not some famous tune, nothing like that. I see. Well, there's nothing to be done then. Oh, there he is! There it is! cannot be helped.
And so, I was thinking of writing out a new copy today while listening to you play the Foretell.
It's a nice song, though.
Thank you. Nothing. I'll get ready then.
Lisa thanked me for some reason, as if I'd praised her instead. Then she looked away bashfully as she prepared. She placed a pen and the brand new music sheets on the desk and looked at me.
Whenever you're ready, I'll transcribe as I listen.
We did something like this during class, I think. I was terrible at it.
I don't dislike it.
In that case, I'll play with a little extra effort.
Okay, go ahead.
Do your best. Yo, are we actually playing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you only like... So, you said you just made an espresso, so that's like just that one tiny little cup. You don't mix it in with anything then, hey? I usually make like a fairly large cup of hot chocolate. Not like huge, but it's more than 10 ounces. I don't know how much is in there, but it's more than 10 ounces according to the Keurig machine that I've tried using before to make like pre-packaged hot chocolate cups. Because like it has 6 ounce, 4 ounce, 8 ounce, and 10 ounce options on the cup on the machine. And I've set to 10, but it still doesn't fill the cup up enough. It's like barely more than half full, which sucks. I wonder if we have any cups like that. I think we do somewhere, but I think they all got packed away because we don't... I mean, why else would you use a cup that size, right? Aside from, I guess, espressos, which no one here makes. But I think we have some, like, really tiny little either teacups or mugs like that somewhere. This is the only song which Forney couldn't sing along to. She'd never heard the vocal part before. Even I couldn't really recall the lyrics to that point. From her usual spot by the window, Forney serenely listened to me play the Foretell, her wings fluttering gently. I, on the other hand, I'd say my playing was so far had been carefree rather than careless. But once I started thinking about being transcribed, I got a little nervous. But then again, I'd had the fundamentals of it in my head from the very beginning, so I wasn't sure on practice. Fingers moved by themselves, and without my awareness, the song headed to its conclusion with great certainty. For a moment it seemed like Lisa was really going to sing. Perhaps she wasn't aware of it either, but before any note was produced, she'd started coughing. Yeah, like the ones I'm talking about too, they're like we have shot glasses. I would say the mug probably holds about the same amount of liquid as one of our shot glasses. Maybe a little more. Like it was definitely about this, it looked about the size of that little cup that you had. Maybe even smaller actually. Like a tiny bit smaller. But it might have also been taller too, I'm not sure. But yeah, no, it was really small. Oh, it seemed like Lisa was really going to sing. Perhaps she wasn't aware of it either, but before any note was produced, she'd started coughing. I was about to stop playing and asked if she was okay, but Lisa seemed to react quite strongly to that and stopped me with one look. I went back to focusing on the song, while Lisa returned to the scores in front of her. I hope she gets better in time for the recital. Not sure what we're gonna do if she isn't.
That was great.
You did well too. There were 2 scores, freshly transcribed before Lisa's eyes. Lisa spent the rest of the afternoon on them, probably because she was trying to faithfully reproduce the score from memory. Expressing in symbols the parts that she usually ad-libbed was quite a taxing process.
Done. This one's for you, Chris.
Thanks. Lisa's personality came out clearly in the score's neatly written letters and symbols. Her upbringing was also evident at times like these.
And this one's for me.
Lisa held the score close to her chest, almost embracing it. That girlish gesture seemed very appropriate for her.
Well, shall we call it a day?
Sure, if you can stay out too late. If you can stay out too late, they might find out. No one's gonna notice that she snuck out now? Like, it's only 6 p.m. Like, no one's wondering where she went? Or why she left even though she's still kinda sick?
Indeed.
For the past 2 days, Lisa had come over to school ended, so she stayed a little later. Oh right, school started. Never mind. That's why. She can use the excuse that she was at school. I forgot she went... had to go to school still. Fork for skill, oh boy. Now I want coffee, but it's nearly 3 a.m. I mean, that's never stopped me from drinking, like, tea or hot chocolate. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's exactly the size of cup we had, for sure. That is literally the cup that we had. Yours might be like a tiny bit smaller, but it was definitely one of those kinds of cups. For the past 2 days, Lisa had come over after school ended, so she'd stayed a bit longer. But today was a day off, so we hadn't been able to spend more than enough time together. Okay, it was a day off, so no one's gonna notice that she's like, not... Maybe she just said she was going to school to practice or something? I guess? Because like, I'm just trying to figure out how no one's realized that she left. All that was left was for her throat to get better. Even though almost everyone would disapprove of it, our partnership was also going unexpectedly well. We just had to nail the actual performance, and Lisa would win the recognition of her friends. It was unlikely that she'd be able to express herself fully otherwise. Looking at his attitude toward music, I was sure that Gray would accept her too, as long as she produced results. With these somewhat optimistic thoughts, I decided to focus for now on the upcoming recital. I mean, true. I guess for me it's weird because, like, caffeine just makes me fall asleep. My dad was like that too. Caffeine just crashes him. Like, I like drinking tea before bed because it actually makes me fall asleep faster. I don't think the tea we buy... I mean, I've never noticed if the tea I usually get is decaffeinated. I'm assuming it's not, because it doesn't say it is. But usually that sort of thing just helps me fall asleep faster even. Which is also not good sleep. I mean, fair enough. I've never noticed a difference either way. I go to sleep when I... Really though, I end up going to sleep when I feel like I should go to sleep, and I wake up when I feel like I should wake up. I only change that if I feel like I absolutely have to. Alright, let's head out before it gets dark. Okay. Sharing one umbrella, the two of us walked along narrow streets. Walking Lisa home was something I always did whenever she came over to my place. Nothing was more important to me right now than the time spent like this, being close to her. Are you getting rained on? No, I'm okay. I noticed that Lisa's shoulder was slightly exposed, so I tilted the umbrella. She didn't have a fever, but her throat was still sore. I remembered how she'd coughed when she tried to sing earlier. I got a little worried. I was used to the rain, so it didn't matter to me. That's good. Indeed. Lisa moved over just the tiniest bit, closing the distance between us. We hadn't put into words yet the feelings we had for each other. Even so, Lisa had to have noticed. I was able to tell how she felt too. I also knew that wasn't a misunderstanding. In short, we just hadn't found the right time for it. We didn't have the right words either for the present setting. But the time would come, and the words would come naturally, on the day of the graduation recital perhaps, or even after that. Till then, the relationship we'd had so far would suffice. I tilted the umbrella a little more toward Lisa's side as we continued walking to her home. Ours would get too fucked, yeah. No, I definitely wish I couldn't afford to do that either. Although to be fair, I have to like do something at 1 o'clock tomorrow, so as long as I'm in bed before 4, we're good. Well then, thank you very much for walking me home. Don't mention it. Hope you get better soon. Yes. I didn't mean it that way. I just really want you to feel better soon. What? How else would you interpret that? Is it weird to say get well soon? Like, people say that to random strangers. I don't know how that can be interpreted in a weird way in the first place. Lisa had cast her eyes down, so I tried to cheer her up. She regretted not being able to practice. I could see it in her expression. It's okay. Anyway, take care of yourself. Yes, I will. Well, here's your umbrella. Made Lisa take it so that she wouldn't get wet when she came over. She seemed pleased to receive it. Then she went inside. I guess in the end, we ended up being Umbrella Girl. Umbrella Girl was a trap. Now we must carry the torch. Natural sleep cycle, I kid you not, is 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. with it shifting about 15 minutes a night. Yeah, that's about me. Yep, that's literally me. I woke up at 2 o'clock today. No joke. Now, mind you, I didn't end up falling asleep until like, I think 7 or 8. But yeah, I woke up right at 2. Maybe a little earlier. I was like, I don't feel like going back to sleep. I'm good. So I got up. When I get home, it was already dark outside. Oh, okay. Before entering the room, I peeked inside the mailbox. There's nothing there, just a great big empty space. For some reason, I found it indescribably depressing. It wasn't writing letters to Rhea anymore, so that was apparently expected. It wasn't anything I could say to Rhea either. It's the path I'd chosen, but I couldn't stop this feeling of desolation. The shifting part is the weird part. I mean, like, so the way I think of it, because that happens to me too, is like, although for me it's a little more than 15 minutes, but it's like, I sometimes will manage to stay up a little longer. The amount of time I sleep is always the same, but sometimes I'll manage to stay up a little longer, so it's a little later. And then if I manage to stay up for like a consistent amount of time, then the new sleep will start at that point, and then it might shift later or it might shift earlier as well. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, like, humans may have a circadian rhythm, but you know, the bodies don't know what a clock is, right? We may be able to look at a clock and see what time it is, but that means nothing. Time itself is a human construct when you think about it. Like, our perception of it anyways, to me, is like a human construct. So it's not like our bodies really know. Our brains may know because we've learned what time is and how to tell it and how to follow it. I played around on the Fortel, joining Forney in various ensembles. As I waited for Lise, time passed quickly. Even if she was taking her time walking here after class, it was about time for her to appear. Imagine if we could, like, make ourselves go to sleep and wake up at, like, a super specific time. Like, always get up at 6 a.m. right on the dot. And always fall asleep, like, 8 hours earlier at, like, 10 p.m. right on the dot. That'd be cool. Ah, there she is. Yes. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lise. Chris. Lise stood in front of the door, looking unhappy. Her expression was glum, completely different from last night. Lise? She held the umbrella in her hand, as always. Her clothes were dry and she didn't seem ill. The bandage around her neck was still the same brilliant shade of white, but I got the impression that she was withdrawing into herself, like the first time we met. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just... Come inside first. Okay. Yeah, like, if you get, like, a different job with a different schedule, sometimes it can be hard to change. I know when I started doing my internship, I had a hard time getting up at, like, 7 a.m. because I was used to working the afternoon to late night shift at the grocery store up to that point. So I didn't really have to worry about getting up so early and actually being up during the day a lot of the time. Something else happened? Just when everything seemed right, something had to go wrong. Lisa's demeanor was unusually stiff. She looked like she'd gone back to how she used to be. Sit down. Do you want to talk? I don't get it. Don't get it? What? I don't get it. In a daze, Lisa kept repeating that line and looked away from me as if she were afraid. Lisa? I didn't get it earlier, either, whatever it was. Couldn't think of anything to ask her in this state. She seemed to be the most confused of us all. You see, I can't sing. What do you mean? Long last, something resembling a reason came out of Lise's mouth. I can't sing. I don't get it. Lise went back to her earlier line. What couldn't she sing? You can't sing
At all? Yes. During class there was a practice session, but does your throat still hurt? No, that's not it. There's been virtually no pain since yesterday. Then what's going on? That's just it. I don't get it. But have you seen a doctor? No. If your throat still feels funny, then you... That's not it. All of a sudden, Lise raised her voice. Heard what she said loud and clear, so there didn't seem to be anything wrong with her throat. So, Chris, could you play the Fortell for me? If I just heard it, maybe I could play anytime. Right now, there's more... Please. Lise? Please. I beg you. Tears in her eyes, Lise pleaded. Chris, what's wrong with Lise? A moment of silence was interrupted by Forney. I actually felt a little relieved. A little of Lise's anxiety had rubbed off on me, but hearing Forney made me calm down. Not that I could respond to her, of course. I looked at her and gave a small nod. Hey, I'm not really sure what's going on, but what if you played for her? Lise sounded so desperate, something must have been bothering her. Before identifying the cause, perhaps it was better for now to get rid of her anxiety. Alright, I'll play right now. I was already prepared. All I had to do was sit down and press the keys. Lise, that's what you want, right? Please. With a vague sense of worry, I started playing the Fortell. Lise had closed her eyes and was trying to take in all the sounds. I felt a little relieved and continued to play. Then... Just before the vocal part, Lise made some humming noises and then started coughing. Lise! Chris. Lise backed away from me, shaking her head empathetically. It's just that your throat's still recovering, right? Looking at Lise, I could tell now wasn't the time for that, but that was all I could say. By the way, how does it look? I was curious about the bandage and reached out for her neck. No! Lise screamed and pushed my hand away. There was a tear in her eyes for some reason. Lise? Wait! I ran after her immediately, but in my haste I was tripping all over myself. Through the endless rain, I tried to determine which way Lise had gone. Her home, perhaps? Or the street leading to school? I looked back and forth between the two, but couldn't see any sign of her. Lise! Which path should I pick? I didn't have time for this. I needed to make a decision right away, so I picked the place where she would have returned to eventually. We're gonna go and stalk her at her house? I kept scanning my surroundings, even as I ran. It was a weekday afternoon, so there was hardly anyone out. Running through the city, I looked for any sign of Lise. Her condition didn't seem that bad at all, or perhaps that had just been my misunderstanding. It was even preventing her from singing, apparently. Worried that she may have collapsed on the street somewhere, reduced my speed somewhat. Was it better for me to run straight toward her home? Should I be checking to see if Lise had fallen down somewhere along the way? Even as I considered these options, my eyes were still looking out for her. On street corners, under shop awnings, at speed slightly faster than regular walking, I entered the new district. Then, I finally saw Lise beyond the fence surrounding her home. Her back was toward me. Probably wouldn't be allowed inside. A few more steps and I'd be on their property. I didn't know what would happen, but perhaps someone would come out and detain me. But all I was able to see, somehow, was Lise walking unsteadily toward the front door and disappearing in the house. I felt some relief knowing that she managed to get home. There, she wouldn't meet with any accidents. People were around to help her. At the very least, collapsing in the street and other such misfortunes had been avoided. Lise. However, I couldn't be optimistic about the current situation. Why wasn't Lise able to sing? She didn't get it either. It's natural to think that her throat was the cause, but Lise herself denied it. What bothered me was the fact that bandage was still around her throat even after a whole week. It was unlikely that I would see her again today. It was unlikely that Lise would come over tomorrow. So what should I do? What could I do for her sake? That was all I thought about in the rain. My only choice was to go to school tomorrow. If I asked Miss Gordell, perhaps she could tell me about Lise's homeroom and classes. I'd be able to approach her between classes. If that was impossible, then at least I could wait on campus for her to appear after the end of all classes. Yes, I definitely had to go to school tomorrow. Hadn't slept well last night.
Perhaps because of what had happened yesterday. But even if I had to drag my heavy, sleep-deprived self there, I had to go to school. It's only natural for me to think of asking Miss Cordell about Lise. Even if she couldn't tell me anything concrete, that was fine. I just needed to know what class she belonged to. In the end, I had to speak to her personally. She's going to school with that throat? That would suck. I would hate going to school sick. When I arrived at the classroom, Miss Cordell was seated deep in her chair reading a book, looking quite free. Is that you, Chris? What's the matter? I don't see a foretell, so I'm guessing it's not about practice. There's something I want to ask you. What is it? I think you came all this way for... Miss Cordell turned to look at me with a somewhat serious expression. Do you know what class Licelsia is in? And what happened with her? We had a bit of a falling out. Regardless of the truth of that statement, there's no way I could have explained the actual situation properly. That was because neither Lise or I knew exactly what was going on. That's rather sudden. Are you going to apologize to her? More or less. Let's see. Licelsia should be in homeroom 1B of the first year Foretell course, and you'll find the timetable on the bulletin board. It's the start of the school term, after all. Thank you very much. I have a falling out now, though, at this time. What exactly did you do to her? Who knows? I'd like to find out myself. No self-awareness, huh? Anyway, there isn't much time left. Don't mess it up. I'll do my best. You didn't say, for now. For now, I'm being very serious. Good. Now hurry before the bell rings. Got it. I rushed to take a look at the timetable for first year Foretell students. Second period on Monday was Harmony class in lecture room C. First year students had to take all classes, but since it was related to singing, Lise was even less likely to miss it. Things were looking up and I went back to the first hall. So I guess first year students get to choose, oh I see, because that's what he means by taking all classes. And then I guess they choose to specialize in second year. Looking in from outside, I didn't see any sign of Lise. Even if I asked someone, I wonder if they would know. The bell hadn't rung yet, so I was free to enter the lecture room. Still, a student from another year would probably cause surprise, or at least be viewed with some puzzlement. I wasn't that concerned about decorum and stuff, but I was worried that I might cause Lise some consternation. While doing my best not to stand out, I approached a student who was entering the lecture room. Excuse me. Class was about to begin, so the girl who tried to walk past me was in a hurry. Under normal circumstances, I would have never been able to speak to a stranger like that. But I had no other choice right now. Is this homeroom 1B of the first year Foretell student course? Yes. I just wanted to ask, is there a Licelsia Cicerini in your class? Yeah. Was she in school for the first period? I don't know, but I don't think I've seen her today. Once she heard Lise's name, her demeanor changed completely. Each grade had its own color necktie, so she probably could tell that I was her senior. That, in addition to the fact I was asking about Lise, was probably why it sounded a little irritated, as if I wasn't worth her time. Excuse me, I need to go. She gave a slight bow, then went inside the lecture room. I couldn't follow her inside, so I looked around the room once more through the back door. Even from the back, I was sure I could identify Lise. That was the only thing I was sure of. She wasn't there. Having confirmed that, I headed to the cafeteria to pass the time. Of course, there was no sign of Lise in the cafeteria. There's nothing more than force of habit that made me come all the way here. I looked around the cafeteria once and decided to leave. Even if I'd met Torta there, I couldn't say anything to her now. What happened to Lise? Even if Torta asked me that, I'd probably say nothing and just make her worry even more. Outside, it was still a quiet morning, but the sound of the pouring rain stayed in my ears and wouldn't fade away. I bet she's at home. She's probably forbidden from going to class that day. I looked all over the school yesterday. I didn't see any sign of Lise. That meant she had been absent from school for 3 days in a row. Still, had no choice but to roam around the school, believing that Lise would appear. Did her dad, like, withdraw her from the course? All because she wanted to sing?
Between classes, I went to homeroom 1B to ask if Lisa had shown up, and during classes, I looked elsewhere. After several rounds of this, I found myself standing in front of the old wing. I'd stepped outside because it was lunchtime and Torta might have been on campus. At this point, I had no idea what to say to her if I saw her. I'm sure I looked desperate right now, and Torta would instantly suspect that something was wrong. But I had to come to this place almost unconsciously. I tried the front door, but just as Miss Cordell had said some time back, it was locked. I stood there doing nothing until the end of lunch, then I went back to the main building. This is an awful lot of effort to get to the Forney route. Come to think of it, today was the day for Graves' lecture. Yeah, he's not going to be able to find Lisa, and then Forney's going to be like, I'll sing with you. And then this ends up being secretly the Forney route the entire time. We'd both been eliminated at the second lecture, so there wasn't supposed to be anyone in lecture room B now. Oh, I guess Grave didn't like his fingering techniques after all. Unfortunate. But when I walked past lecture room B, I heard the faint sounds of a fortell. Perhaps Grave was composing something, alone, just as Miss Cordell told me. For a moment I thought that this had nothing to do with Lise, but then I realized that the opposite was far likelier. Why wasn't she able to sing? What was making her think that way? And why hadn't it occurred to me before that Grave was involved somehow? I quietly opened the door, which was at the back of the lecture room, and peeked inside. I was acting suspiciously, but the hallways were empty because everyone was having classes. And the third years, who didn't have class, were almost all in the practice rooms. What? I said you could play that song of yours that you like so much. Shouldn't you look a little happier? Oh my. Oh, I was right after all, wasn't I? She didn't get sick. None of Lise's fortell reverberated throughout the narrow lecture room. It seemed powerful enough to throw the doors open and stop me from entering. If I had to describe the emotion in that sound in one word, it would be sadness. Miss Cordell and Forney had called it a love song, but all I could hear in it was a tragic melody. Then, there was also something tragic about her playing the fortell. The cane attached to Lise's chin was pressing against her throat and causing her a lot of pain. Even so, it didn't look like she would stop playing the fortell. That must have been one of Graves' methods, as Lise didn't show any sign of resistance. As I watched them, the song went on. When I realized that, I opened the door forcefully. Man, this was supposed to be a nice, heartwarming game about rhythm games and cute girls. And then we get this. Well, last route too, but this. I walked slowly toward them in an attempt to control my emotions. No one scolded me for my act of disrespect, however. What are you doing? A private lesson. I had set aside this time for a lecture. I didn't have any students to teach. I decided to make good use of it. And what is that cane for? It has no relevance to the lesson, right? After some moments, Graves seemed to relax his grip on the cane that pressed against her throat. Thought this was rhythm game night, not crying game night. Honestly, I did not expect this. At all. To even get close to this. No, that wasn't it. He suddenly flexed his arm, causing Lise to cry out and almost bend over backward. Good music comes from good posture. This is necessary for straightening the spine. I don't really know a lot about anatomy, but I'm not really sure shoving a stick into someone's neck is gonna help with posture. You're mad. That was so loud, even I was surprised. What do you know? Be quiet. You say, let's go. You can't be here. The only one leaving here is you, Chris Verton. Creativity comes from the spine, not the mind. We're like Triceratops. We have a brain in our tailbone and our heads. Oh, sorry, not Triceratops, the Spinosaurus. Ray finally removed the cane from Lise's throat and turned to face me. Why did you come here?
You're no longer qualified to attend this lecture. Oh, I'm expecting at this point. Totally gonna beat Chris. Lise? That actually explains a lot. Okay, never mind. So, she was never sick with a sore throat. That was a lie. She never fell down the stairs. That was also a lie. I wonder how smacking someone's foot into submission helps with posture. I'm sorry. It's okay. We can talk later. Excelsior. Yes. I have something to say to this insolent boy. Leave us and return in half an hour. That's gonna be quite the lecture from this guy. Yes. Lise. I'm sorry. Lise headed for the exit, her eyes resolutely downcast. Chris Verton, consider this an honor. I so rarely take the time to speak to anyone these days. When I ignored him and tried to chase after Lisa, he spoke again. Excelsior can't sing anymore. Give up. It was a throwaway line. He was mocking me. Someone had also carried a firm note of conviction. It was obvious that he knew our relationship had reached a point of partnership. In that case, how could he be so certain? It bothered me that he had said can't sing and not won't. What do you mean? There was nothing polite about the tone of my voice. I couldn't go after Lisa anytime. And unlike that last encounter, she would probably return here. I was sickened by Graves' words and his attitude, and now it was better to talk to him. The meaning is clear. Wayward children need to be disciplined with a slightly heavier hand. It seems to have worked. Discipline? Good grief. It beggars belief that the heir to the Cesarini name would perform an ensemble with one such as you. What kind of discipline? And in spite of her gift of magic, her electing to sing instead of playing the Fortelle placed her future in jeopardy, so there was no other choice. Mr. Cesarini, do you mind answering the question? One does not need to throat to play the Fortelle, surely. Oh, it wasn't anything extreme, just a little pressure was applied. It was enough. Grave brought both hands up to the level of his eyes. He made a small circle with his fingers, as if he was holding something as thick as a human neck. The foolish of Excelsior to have pursued this enterprise. She should have given it up the first time. What are you talking about? First time? Strictly speaking, a Fortelle player has no need for feet either. What? All she has to do is sit in a chair. Oh my god! As if he'd made a brilliant joke, Grave could barely stifle his laughter. Slowly the meaning of what he'd said sank in. I had some recollection of those words. I still couldn't believe it. Well, okay, this is a piano, not a Fortelle. I guess a Fortelle doesn't have pedals? Like, okay, Chris is carrying around a Fortelle in his hands like it's nothing. So it can't be that big. He sets it up on a desk. He sets it up at that table that's at his place. So I'm picturing something kind of small. You know what I'm picturing, actually? Something that doesn't look too dissimilar from my computer keyboard. Honestly. I'm thinking like a typewriter almost, maybe. Like that's what I'm picturing. I'm hoping we get to see a picture of a Fortelle at some point. But I'm wondering if they decide to, if they're imagining something like a computer keyboard, considering that's what you need to play it, right? I don't know why these rooms all have pianos in them then. Like every single one of these rooms has a piano, but everyone also brings in their Fortelles. So this can't be the Fortelle, because if this was the Fortelle, why is everyone bringing one with them? Why does Chris need to bring his Fortelle when he goes to Miss Cordell's class, if what we see in the background is a Fortelle? So my conclusion is that's not a Fortelle, that's just a piano. The Fortelle is something else. It's probably kind of small. It can't be that heavy if you can carry it around. If it's small, it probably doesn't have pedals. Especially if it just sits on a desk. Is that really something a parent could do? She's your daughter. On paper, yes. It was picked up. from the orphanage to be groomed to be my successor. What was her purpose? What cause do I have for hesitation? Holy fuck. What you've done is a crime. So, what will you do? No one's going to listen to you, or else I would be telling you all this. Screw the rules. I have money. You understand now, of course. Excelsia and you are completely different. That's not to get involved. That's not for you to say. I'll decide for myself. I don't remember saying for whom it would be best. You intend to do something else to Lise? If the need arises. It seemed I had misunderstood him all this time. Great musician who looked stern, but who also held music in the highest regard. But who was he really? What stood before me was nothing but a mad nobleman. Vilely domineering, insensitive, and utterly pompous. Whether it was our country's systems or culture which produced such people, I don't know. But I lost all interest in this person before me. I'd like to buy one child, please. Aren't there adoption fees, though? So, you're not wrong? So, do you finally understand? Holy fuck. Honestly, I did not have any guesses as to where this would go. This is the twist of this route. I had no guesses to this. I actually was hoping the benefit of the doubt and that it wasn't this. But I definitely, I wasn't expecting it to actually go this far. This time I totally ignored him and walked out of the lecture room. I heard something behind me that sounded like a scolding, but I didn't care. Were you just gonna abandon her? Lise, where was she now? The place she always went to when escaping from grave. It was locked. There was no way to get inside. Which meant she was probably waiting in the rain. Never doubted that she would be there. Every muddy step I took across the rain-soaked ground was bringing me closer to her. There was still no sign of Lise, but she was here. That would actually explain a lot. That would explain why Fal knew Lise, because if she was also in an orphanage, she was probably in the same orphanage as Fal was. Lise. Excelsia. Chris. Lise was leaning against the door of the old wing, shivering from the cold. Let's go back, to my room. Go back? Yes. I must go back. Father will... Lise! I'm sorry. I won't sing again. I won't defy you again. Lise wasn't looking at my face. Shaking in her head in fear, she kept apologizing over and over again. Lise, listen to me. You don't have to go back to grave ever again. Let's go to my place. I'm sorry. I won't sing ever. Still looking down, Lise kept on going, sounding almost delirious. To make her look at me, I touched her shoulder. No. Lise. I was no longer afraid of her reaction. Bravely, I held onto her shoulder and made her look at me. Then, our eyes met. Chris. Listen carefully. You will not go back to grave. Sing whatever, however you want. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Will you come with me? But... Lise backed away as if she was afraid of me. There's nowhere to go. There's a solid door just behind her. She couldn't run from me or anyone else. In a panic, she had pressed her hands against her neck. I walked up to Lise, gently held her arms and got her to release her grip on her neck. As if clinging onto Lise's white skin, the bandage asserted its presence. It was hiding her injuries, I'm sure of it. Stop. Don't look. I won't stop. Show me. No. Betraying her words, Lise's arms were already hanging limp by her side. She made no attempt to stop me. Unwinding the bandage revealed two reddish-black bruises in the shape of hands. Ooh! Holy! Yeah, this is horrible in a very different way from Fal. What the fuck? What's Torta gonna reveal then? Because she didn't seem like anything was wrong. She's not an orphan. She's a childhood friend of Chris's, so it's not like there's anything that she would have hidden from him, right? Maybe? Like, what would Torta's reveal? I have no idea how that one's gonna go. Because at least with this one, it's like, oh, you don't know these people, you're just meeting them. Who knows what their secrets they're hiding? But Torta? How's that gonna be? I cringed at the sight and I felt a great pang of guilt. If only I hadn't asked her. If only I hadn't thought of making Lise my partner. None of this would have happened. No, that wasn't true. She had trembled when she said those words. I won't sing again, ever. Those are probably words she had learned to say all the time. Perhaps they were a reflex, when that old man taught her his so-called discipline. With or without my involvement, Lise's fate would probably have been the same. That was how unhinged Grave was. Lise, the gentlest of gestures, I touched her neck. For just one moment, Lise shuddered in fear. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Lightly, I traced the outline of her bruises, then I held the back of her neck. Then I embraced Lise. Lise didn't put up any resistance at all. Lise, Excelsia. Chris? I'm sorry. I won't let anyone hurt you again. But You've got me. I couldn't think of anything else to say. Instead, I held her even more tightly in my arms, so that she would believe what I said, so that she understood my feelings for her. Chris. That time, Lise said my name clearly, and her arms, which had been hanging by her side, went around my waist. Lise, I love you. Me too. We held each other in the rain for a while, exchanging numerous kisses. The rain kept falling, as if to wash away both her tears and my sins. Oh, okay. There's the H scene. That's a dark H scene. A far cry from the one with Val. After that, I went back to my room with Lise. Lise was currently asleep in my bed. I put her rain-soaked uniform on a hanger to dry. Just only in one of my shirts. Lise was in a safe place now, asleep, where nothing could hurt her. Oh, nope. I spoke too soon. Something happened? You could say that. Forney had been silent all this time, waiting until Lise fell asleep. No, I thought it was too, but she's in bed with one of his shirts on. That screams it's still coming up. We haven't seen anything yet. I was grateful, but somehow I couldn't find the words to express it. Not about Grave, about Lise's injuries. Trying to pull out all of that into words made my heart wrench. It's raining, she's at your house, yeah? She's practically ready to go. T-shirt on. In bed. Bandage was partially undone. There were bruises. Yeah. Orny was starting to understand the situation. How Lise had behaved until now. Injuries around her neck. There's no way to cover them up, nor was there any desire to. I'll start from the beginning, about everything that happened today. The song that she heard, was that from her mother, maybe? That's like or her original parents, one of them, any of them. That could be it. I moved Forney down from her usual spot by the window to the desk. I sank into my chair and looked Forney straight in the eye. I have to start by talking about Grave. I told Forney everything. As she listened, Forney's expression turned to one of deep sorrow, and she gradually ran out of responses. But I had a duty to keep talking, and she had a right to listen. And that's why I brought Lise back here. Uh-huh. Honestly, I haven't decided what to do from now on. Uh-huh. Things might get a little troublesome from now on, and I might not be able to tell you everything that happens. But I hope that's okay. If I said it wasn't, would you change your mind? Well, that's... I'm kidding. I just wanted to put you on the spot. Of course it's okay. It's not the time for... Hey, it's your fault for not trusting me, Chris. You just have to tell me what the current situation is, that's all. We've been together a long time, so I understand. Orny, thanks. No need to thank me. Oh, and when Lisa's awake, I'll try not to appear. No, all I meant was that I wouldn't be able to answer you out loud. I don't want to get in the way of your youthful passions. Damn it, you're not helping, Forney. Forney. Am I wrong? No. This is definitely the time you're supposed to deny it. Well then, Don't hold back. You shouldn't show such unnecessary concern either, you know. If it were really unnecessary, I wouldn't. Then don't. No way. Even if you're fine with it, Lise wouldn't be. And why would Lise worry about you, Forney? Because she worry about you worrying about me. You may say one thing, Chris, but I'm sure you won't be able to ignore me, so this is for the best. Look, I said, I've decided, so your opinion will be ignored. See you later. Forney. Held my breath in case that shout woke up Lise, who was sleeping right behind me. But Lise was still fast asleep and breathing serenely. I breathed a sigh of relief. Forney, wherever you feel like appearing, just do so. It's okay. I said that in a whisper and told myself that Forney probably heard me. Lise was still sleeping. I'd set the Fortel right next to her and I was playing Lise's song. The song was filled with my love for her. The corner of a classroom, just like... Lise. I turned my eyes away instantly. Lise had on one of my shirts around her shoulders, and the rest of her body was wrapped in a towel blanket. That shirt fits her a lot better than I thought it would. At the front door, your uniform. Okay. Did as I said right away and closed my eyes. Behind me, I heard Lise get out of bed and patter away. Then came the sound of the uniform coming off the hanger and being put on. I held my breath, and after a while, she called out to me. It's okay now. Great. Thank you for what you did today. Don't worry about it. But whatever happens, you can't go back there, Lise. Chris, you don't have to say it so formally. I probably can't stay in that school anymore. That's... Like I said, don't worry about it. As for you... Me? I don't mind at all, but you... Call me by my name. As I said, I probably won't be your senior anymore. Besides, I like hearing you say my name. Chris. Thanks. Anyway, I'm totally fine with the situation, as long as you're okay with me, Lise. Chris. What? Chris. Lise called out my name, then she started to cry. At least, they weren't tears of sadness. I gave her a hug, then sat down in front of the Fortel. Lise, now you can sing whatever you want to, whenever you want to. Yes. Let's have an ensemble? Okay. You know, thinking about it now, Grave was wrong that Fortel players don't need their throats. I think they kind of do need their throats, because you don't want a dead Fortel player. They're kind of important for more than just singing. Just saying. It's taken a very long time for us to make this ensemble possible again, but I was able to play the Fortel for her. At least they still remembered the song. Our sounds blended as if we were real partners who'd been performing together for years. Somewhere within those waves of sound, I declared my love for Lise, and she declared her love too. Instead of words, we made music. Over and over again. As long as time allowed, we spent many blissful hours that way. Well then, good night. Is it really okay? It's fine. I can't have you sleep on the floor. In that case, I'm fine with it. Come on, you should sleep early. Okay. Lise sounded a little disappointed. I didn't know what her intention was, but she seemed convinced for now. Good night. Good night, Chris. Tired out from singing, Lise fell asleep right away. When I was sure she was asleep, I went to check that the door was locked. There was no guarantee that Grave would sit around and do nothing. Yeah, you know what? Actually, no, that's a good point. Grave would totally track down Chris. Fucking break in. Doors locked and chain were the only two things protecting us. They seemed a little unreliable, but we had no other choice. Holy fuck. Back in the room, I laid down on the towel that I put on the floor and looked at the ceiling. Chris! Out of nowhere, Forney appeared on the desk. What's up? Simple solution, chill Grave. Yeah, let's send Grave to his grave. It's self-defense. That's all we have to say. Who's there to see? I mean, Lise's not gonna disagree, right? Maybe? Do you want to hear what I thought of Lise singing after hearing it for the first time?
Sure. I thought she seemed really familiar. Corda had said the same thing some time ago. Well, to be more accurate, she had tried to say it. I think so too. No, it's not what you think. Huh? Oh, what? Oh, shit. I know why that clicked out. I still have my third monitor on, I guess. It's still enabled, even though the TV's off. That's why. If I move my mouse over here, technically my mouse is off on like a third screen. I forgot that it's still enabled. Huh? She reminds me of you, Chris. That was all Forney said before she disappeared. Wait, Chris can sing? The hell? Yeah, give him a taste of his own medicine. And then when he starts screaming in agony and begging for mercy, all you say is, well, Foretell players don't need their throats. And then you just choke him harder. Choke slam him into the floor. When I woke up, I noticed that things were not the same as always, which confused me a little. I was sleeping on a towel instead of bed sheets. Perhaps that was the reason. I got up and stretched, but found that my whole body was aching. On my bed, Lise was sound asleep, breathing peacefully. She looked so calm, the events of yesterday seemed like a figment of my imagination. But, in fact, she had been trapped in an unimaginable situation. And I'd been part of the cause. The bandage that once gripped Lise's neck was lying at the foot of the bed, and every time I looked at it, I was racked with guilt. Lee, I thought of calling her name, but I decided not to. She needed to rest now. She'd been asleep most of the time since yesterday, but that was fine. At this point, there was no way Lise could go to school. Grave had donated a great deal of money to the school, it seemed, so they were very accommodating. If she went to school, Grave would find out almost immediately. It also bothered me that since our escape, Grave hadn't made any attempts to contact us. Whatever the case, he wouldn't just leave us alone, would he? He was likely to spin this as a case of kidnapping, or say that I had forced her to come with me. Lise was still technically his daughter after all, and the both of us were still registered students. I don't know, with Grave there, I don't think you're a registered student for much longer. It's over. You're done. You're not graduating. But for now at least, I needed to think of what to do in the short term. Grave was bound to cause trouble, but I had to consider my actions from this point on. In other words, the issue of Grave was a complete unknown. There was no way for me to come up with a plan against him. Those were the thoughts in my head as I watched Lise sleep. Hey, good morning. Lise blinked several times and then she sat up in bed. Did she sleep with this on? That looks very uncomfortable, especially with the belt. Imagine sleeping with a belt on. Actually, I don't need to imagine. I've done it before. Falling asleep on a couch with it on. It's uncomfortable as hell. Pushes into you, and especially if you end up like sleeping on your stomach. Ugh. She looked confused for a moment by her unfamiliar surroundings, but then she remembered. Good morning. Morning. I really did stay over, didn't I? As if it had all been a dream, Lise spoke in a whisper without the weight of reality. Still, I couldn't forget what happened yesterday, nor did I intend to ignore it. I smiled at Lise, partially as an indication that I'd take responsibility for my actions. That's right. More importantly, you look like you slept well. I did, but what are we going to do now? You'll live here in my room. We'll have to gather some things for you to use. That wasn't what Lise was asking about. Even though I was fully aware of that, I had no other answer for her. There's also no avoiding the question of the graduation recital, or of Lise's home. As for the graduation recital, as long as I didn't care about graduating, it could be given up quite easily. But at this stage, I couldn't say definitively that it was the best course of action. The feelings I had when I first asked Lise to be my partner were still alive in me, which meant Grave was the biggest problem on our hands right now, without a doubt. But depending on which actions he took, our future would be greatly affected. Who knows? He might have already been expelled from school. Of course, that was just one possibility. Perhaps even Lise would be. It was also possible that he'd lost interest in this runaway orphan and decided to completely ignore her. It would soon be a whole day that Lise hadn't gone home. Everyone in the house must have noticed by now. I bet he's already gone back to the orphanage to pick up another kid. She's already been replaced. No one had made any moves yet regarding this matter. Ultimately, everything was still in the realm of my imagination. That's why I turned the conversation to the most trivial matter. Such things were the most important thing we needed to stay alive. Sorry, I lost my last one. Can I get a refund or replacement? Yeah, the last one is broken.
They lost their voice and the ability to breathe. Also, their foot got smashed. Can I get a new one? Things for me to use, but you don't have to. What was that line from Invincible? I spent 18 years, I can spend 18 more. I don't see any problem with it, but we don't know how long you'll have to stay here. Even for a few days, you'll probably need a lot of stuff. Oh, that was, what's another 18 years? But, Chris, what can I do for you? Lise spoke a little indistinctly. I hadn't brought Lise here because I wanted something. Don't get me wrong, Lise. It's not that I wanted you to do something for me. I just wanted to do whatever I could, for your sake. Chris, whatever the case, I couldn't let Lise go back to grave. What he called discipline was none other than abuse, even if he were only a surrogate parent. I didn't know at that point whether what I did had been right, but seeing Lise smile, I knew it couldn't possibly be a mistake. I was worried, alright, but all we could do was spend the next few days like this. And even for such a life, we needed many things. Two of us went to the main street where all the shops were, so that we could pick up whatever we lacked. We didn't need the umbrella, as the weather wasn't that bad today. Ah yes, it looks clear as day. I can barely tell it is day, because it's not clear at all. I was actually worried about Lise, but she had insisted that she was fine, so I had no choice but to let her come. At first, she'd been a little hesitant, but as Lise acquired more stuff, her expression gradually softened. I guess this is everything. Is there something else you think you might need? No, it's really quite alright. I can't trouble you any further. Like Lise said, we had bought the essentials, more or less. Anything else could be obtained when the need arose. But one problem remained, Lise's clothes. Lise was here now, after her escape from school. I thought of letting her wear my clothes, but they were a little too big for Lise's small frame. And it was obvious that even if we did laundry every day, Lise wouldn't have enough to wear. Chris? Just thinking about stuff. What clothes you need, for example? The clothes. I see. I wasn't a spendthrift, but I didn't have much savings either. And I'd planned on picking only the bare minimum for our needs. Well, if you're okay with it, Chris. Huh? I mean, as for shirts, I'll borrow yours, Chris. We don't have to spend money on those. As long as you're okay with it, Lisa, I don't mind. Then let's do that, please. It left us with underwear and stuff like that. That was the one shopping experience I couldn't join in on. I didn't even know how much they were, so I handed Lisa my wallet and let her do her thing. Alright. See you in a bit. Looking a little embarrassed, Lisa went inside the clothes store. I looked up at the sky to pass the time, anywhere except the inside of the store. What were we going to do? It was natural for Lisa to feel worried. I too was pretending to go about daily life as normal, trying very hard to stay calm. For now. And when tomorrow came for that day, that was how things were going to be, probably. Anyway, that was all I could do now. Sorry for making you wait. Lisa ran over, holding a small bag to her chest. She looked so cheerful. I imagined that for a while, everything had gone back to normal. That smile gave me some courage, and the two of us walked back to my place in the rain. I guess it would be way too risky for her to, like, sneak back into her house at midnight to get her stuff. Endless ensembles. Moments of peace, supposedly. We had everything we'd look forward to, didn't we? Morny hadn't shown herself since yesterday. She was doing it out of concern, but I felt a little lonely. Of course, my feelings for Forney were completely different from those I had for Lise, or Arietta previously. Yeah, this is all, like... This is turning out to be a better route than the last one. It makes sense why he would want to stay with her. Val didn't make any sense at all. That was like an abusive relationship. Although the ending said otherwise, but it was clear that there was no reason why that should have worked. This one totally has reason to work. It wasn't exactly family, nor merely a close friend. Roommates seemed close, but it wasn't something that could be fully described by such a flimsy term. Forney was Forney. It sounded stupid, but that was that. What are you looking at? Huh? Nothing. Just looking outside.
So you're looking at the rain? I guess so. I couldn't tell Lise about Forney. If she never came back, it would be as if Forney had just been an illusion. There's nothing to prove she'd existed. Aside from the memories deep within my heart, I had no evidence. The memories were uncertain things. I forgot all about her. Did that mean Forney would cease to exist? No, that probably wasn't the case. I'm sure she'd still exist. I just wouldn't be able to prove it. What about the rain you were looking at? Something had piqued Lise's interest as she came over to me and looked up at the sky too. It was dark and overcast. Could have been a sign of what lay ahead of us, so I looked away. Who knows? I'm not sure myself. You're strange. You bet. We laughed, and then it was time to call it a night. Alright, I'm going to change. Okay, I'll turn around. Just let me know when you're done. Got it. A small part of me is like expecting one of those exchanges to be like, oh no, it's okay, Chris. You don't have to turn around. Just to be safe, I closed my eyes and waited for her response. I couldn't afford to buy Lise any sleepwear, so in the end she wore my clothes to bed. When she got under the sheets, her body was fully covered, so that wasn't a problem, but my clothes were too big for her and revealed more of her body than could be healthy for my imagination. Yeah, probably didn't it? Okay, all done. You can turn around now. Yeah, this is where, isn't it? It's time. You're going to sleep now, yes? I looked back and saw Lise lying down on the bed. Yes, but are you going to sleep on the floor again, Chris? Yes, why? How about sleeping together? Oh! No, that's not going to happen. Why? Why? Because it's not. This bed is too big for one person, isn't it? It just seems that way because you're small, Lise. If I get in, it's going to be cramped. But you'll be warm that way, right? Lise, I'll sleep on the floor. Chris, could you do it as a favor to me? A favor? I'm still a bit scared. I'm not used to being by myself. But I'm here. Why would you think that you're by yourself? Because you were looking somewhere far away. Huh? Just now, you were thinking of something else, weren't you? And so, Chris, can I please feel you close to me? I've been thinking of something else. Lise hit the nail on the head. Oh, he did that in the last one too. After he slapped Fal in the face, he was like, no, I can't do this. This isn't right. I'm supposed to hate her. And then they had angry sex all night. He had angry, reluctant sex all night with her. Even so, Lise was still the most important thing on my mind. That wouldn't change. But if that was what Lise really wanted, okay. Lise put out her hand and pulled me close to her. Alright, this doesn't look nearly as egregious as Fal's scene. I'll say that much. So there's that at least. I was expecting something closer to Fal. Fal was like knocked on her back, completely helpless. This looks way better. Just as I said earlier, the small bed felt really cramped with two people in it. In order not to feel like I was going to roll off, I had to get close to her. I guess it is a little cramped. I told you so. But Lise held my hand in hers. But this is how close we are. Yeah. Close to each other. The simple truth of that statement warmed my heart to no end. It seemed I'd be able to forget about those vague worries until tomorrow morning at least. They had passed and the accumulation of those days became the future. Now, one thing I should mention, when I say they had angry sex, that's not an exaggeration. The game straight up says it. This isn't saying anything like that, so take that as you will. By the time we became aware of its existence, it was already gone from us. Indeed, we were only able to exist now, in this precise moment. And that's why I wanted to cherish that moment. Lise's warm hand conveyed her body temperature with certainty, and amid that mix of sensations, I fell asleep. At worst, they're holding hands. Yeah, see, that was nice. That was fine. That's more when I was like looking up to make sure this was safe to stream on Twitch. I was like, this is what I pictured. All the people were saying, yeah, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing like that. It's a wholesome thing. You know, except for the abuse and torture
and all that, but I mean, you know, it was this. Everyone said it was this. When I woke in the morning, Lise's face was right next to mine. Every day began that way, more or less. Morning. Good morning. Smiling, Lise didn't make any move to get out of bed. It felt like we could be there for another 10 or even 20 minutes. I think it was the 5th day of our new life together, playing house. It already seemed pointless to count the dates. How has no one, like, gone to look for them? The authorities, nothing. Because, like he said earlier, still technically Graves' child, regardless of his treatment. Like, he didn't put out a missing persons report or anything. He just doesn't care at all. He definitely gave up. He definitely went back to the orphanage and he was totally like, yeah, give me another, please. And they just let him have another. For some reason. Money, I guess. We woke up, ate, performed ensembles if we felt like it. This got us through to noon. Then, after lunch, we'd continue with the ensembles. I also tried teaching Lise my simple recipes, when she hadn't ever cooked before. And so, the days simply went by in a fun yet reckless manner. Starting to panic, I tried so many times to break out of it. But in the end, I had to return to the current way of life. Come on, you have to eat your breakfast. Okay, but today, I think I'll prepare the meals with you. Okay. Lise was being extremely cheerful. The life away from Grave had changed her this much. In other words, you could say that Grave had created the Lise whom I had first met. What's the matter? Nothing, just thinking. You're always thinking, Chris. Lise said that quite casually, as if she had gotten used to my habits. Could it be that she really hadn't noticed yet? How this life was so fragile, that the slightest upset would cause it to come apart instantly. No, she had noticed and still was able to remain cheerful. Perhaps that was kind of a happiness. Man, I'm looking forward to seeing how this recital's gonna turn out. Outside the window, the rain was still falling as usual. Time was moving forward with both certainty and slothfulness. Graduation performance was happening this Friday, but it was unclear at this point if we would take part. There hadn't been any letters from school recommending our voluntary withdrawal. Grave hadn't tried to come here and take Lise away. I was getting closer. I'm worried I like picked the wrong option at some point by accident. I'm pretty sure I didn't though, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Chris, it's getting late. Yeah. Let's sing again tomorrow. Okay. That answer was the only thing I could say that was completely true. Time for making a decision was probably at hand. Face the truth and decide our future, not as a passive observer, but with our own hands. Good night. Yeah, get some sleep. So, tomorrow's the graduation recital, huh? I chose my topic and started that conversation with Lise. Yes, indeed. I hadn't told Lise about how I thought it'd be better for us to get out of the city, but there was no way we could hang around in the city like this forever, surely. Even if we did get out, however, we hadn't anywhere to go. I had my hometown, somewhere I could go back to. As for Lise, she had nothing left. Why not, like, take her with you? I'm sure your parents would understand everything if you like just told them, hey, I met this girl, she was my partner, her adoptive dad's kind of a bitch, can she like stay here now? Done. Unless his parents suck, then I don't even know. Neither the school nor the House of Graves could possibly be a place of comfort for Lise. This room with no one else but me, and the abandoned old wing were the only places where she could smile. I wanted to be something like that for Lise, someone she could rely on. Staying here and continuing to live the way we were was nothing more than an illusion. The end of my time at school was coming, and soon I'd have to leave the city. Whether I graduated or not, I couldn't keep leeching off my parents and stay here for free. If I asked, I'm sure my parents would support my living here for another year or so, but I couldn't possibly ask them to do that, just to keep up this kind of lifestyle. I could try working in the city, but then we'd never escape the long shadow of Grave. For that very reason, I hadn't been able to tell Lise about wanting to leave the city. Living together was a lot harder than I thought. I wasn't able to make my decision yet. However, if Lise wanted it, that would definitely motivate me to decide. Okay, time to get up.
and playing the Fortel seemed like a bit too much for me right now. I enjoyed playing for our ensembles day in and day out, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd lost sight of our goal. As long as Lise kept singing with her usual smile, however, I was okay with that. But the thought of changing our present situation, even a little, was becoming something of an obsession. Do you want to go back to school? I trembled inside as I asked Lise that question. No. Lise gave the expected answer. I also thought of asking her what she wanted to do, but Lise was probably relying on me and me alone. That's why I needed to tell her about leaving the city together, but I couldn't. What are we going to do? For the first time, I put that anxiety into words. Lise had asked me that same question many times, but always been about trivial stuff like what to eat, or whether to have an ensemble. Perhaps for Lise, those are the forms that her anxiety had taken. In that case... Shall we sing? I was sure that Lise was going to say that next. And I'd be relieved to hear those words, enough to want to continue living like this for one more day. But... what do you want to do, Chris? Huh? As in, an ensemble or something? No, from now on, from tomorrow, the two of us. Lise. Chris, haven't you thinking about that all this while? Yeah, might have. In fact, I was thinking about it just now, but I gave a vague answer on purpose, because I wasn't sure if it was the right time to talk about it. In that case, could you tell me what's on your mind? I've been waiting, wondering when you would tell me. Waiting for me? Yes, singing is really fun, of course. I still think it'd be great if this week could last forever. But I also know that this can't be everything. Sometimes you have lost deep in thought, Chris. I knew that you were probably thinking about that. But I only had you in your room, Chris, so I waited for you to tell me. But you seemed especially troubled today, so I bit the bullet and said it. I see. Perhaps Lise had been thinking about this for a while now. She didn't stumble over her words at all. In fact, she looked glad at being able to say them out loud. So, is it okay for me to say what I think? Yes. I want to get out of this city. I don't have any fixed plans yet, so this will sound really stupid, but... No, it doesn't. You've given this a lot of thought, haven't you? But once we leave here, how will we make a living? Well, that's... We just have to do what we like, and things will work out, right? Right then, Lise seemed like a normal girl talking about her dreams. She only saw bright, imaginary happiness, without any worries about the future. I wasn't going to deny her that, of course. In fact, I wanted to believe in it too. The fact that Lise believed in me enough to say that made me very happy. Yeah, they will. As long as Lise was with me. I'm sure Lise felt the same way about me. But I have just one request. What is it? If I can do it, I will. It's about the song, one I've been singing. Yes? I want you to look for the score with me. Score? But where should we look? Didn't you say that not even the school's archives had it? That score. It's somewhere in that house. Her house. Actually, I'm an orphan. At least I didn't know that I'd already heard about that. The facts from Grave. The words that had come out of Grave's mouth were beyond cruel. At that time, Lisa had been scared. She'd already been hurt. I couldn't have repeated those words to her then. See. And so I pretended I was hearing it for the first time, and waited for Lise to continue. You don't seem too surprised. There are well-known stories of nobility doing such things, that's why. That was true. It wasn't because they couldn't have had children of their own, nothing that simple. Everyone knew the stories about nobility who gave their names to talented unknowns in order to raise their own reputation. And before me stood a girl whose existence proved that those stories were true. When I was taken in by the shelter, apparently the only thing I had on me was that score. At that time, I wasn't able to read yet, but I'd always sing along whenever the teacher at the shelter played the score on the piano, or so I've heard. But my father wouldn't let me sing. After all, he'd take me in for the purpose of playing the fortel, and he had no need of a child who developed other interests. No. I wanted to tell her otherwise, but I couldn't. What she was thinking was exactly the truth. Lise didn't seem to notice my consternation, and she went on. And then Father took that score from me and hid it. In short, it's somewhere in that house. Actually, I have some idea where he hid it. I'm certain it's somewhere in the study. Once, I don't remember when, I happened to see him looking at that score in the study. At the time, I ran away at once because I thought I'd done a terrible thing. That was my score, I'm sure of it. And then I heard it. Father was playing the accompaniment to that song on the fortel. Why would he keep that score? Perhaps he recognized the merit of that song, just like you did, Chris, when you first played it for me. I see. I wonder if such a thing were possible. I first thought that it wasn't consistent with Graves' true nature, but he did have a real ear for music, so perhaps it was true. That's why I'm certain that it's in that study, hiding in the hallway shadows. I watched him until he left the room. His hands were empty. But how are we going to get into that study? You have guards, don't you? Father, he doesn't trust other people, so aside from the help, there's no one in that house. Those people leave as soon as their work is done. Which means, as long as he's not around, getting inside will be easy? I think so, yes. Then let's go when he's out. That would be today. Today? Every year, starting in December, he has special classes at the school on Thursdays. That's the only day he comes home late. Now that you mention it, Miss Cordell had said something about him being in a lecture room, even when there were no students. But no, what he was really doing with all that spare time was making Lise practice. That's why I knew that today would be my last chance to tell you about this. That score. Very important to me. That song helped me realize that singing was what I really liked. I understand. We'll leave at noon. Okay. Perhaps this was for the best in the end. There were many, many other things I had to think about, but this feeling was the real deal. It was a few minutes past noon. Well, let's go. Yes. Lisa was already prepared and standing in the doorway. Following right behind her, I turned around just as I stepped out the door. See you later. See you later. Take care, you guys. Be quiet. Forney had somehow moved to where the towels were always laid out. I was hovering by the front door. What's the matter? It won't take long. You don't have to say anything. It's nothing, but could you just wait one moment? I don't mind. I heard everything. I nodded very slightly, motioning for Forney to continue. There's nothing more for me to say except good luck. How was Forney saying this now at this timing? If Lisa hadn't been there, I would have been able to ask, but I'll be gone for some time again, so this is goodbye. Wait a second, I almost shouted that out loud. Lisa's a good girl. I feel safe leaving you in your hands. Yeah, Forney didn't really like Foul. But that's a good sign that she likes Lise. I don't want to wait too long, so just one last thing. Be good to each other, okay? Bye-bye. Wait. I finally did say it out loud, but I had the feeling somehow that Forney would never be back. I'm waiting? Behind me, standing just outside the doorway, Lise sounded puzzled. Yeah, sorry. Is something wrong? You look a little pale. It's nothing. I'm fine. I was just making sure that I hadn't forgotten anything. Her smile back on my face and turned to Lise. Forney must have had her own reasons for saying all that. Perhaps she really wouldn't ever appear again. I had wanted to give a proper talk with Forney when I moved out or whatever, but I couldn't afford to agonize over that right now. Alright, let's go. Okay. But I fully intended to uphold Forney's last words to me. See you later. I said that one last time, and then I was out the door. The rain today was light, gentle almost. We didn't need to use the umbrella, it even felt a bit warm out. Running my hands through my only slightly damp hair, I looked up at the house once again. It was enormous, and it felt hollow. It felt especially so after hearing Lise's story. I have the key. Let's go in. Okay. It was kind of dark inside. It didn't feel like anyone lived there at all. The interior was extravagantly furnished, as expected, but it didn't impress me much. And after finding out about Graves' personality, I didn't find it in good taste. Here it is. Lise stood in front of a room on the second floor, somewhere in the back of the house, and slowly opened the door. Oh, I was thinking we wouldn't ever get to see the inside of the house. They just didn't want to draw it. But no, we got something. Is that a foretell? Maybe, by chance, like a really big foretell? Doesn't quite look like a piano. Lise had called it a study, and it certainly was full of books and documents related to music. The room where I lived was tiny compared to this one. It wasn't as large or well stocked as the school's archives, of course, but in terms of quality, the two were probably similar. It has to be here somewhere in this room. Even so, it's pretty big. I'm sorry. Even though I was only stating an honest opinion, Lise reacted sensitively and apologized. That wasn't my intention at all, so I hastily corrected myself. Still, there aren't many places in here where one could hide a score, so it's okay. I'm sorry. Look, I said... Then I stopped and realized I was coming back to this house that was causing Lise to withdraw. Perhaps it was because of the house itself didn't hold that many good memories for her. And this room was a symbol of grave in some way. Anyway, don't mind me. I'll start over here. You start there, Lise. As long as we were doing something, we could forget about what I'd said. I started with a bookcase with glass doors that was on our left as we entered. Lise investigated a similar bookcase that was on the opposite side of the room. I don't know exactly where Grave would return, but it'd probably be at least half an hour after the scheduled end of the lecture. That gave us about 3 hours from now. Now then, we had to go over the entire place in the end, but we were looking out for envelopes, cases, anything that might hold a score. Given that the score was handwritten, we ignored all the books. You don't think he, like, slipped it in the page of the book to hide it? That'd be a great place to hide a couple sheets of paper. No one's ever going to find them in all the books. In case we needed to make a hasty exit, we didn't put anything on the floor during our search. Whatever we took for inspection was placed back in its original position. After searching for over an hour, I became somewhat tired. I stopped for a while and spoke to Lise. We still have some time. Let's take a short break. All right. Lise had been so focused on the task, she only responded after a while. I had gone through about half of my designated area. At this pace, we were bound to find it within the time we had left. But if we didn't, what were we going to do? Thinking back in here would be dangerous, honestly speaking. Things would be different if Lise were still living here, but in our present situation, it was hard for us to know when he would definitely be out. If only he were the kind of musician who still gave regular concerts. But Grave no longer did that. His main activities were composing, lecturing, and instructing the next generation. Ah yes, instructing. Speaking of which, during my search, I was astounded by the number of his compositions. I'd expected a much smaller number of handwritten scores, but there were a lot of them. I saw the names of many other composers, but there were definitely many of his own compositions there. The one saving grace was the fact that all his handwritten scores had been consolidated and arranged neatly, perhaps due to a meticulous nature. Although his goal was to hide that score from Lise, I didn't think he'd hide it somewhere else all by itself. It's so many scores. It wasn't strange to think that the one score would be safe here. Chris? What's up? Are you tired? Nah, I'm okay. What about you? I'm fine. I see. We're about halfway done, so we can rest a bit longer. Okay, but you're not tired, are you? No, why do you ask? In that case, shall we do an ensemble? Just once will be fine. They're here to look for a score that means a lot to her. They have like 3 hours to do so. And they're like, it's fine. You want to play the Fortell for a bit? We have lots of time. We'll never get this opportunity again. But, you know, we could spend a few minutes flunking the Ivories. Fine. There's even a Fortell here, conveniently enough. Got it. I'll set things up. We still have plenty of time left. We could do one ensemble, probably. Fortell sat in one corner of the room and was covered in a thin layer of dust. Perhaps it hadn't been played in a long time. Okay, no, this is a mistake. If it's covered in dust, don't fucking touch it. Because Grave is gonna notice it's no longer... the dust is not there anymore. He's gonna know someone played it. He's gonna see fingerprints or something. There's no way he's not gonna notice. All their work will be for nothing. This is just like the time in Heavy Rain when you had to like clean up all the fingerprints. And if you missed even just one, you were fucked. Okay, here we go. Yes. Lise started singing, and her visible enjoyment made me enjoy playing the Fortell as well. Lise had only added the lyrics after some time. Perhaps that's why they sounded a little more stoic. They probably spoke of how she felt when she was alone. But those lyrics sang of hope in the end. Perhaps that had been her wish all along. Perhaps she'd wanted to be in that state of mind now, and thought of the song. After we finished the ensemble, we resumed the search. That's when the thought came to me. Hey, Lise, didn't you say that he had played that song in this room? Yes, on that very Fortell. The Fortell was permanently set up in a corner of the room, so its case was almost irrelevant. Or it should have been, but there wasn't much dust on it. It definitely should have been left alone before the Fortell was. But the amount of dust covering both objects looked quite similar. Let's take a look inside, shall we? I opened the case. This is... the score. Written on old parchment lay inside the case, uncovered. With one look, I knew it was her song. Lise, it's here! Huh? Really? Lisa ran over and held up the parchment. This is it, without a doubt. As if she was trying to confirm it tactilely. Lisa kept running her fingers over its surface, then she hugged it fondly. Great, now let's get out of here. Prestissimo. It's a weird insert of Italian, but sure. Yes, thank you, really. Don't mention it. Elise didn't hear a word I'd said, and her eyes went back to the score. Somewhat intrigued, I peeked at it from behind. Was this song some kind of gift, perhaps? The title said nothing more than Esque, which could have been someone's name. As for the actual lyrics, I tried reading the words written on the score. This is a love song, surely. Lisa must have read it the way I did, since she seemed to have the same opinion. I guess the composer wrote this love song for the person in the title? I had no idea, but just maybe. Yes. The fact that Lisa had this score implied one possibility. One of Lisa's real parents must have either written the song or received it, or perhaps one had written it for the other. The composer's name is... I looked for the name written at the end of the score, turned to the very last page and read the name there. Grave. Huh? What the? What, did Father have something to do with this? Lisa also tried to confirm the composer's name. Grave Cesarini. No way. Upon closer inspection, the writing matched what I'd seen in the other scores. Lisa had recognized the score with such certainty, so it probably hadn't been tampered with. Then why... I thought I heard a foretell. It appears I have uninvited guests. Uh-oh. Oh, we are literally dead. Oh, Father, what are you doing? I'm looking for something. Defiant, are we? Now that's what I call rogue courage. Forgive me. There's no need to apologize. You simply came for what's yours, after all. Grave's sudden appearance shocked me at first, and I became confused. Seeing Lisa's fear, I instantly regained my composure. When I recalled how this man had caused her so much pain, there was no space in my mind for anything but rage. It's definitely the question of why Grave was the composer of that song. Even so, as I stood in front of Lisa to protect her, I felt an equal amount of courage rise within me. I was wondering what you were going to say. I wrote that song, and I also gave it to someone once upon a time. I knew that what those words meant. The name of the composer was his, that was certain. But... Celsia. Yes? I always knew you'd come back. That was precisely why I'd left you alone this past week without saying a word. But it had occurred to me that today would be that day. Fortunate that I came home early. Complete about turn, Graves spoke to Lisa with what almost sounded like kindness. Is he worried? This man couldn't possibly have such feelings toward Lisa. Everything he said was a lie. Lisa, after you left, I had a revelation. I've been too hard on you this whole time, for which I'm truly remorseful, Lycelsia. Father, I'd wish to wait until you become an adult before telling you this, but let us speak of it now. What on earth did this hypocrite have to say now? Let's go, Lisa. Wait, Chris, I have to know. Chris Verton, you must hear this as well. You want to be with Lycelsia, that is your duty. I didn't trust those words one bit, thanks to what this man had said before. But Lisa gripped the hem of my shirt, looking at me with pleading eyes. I stopped and decided to hear him out, although I made sure we were ready to go at any time. Understood. And let us continue. That song was something I wrote for a woman named Esk, and Esk was your mother's name, Lycelsia. But that means... Yes, I am your real father. Then why were you at an orphanage? There were no words to express the shock I felt. If that were true, it meant that he had done those terrible things to his own daughter, his flesh and blood. First time I saw you at the shelter, I didn't know it. But once you started humming that song, I was certain that you were my daughter. And what about my mother? That time I was a successful musician, but because I was busy with work, I hadn't been able to properly take care of my family. And then one day, Hess silently walked out, taking you with her. As if he were the main character in some tragedy, Grave gave an exaggerated sigh. All his gestures looked staged. They made me sick. Father, I did everything in my power to look for the two of you. I never succeeded. And then, when I was giving a volunteer performance at the shelter, I found you, Lycelsia, and the first thing I did was to take you in as my daughter. Well, what about Mother? Ah, whereabouts. That was the one thing I never found out. She probably found herself unable to raise you alone and was forced to leave you at the shelter. Father, come back to me, Lycelsia. Lisa looked at my eyes. She started to say something, then stopped herself. This went on for a while. Usually this would be an emotional scene, ending with me sending her off with tears of joy. There's no way I could have done that. Still didn't believe a single word of what he said. You really are a father, then why'd you do such cruel things to Lise? To discipline her. A first-rate foretell player doesn't have the time to sing songs. When he said the word discipline, his eyes gleamed with a baleful light, just for a moment. Or perhaps I imagined it. Chris. But in that case, why are you saying all this now? You were planning to wait until she became an adult. Why? I am a Cicerini. A noble is born a noble, for better or worse, not run from my name. Burden of carrying the name, one can never run away from that. Nay, this house needs to produce a talented foretell player for the world to hear. To that end, I cannot let emotions get in the way. If I'd told Lycelsia that I was her real father, she would have grown complacent. By that token, I would have been unable to maintain the proper distance. For that very reason, till Lycelsia perfected her technique, till she grew up, I planned to stay silent on this matter. Father. Oh no. I had to admit, his story did make some sense at least. Why did he say all those things to me before? How feet were unnecessary, that there was no need to hesitate. I just couldn't bring myself to believe him. Do you remember what you said to me last week? Yes, I did say some harsh things as I recall. It was all for Lycelsia's sake. But those words were just too cruel. I couldn't repeat them in front of Lise. Furthermore, Grave had given an explanation of his own cruelty. Chris, Lise believed every word he said. It wouldn't have surprised me if she said that she was going back to him. But if Grave was telling the truth, then Lise was definitely much better off returning home. I'm sorry. Then, that's what Lise said. But she didn't say it to me. She said it to Grave. I've decided to go with Chris. I wondered how hard it had been for her to make that decision. But Lise showed no sign of that struggle. Her voice was steady. I see. Equal solemnity. Grave nodded and remained silent for a while. Lise. It's fine. I may have misunderstood you, Father, but not anymore. And I've also made a promise to Chris. I promised I'd go with him, and so... I see. I know I've done cruel things to you, Lycelsia. You do not wish to return. I will not force you to. However, I thought he was going to try some other maneuver, but Grave was just grandstanding again. In the end, I am a Cicerini. I cannot be expected to accept your decision right away. However, if you perform well at tomorrow's graduation recital, I may be more amenable to granting your request. Really? Chris Verton. Grave turned to me and continued. Those are my conditions. Are we clear? Chris? Yes. Even if I didn't believe his story, this proposal wasn't a bad idea. In other words, Grave would accept us as long as I, instead of Lise, became a noteworthy musician. In that case, you should spend all your energy on practicing today. I trust you haven't been completely idle this past week. I've been singing the whole time. Singing. Grave almost choked on that word. For that one moment, the calm in his voice disappeared, and I felt a twinge of terror. Elise was so moved by his words, she didn't notice a thing. In that case, we'll take our leave. Elise? Yes. As you wish. I will be a part of tomorrow's judging panel. Let me say this now. I will not be lenient in my scoring. That's all. Please excuse us. Father, I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. As for this score, I'll keep it for now. When the time comes, I'll hand it to you. Okay. I'll come back for it. Definitely. Lisa was brimming with confidence. That could have gone a lot worse. When we went back to my room, Lisa immediately started getting ready to sing. Chris, the Fortell, quickly! I know. I'd never seen Lisa in such a good mood before. I couldn't tell her what I was thinking about, not right now. It was a first for her, no doubt. Oh my god, I did it again. Fuck. I should really remember to turn that screen off if I'm not using it. For the first time in her life, Lisa knew about her past, and her singing was about to be accepted. No matter what Graves' intentions were, all I could do now is to give the best performance of my life tomorrow. Shall we take it from the top? Okay. I sat in front of the Fortell and looked at Lisa. Matched our breathing, then Lisa nodded. Oh, we're actually playing? Oh, fuck. That's probably good, because I need the warm-up for tomorrow. Because actually it does matter. I read in the guide that tomorrow's performance is literally what decides if you get the good or bad ending. Wow, everything's paying attention to the bottom of the screen for some reason. Yeah, I was like wondering, I was like thinking, oh, they're just gonna make me play the final song. That'll be it. But no, we get a warm-up, which is good, for my sake. Oh, fuck. I think I'm technically passing, so we're fine. As long as we have, like, 2 yellow circles, we're good. Fuck. Now that said, I hope you're ready for not wholesome content, because we can't end this on the bad end after all, and we do want to see all the endings. So that means we're gonna have to do that first. Yeah. After one performance of the song, we both heaved a great big sigh. There's no need to verbalize our opinions about how it had sounded. We both knew very well how we'd done. One more time? Alright, I think... Oh, I know in this case because... Oops. This is what it means by yes or no is the last option. No, because it actually just lets you practice. I'm assuming anyway. Let me double check though. I don't want to make the wrong option here. 119, no. It actually will let you play again. That's why they let you practice, because it actually will matter tomorrow. How fucking dare I insinuate unwholesomeness? Hey, look here. We're doing it for the achievements, okay? Like you said, there's a game attached to this. Nah, let's call it a day. I'm not sure when I'm performing, so we have to be there first thing in the morning. Besides, we should rest early. We don't want to be tired on stage. That's true. I hadn't realized how late it was. It was only natural to be more focused when you had an actual goal, as opposed to simply making music for fun. Tomorrow was an incredibly important performance for us. The later my turn was, the more time we'd have to practice. Normally, I wouldn't mind doing the bare minimum, but this time, in the last month or so, I changed. And Lisa had changed as well. Tomorrow, after we put on an amazing performance, Lisa would change even more, I'm sure. Grave couldn't be fully trusted, but the fact that he gave us this chance at all was something to be grateful for. Tomorrow then. Yeah, it's kind of sudden, but you've been singing the whole time. We'll be fine. Indeed. Lisa looked at me with eyes full of hope. I nodded in response, with renewed determination. Her smile fills you with determination. Let me just double check the guide, but yeah, that's I think pretty much what it said. Yeah, to get the bad end, simply make all the same choices, but fail the final performance. That's all you gotta do. Look, I'm not looking forward to it either. Morning came along with a pleasant awakening. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. The only thing I remembered was the recitals began at 10. We would go to school around 8:30, check what time our turn was, and then practice. Even if we were the very first to perform, that would give us over an hour of practice. Are you ready? Yes. She gave a hearty reply, full of confidence. If the recital went well, but even if it didn't, at least it had changed. I should probably... oh. Okay, good. I don't know how much text is left. I couldn't deny that what Graves said yesterday was part of the reason. I couldn't feel any gratitude, but someday I'd be able to forgive him, perhaps. Did you just see what she imagined? No, but that's cheating. Okay, see you later. See you later. Tim imitated me. Lisa bid goodbye to me to the room which had been her home for the past week. See, this is why you're supposed to just tell people that 40 exists. Ugh. Her saying it had a slightly different meaning, but made me happy nonetheless. Alright, let's go. Okay. Just before the door closed, I heard a familiar sound. See, she almost was able to see her. So what is the logic behind that? Maybe Torta can see her then. We're slowly building towards that. The sky was clouded over, but it seemed brighter than usual. And thanks to the fine mist-like rain, we hardly got wet at all. The rain today was so light, the tiny raindrops changed direction whenever a strong wind blew. The wind also made it a bit cold, but it looked like it'd be a pleasant day by this city's standards. We entered the hallway and went straight to the bulletin board. The notice was dated the 4th day of this year. After my meeting with Miss Cordell, I guess I hadn't been to school at all. The one time I did come, I'd been so busy looking for Lise, I didn't have time for this. You are... the first performer of the afternoon. You're right. In that case, we still have plenty of time to practice. The afternoon program was scheduled to start at 1:30. A footnote exhorted all students to gather by the concert hall stage 15 minutes before their turn. Then let's go find a practice room. Okay. Well, that's a first. Lisa didn't seem to have very good memories of practice rooms, but today, most of the students weren't practicing, and the few who were practicing were all third years. There wouldn't be anyone who knew her, but soon she wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Everyone would recognize the beauty of her voice. I believed in her. Also, today was probably my last day in this practice room. I hadn't been too keen on practicing as a student, but looking around the room, I got a little emotional. This is my first time here with you, isn't it? Yes, I was always practicing in the old wing, that's why. But you'll be able to come here from now on, yeah? Yes, I know I can, even by myself. But I thought we were running away together. How are you coming back here? That's great. Chris, you've always had my best interests in mind. Just now, or when you first asked me to be your partner? You think so? I know so. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Alright, shall we practice? I prepared my fortel and Lise and I practiced over and over again.
Oh, I guess I can save here and then. This is probably fine to save. Like a couple boxes away. When we were satisfied, we entered the concert hall, 15 minutes before our performance time. That's because Lise wanted to take a look at the venue beforehand. This is where I'll be singing. That's right. Somehow, I'm getting nervous. I thought you were used to performing on stage. It's my first time singing in public. Lise looked around the hall with emotion in her eyes. Even though it was lunchtime, the hall was abuzz with activity. Many guests had come to watch the graduation recitals, and because seats had been reserved for them, there were surprisingly few seats left for students. I mean, that's what I'm expecting. But I gotta know. Maybe he wasn't lying. Somehow. Students who were serious about listening to the performances never left their seats, apparently, so that they wouldn't be taken by others. There may have been some students there who knew Lise, but she didn't seem all that concerned. Come on, let's go. Lise gave one last look at the stage before moving. We reached the side of the stage at exactly 15 minutes before my turn to perform. A student worker told me that those going on after a break were to prepare their equipment while the current was down, so I quickly set up my foretell. On the other side of the current, the audience was getting noisier by the second, which told me that it was almost time. From the bag, I took out the score that Lise had copied for me and flipped through it one more time. Slightly different from the original song that Grave wrote, surely. If only we'd taken that score home yesterday, and I could have made the necessary corrections. What's wrong? Nah, I noticed some differences when I saw the original score yesterday, but in the end, I forgot them all. But this score was something we created together, Chris, based on our memories. It's much more suitable for today's performance. Yeah, I guess it is. Lise was absolutely right. But if there was one thing I could change, I'd give this song that Lise and I had made the lyrics of a love song. The issue of Graves' personality aside, this song was made for singing about love. Miss Cordell and Forney's reactions had been spot on. I'm really starting to getting nervous. Was it the same when you played the Fortell? No, when I played the Fortell, I didn't feel nervous at all. Not because I was sure of my abilities. That is, it's because I was playing for Father's sake. How about now? Of course, I'm also doing it for you, but I want to sing for myself. Maybe that's why I'm so nervous. Lise put her arms around herself as she spoke. Her body trembled ever so slightly. Lise, give me your hand. Huh? Okay. Took the hand that she tremulously held out. You're right, your pulse is racing. That's your fault, Chris. Lise looked around nervously as if she was worried that someone might see us. There's several students on either side of the stage, including the students in charge. They all looked too busy to care about what we were doing. So we stood there for a while, holding hands, and Lise gradually regained her composure. Wow, doing something so lewd in public like that. Thank you. I feel a lot calmer now. Okay. Then Lise quietly pulled her hand away. Oh, you know what? I guess now would be a good time to save. That was a lot more dialogue than I thought it'd be. I didn't want the moment to end, but I had no choice. That was when I noticed someone walking up behind her. Uh-oh. Good morning. It seems you both made it. Yes, we even practiced earlier. I've never heard you say those words before, Chris. Excelsia, it's been a while. Yes. Good morning. By the way, you're looking very confident. Well, yes. How interesting. You actually gave a direct answer. Does that mean you'll put on a convincing performance? I didn't expect Miss Cordell to ask such a pointed question. Convince me. She'd said that to me before. And in fact, we had made similar promise to Grave. Yes, we will. It'll be convincing for sure. Oh, yes, definitely. Chris. Excellent. Like, anyone that's willing to ever physically abuse their child is horrible in my eyes. Don't care the reasoning. True. It's time. Go on, show them what you've got. Oh yeah, I will. Okay. Yes. Look, it's like ripping off a band-aid. You just gotta go in there, you gotta just commit to it. Heard the sound of the current being raised mechanically. Holding out scores in one hand, we walked on stage. From the stage, it was too dark to make out the faces in the audience. Some of them were probably acquainted with Lise. Lise looked around the stage a little anxiously, then she took a deep breath. I sat down in front of the Fortel and looked straight at Lise. Everything that had happened until that point flashed across my mind in an instant. We'd endured many things to get to this moment. Some had been hard to bear. Some had even hurt Lise. But in spite of that, here we stood on the stage, about to perform an ensemble for the sake of our future. It was a daunting goal, but going back to basics, the best thing to do was to have fun performing. So I whispered to her, barely moving my mouth at all. Lise, have fun singing. Yeah, have fun singing to me not playing. Okay. After a moment's breath, we began our performance. Alright, now should I save? Yep, now to fail. I mean, I have to see it. And this is the first time we have had to do a fail via the song, as far as I know. So now we get to see what that looks like. At least once we now get to see what it looks like. If it like completely empties out, does it just like end? Game over. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. It stops at 1. I was kind of hoping them to like boo me off stage or something. Actually, in hindsight, this would have been a good time to test the autoplay feature. That's okay. I don't trust that thing to work the way I hope it does. It probably does, but I don't want to take chances. It's the worst shit I've ever heard. See, that's the catch though. You don't hear anything because I'm not playing it. I'm not playing the thing. Doesn't even look like I'm playing. Ain't even playing. This ain't no 433, that's for sure. 10 out of 10, the best thing I'd never heard. That would not describe the song. Honestly, this is really similar to how it feels to play Bard in 14 though, with the full keyboard. Oh yeah, no, it's like really slow typing, and the fact that it's really slow typing really throws me off to some degree. I'd be interested in trying to map this to like an actual piano, but I just do not see that working because I'm going to read the sheet music and I'm going to play like E. I'm going to play F, G, C. Like, that's not what those notes are though. The placement on the staff is completely arbitrary, and that's going to totally throw me off. Like, that's not D, E, F. That's not C, D, E. I wouldn't remember where any of the keys are. And how do I make it in like a logical way? Like, there's only 2 rows on a piano, so I can map some of the keys to like black and white, but what do I do about the 3rd row, right? Yeah, the Bard Hero plugin looks really good. I need to get that set up at some point. I would love to play that, try it out. But I would have to like get I need to get all the mod shit set up for 14 still. Yeah, it looks really easy, it's just a matter of doing it. But I definitely want to do it. I want to make that a stream, potentially. I'll definitely try it on stream for sure. Continue. We want to press no. It's asking if we want to continue as in play song again. We want to say no. That's cool, it lets us retry though. Alright, here we are. After our performance, we were greeted with applause. That's like the most, forced, gotta do this applause I've ever heard. That was like the most courtesy applause I've ever heard. To be honest, it hadn't been that bad. Yeah, it hadn't been that bad. Ah, it was fine. So like I didn't touch the keyboard at all. But, Chris, I felt an incredible sense of ennui. 2 students were waiting to perform at the side of the stage, and the student in charge motioned for us to get off fast. We took a bow and exited the stage. Welcome back. That wasn't bad. You'll graduate, I'm sure. I will graduate? What kind of school is this? I did nothing. This is like when you take a course in university and it's like, oh, the final test is like 40%, but I got 100% on all my assignments, so I can just like not even show up for the final exam. It's fine. It's like that. Miss Cordell sounded quite disappointed. I knew she had high expectations, but it was my fault for not being able to meet them. I'm sorry. What? I said it wasn't bad, didn't I? Normally, coming from Miss Cordell, that was a compliment. But right now, I couldn't take any pleasure in it. Oh, I have a message for you. Mr. Cicerine said to go straight to the lecture room. He asked me to tell you that after your performance. Okay. Chris. Let's go, Lise. Okay. The thought of escaping there and then also crossed my mind, but in the end, I couldn't do it. Yeah, it sounds like the launcher is like way better. If I played on PC more, I'd probably use it. But, I mean, there's only so much more I can do on PC. I don't even know how that's gonna work. Like, what if I go to... What if I go to, the next expansion after Heavensward? How is that gonna work? And I start having, like, a second expansion, like 6.0 gear. Or not 6.0, but 4.0 gear on. And everything. Or what if I log out in, like, a 4.0 area and then I decide, oh, I want to do some bard shit today. And forget that I'm in, like, wherever Stormblood shit is. How does that work? I wonder. Am I just not going to be able to log in? Is it going to be like, oh, you don't have this expansion on here. Or maybe it's going to warp me somewhere safe. I've never thought about that before. Never thought of Googling it. But it just like occurred to me, it's like, wait, that's going to be a thing. Because I have 3 expansions on PS4 and 0 expansions, well, except for the free Heavensward thing that I got on PC. So once I'm done with Heavensward, like, that's going to be weird. I'm kind of curious to see what that would look like. I would love to experiment with that, but in front of the lecture room, I apologize to Lise, just once. If you logged out in a non-ARR area, then you simply can't log in. Okay, well, that's fine then. At least it's not going to, like, bug out or punish me or some stupid shit that I wouldn't be surprised from other games trying to pull. That makes a lot of sense. That's probably the easiest way, just like, yo, you can't be here. But I wonder, like, if I have the gear on, what happens? Well, okay, no. That would be fine, right? Because, like... So what exactly does the expansion give you access to, like, literally, then? Is it just the areas? Because, like, what if someone were to... What if a level 90 person gifted someone who didn't have Endwalker a piece of Endwalker gear? Sure, they can't wear it, whatever. But they would have it. So, like, is that possible? Would the game just be like, this person doesn't own Endwalker, you can't give them this gear? Or what if I put gear on like that, and then I log in on a device that doesn't have that expansion, even if I'm in a vanilla area? I wonder how that's going to look. Probably locks your level. Yeah, it seems to lock your level from continuing and may stop you from using 60 plus skills. Okay, so that seems like a reasonable way to handle it. No XP gain. You have to make sure you logged out in an area that is compatible with your device that you're trying to log in with. And gear, I guess, just kind of gets ignored, which is all systems that are in place anyways. Don't. Even if I'm not good enough now. Huh? Even if I'm not good enough now, I'll practice until I earn his approval, and then I'll ask you again. Chris, wait for that day. Oh, I thought it was just gonna, like, end there. The end. Bad end get. I opened the door, and there was Grave, seated in a chair. Despite his purported impartiality as a judge, he looked as if he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. How nice of you to come. Yes. You understand, of course. Yes. Father, excuses will not be tolerated. Chris Verton, you know that as well. Yes, that is correct. Lise. I said her name once, then I bowed. Well then, get out of my sight! Lise was staring at me. I stared back, proving that what I'd said to her earlier was the truth. Then, I left the room. Graham was sitting there. He probably was like leaning over his desk with like a big grin on his face and his like fingers tented together, waiting for me to walk in. Eagerly waiting for that door to unlatch. I looked up at the sky and made a vow. I was determined to pursue Lise. That was the truth. Today's failure would not go to waste. Someday. I wasn't good enough now, but believing that I'd definitely see Lise again, I started walking. Had to become a professional musician. Is that it? Oh, yep, there it is. Just fade to black. Main menu. Alright. Let's do this properly, shall we? There we go. No more tears. Now for the good end. What an end. I was expecting a lot more. Something more dramatic. But the bad ends so far haven't been like super dramatic. It's everything in between that's like gone super hard. Watch me fail this anyways. That's not gonna happen. This is like the easiest song I've played so far. If I had to rate them, I would say the hardest song is Fouls for sure. This is definitely the easiest. Thorny Song, which I played once, is like a step above this one. And then I think Tortoise Song is like a little more than that. But I don't remember Tortoise Song, but I guess we'll find out what that is next time. Oh fuck. That was a big mistake. It's okay. Whatever. We're full. There we go. Good end. Here we come. Finish this stream off on a good note. Pun intended. We were bathed in thunderous applause. Lisa was shocked and just stared blankly at the audience. Finished on a high note. Damn it, you're right. That would have worked better. I did kind of finish on a high note, didn't I? That last note of the song did sound pretty high. Felt the same way as Lise, but my reaction was more restrained because I'd kind of guessed this would happen. This was dramatic proof that her voice could move the hearts of those who heard her sing. Looking at the number of people applauding, no one could doubt that. Lise, called out to Lise, motioning for her to take a bow. Right. I took a deep bow and walked off the stage. Very well done. Coming from Miss Cordell, that was high praise indeed. I was genuinely happy to hear that, but right now there was something else on my mind. Oh, Mr. Cicerini left a message. He said to go straight to the lecture room. He asked me to tell you that after your performance. Miss Cordell said that with a smile, as if she knew exactly what was going on. And we will be on our way. Yes, well... Oh, there was another message. Huh? This one's from Tortinita. She's been worried about you, but she left right after hearing your recital. So, what did she say? You really worked hard. That's all. Oh, okay. Now then, off you go. Right, come on, Lise. Let's go. We're both full of confidence. It wasn't possible for anyone to not be convinced by that performance. They were still applauding when we left the hall for our destination. But see, now he's probably got like a look of sorrow on his face and hates that he was wrong. When we entered the room, Grave had a look of mild displeasure. See? He's not happy anymore. Or so I thought, because it was gone the next instant, which left me wondering if it really had been there. Lise, who came in after me, saw nothing at all. Perhaps it had been my bad impression of Grave that made me see him that way. How good of you to come. Yes. Father, did you hear our performance? Lise skipped over everything and went right to the point. Even though I knew what the result would be, I was still nervous. Yes, I heard it. So, Father? How could anyone not approve? Disdain in his voice, but to Lise, even that probably sounded like kindness. As if the stubborn father in his fable had broken down at last, with tears in his eyes. To be fair, it looked that way to me too. But he was definitely a hint of coldness in his voice. So, we're all good? Yes. Thank you very much. Chris Verton. Yes. Take good care of Lycelsia for me. Huh? Lisa didn't notice a word of that. Her cheeks were just flushed with joy. Now then, you should come pick up the score. Let's go, Lycelsia. It's a trap. Okay. Wait a minute. It's fine. I'll be right back. No, it's not that. Griff had already walked out of the lecture room. Just now, what was that all about? Lisa ran over and gave me a quick kiss on my cheek. See you later. I'll go to your room, Chris, so just wait for me, please. Yeah, okay. I tried many times to grab Lise's arm before she ran off, but in the end, I could only watch as she left. I felt indescribable anxiety which wouldn't go away. Grave's smile as he walked out of the lecture room remained seared in my mind. This sounds worse than the bad end. Not gonna lie. I believed in Lise. That didn't lessen my anxiety. How long did I wait for her that day, I wonder? A feeble knock brought me back to reality. Lise! Right away, I knew it had to be Lise. When I opened the door, Lise was leaning against it, and she slowly collapsed on the floor. Lise? Quickly, I propped her up to see how she was doing. This was... Dry, raspy voice came from Lise's throat. Her neck was still bandaged, but showed signs of a fresh wound. Why? Why? Because I did so, and there's nothing to be done about it. Grave! The first time I called him by name. Keep your voice down, you'll disturb the neighbors. What have you done? I asked weakly because that was all I could do. And my momentary fit of anger had cooled instantly as I held Lise, still shaking on my knee. You are going to take my prized possession away from me. It makes sense that I should take Lycelsia's away from her. Stop talking nonsense. So you haven't learned any manners, boy. But no matter, I'll let you off today. In any case, please take good care of Lycelsia. You're insane. So all that was a lie? It was the truth. Well, half of it, anyway. Graves sniggered at his own joke. Desk. Lycelsia's mother, she abandoned her daughter and abandoned me for another man. Grave went on. She was seen associating with some common singer. I had no use for the child of such a woman, so I left her at the shelter. But then, imagine my surprise when, a few years later, I went to check on her and found her playing the fortel. Some of my blood ran in her veins after all, it seemed. I tried to teach her, but alas, it turned out just like her mother, misled by some common boy into singing. Shut up. I loved Celsia deeply. It's the truth. But she betrayed me in spite of the knowledge that I was her real father. She was truly happy to hear that, and yet... May do as you please, both of you. Disown her soon enough. Want nothing to do with that woman's daughter, ever again. Shut up. Get out of my sight. Your days as a musician are over, of course. Wouldn't have worked out. You may have talent, but you're far too stupid. I said, shut up. I wanted to hit him, but I had to stay by Lise's side. Anyway, the first thing I had to do was bring her to the hospital after Grave left. So, I leave my daughter in your hands, and she'll never sing again. Lise, hey, Lise? Try not to look at the unnatural depression on Lise's neck. In the distance, I heard a car driving off. Oh, there's cars! Holy shit, there's cars in this universe! She wouldn't come to for some time, it seemed. Oh, I think he removes that stick out of his ass plenty. I mean, how else does he beat his own daughter with it, right? Holding her, I went outside. This is supposed to be the good end? So they have cars, they have electricity, they have hospitals, but nobody has a telephone. Nobody invented the telephone. No one thought to invent the telephone. Okay. We're here, Lise. Lise didn't respond, of course, as I brought her inside. She remained in Piova's hospital for a while, but as soon as her condition was stable, we left the rainy city and I had her transferred to a hospital in my own hometown. I opened the window to let in some air. A gentle breeze entered the room, freshening the air. We were in a corner room on the second floor, and there was nothing to block out the sun. Lise, how are you feeling today? It's a fine day today. The sunlight feels really good. Without looking at me, Lise said something in a small voice. She responded when I spoke to her, but she didn't understand who I was. Even so, the doctor said that speaking to her was important. I visited her every day and played the fortel for her. Every day until the end of visiting hours, I was by her side. Lise really had nowhere to return to. The only place Lise could be was by my side, and the only place I could be was by her side. Lise, holy shit. As I played the fortel, almost devoid of emotion, I heard someone knocking on the door behind me. Who could it be? It wasn't time for the doctor to stop by, and I'd arranged it such that I would do everything the nurses did for Lise while I was visiting. I'm coming in. I stopped playing, but made no move to open the door. I thought whoever it was might have made a mistake, but... I heard something bad had happened, so I came to visit. Torta. How is she? Well, why don't you sit down? It's a long story. Okay. Torta took a chair from the corner of the room and unfolded it next to me. There hadn't been anyone else visiting aside from me, so it felt a little strange. Where should I begin? After the graduation recital, I guess? Perhaps from the time I met Lise. Your graduation recital was great. Really? Thanks. We seemed to be talking past each other, but I went on anyway. If I start from the beginning, it's gonna take a while. Well, if you want to talk, I'll listen. Okay, it was when I was looking for a partner. I got tired and went to the music room in the old wing, where I heard a beautiful voice singing. Still seated in front of the fortel, I gazed out of the window. I told Torta everything that had happened until that point. Everything I'd thought, everything I'd felt. It was a long story to tell. It took over an hour. As I told it, it occurred to me that Lise wasn't able to hear me play the fortel, which made me a little worried. But I really needed to talk to someone, and besides, I had to let Torta know. I finished my story, realized I was in tears. Huh? Chris, you've been through a lot. Yeah.
And all at once, all the pain and sadness came rushing out. Sorry, I can't talk right now. That's okay. Should I go? No, it's fine. I'll be okay. In between my sobs, I looked at Lise. She was responding to my voice, and her face was turned slightly toward me. Chris. Then, Lise said my name, for the first time since that day. I placed the foretell near the bed so Lise could listen closely, which meant I could easily reach out to her. A slender hand left its hiding place under the sheets and reached out for mine. Lise! Her hands touched, and I felt that all my efforts had paid off. It didn't matter if she couldn't sing. As long as Lise was by beside me, I didn't care. I was still crying. Lise looked puzzled by my tear-stained face, and a little sad as well. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Feeling the warmth of her palm gave me strength. It's all going to be okay. For Lise, and for me. I would never cry again. Here, for the rest of my days, I would play the foretell. Yeah, I'm definitely leaving. I'm sorry you had to witness that. No, it's fine. I won't be able to see you out, so I guess this is goodbye. Yes. Can I ask one last thing, though? Sure, go ahead. Is this your idea of atonement? Huh? Nothing. Forget it. Torta? So long. And with that, Torta left the room. All we could do was see her go. Well then. Hey, Lise? Huh? It's all good. I'll play the foretell for you. The sound of my foretell playing filled the room once more. Well, that was almost worse than the bad end. What the fuck? At least with the bad end, we didn't have to, like, see any of it. It was implied, sure. But, like, we didn't have to think about it. What the absolute fuck? The game has no good ends. I don't know, you know what, the foul end was, like, fine. Chris, it just showed that Chris was stupid. Chris was really thinking with his dick on that one. But you know what? It turned out okay. They were successful. They had a good music career together. It seemed fine. Like, all things considered, Val and Chris worked out. This is like, what the hell? Well, I can't imagine where Tortoise is gonna go then. Can Tortoise, like, at least end normally, please? And then, okay, so Tortoise, and then we still got, like, a two-part ending with, I don't know, it's probably gonna be Arietta's ending, I'm imagining. What's that gonna be? And then, I'm guessing Forney's end is gonna be, like, the big world-building ending, and explain everything, like, Hatoful boyfriend style. Forney's end is gonna be, like, the secret final end of Hatoful boyfriend. Which, if you haven't played, is just a normal game about dating birds. And definitely not anything more than that. It's worth a play, though. That's a good game. If it wasn't for the fact I already knew everything that was gonna happen, I would probably stream it, because, boy, that, like, go find a playthrough of that, just, even if you can't play it yourself. That's an experience. Yep. It's pigeons. You're dating pigeons, actual pigeons. Not even like anthropomorphic pigeons, not like Aya or Hatate from Toho kind of birds. We're talking about actual pigeons that go to school and you live in a cave and you go to school with the birds and then you hook up with them. That's about all there is to it. Yeah, if you haven't played it, do it. It's worth it. It's like, it's a full-length visual novel, but it has the weird, it goes Doki Doki Literature Club style at some point, to some extent.
That's all I'll say. It does have a really good twist. It is actually, it goes Doki Doki, yes. It's a full-length game like this though, so it's not short, but it's worth playing. I think it's worth saying that, just because it's pretty obvious. Everyone tells you to play it. There's a good reason for that. Very good reason for that. The only thing I would say about it, though, is play it with a guide, because you do have to kind of play it in a certain order, and to get the proper endings, it's like a really complex thing. It's not just like pick options like this game. It's like you have to do a bunch of stuff. You have to, it's weird because like you have to. The only way to, it seems like you can play it blind without a guide, is you have to try everyone's route through trial and error, and you learn things about the other routes when you do a route. Like if you do route A, you pick pigeon A, you learn things about pigeons B, C, and D. You do D, you learn things about A and E. So you have to like just play through the game multiple times, getting shitty endings that mean nothing and go nowhere, to learn about how to do things properly, which it's probably just better off you just play with a guide telling you how to do everything. But that's how they expect you to play it. Oh, we get secret after credits scene. Hell yeah. Looks like today's gonna be another nice day. As usual, I opened the window to ventilate the room. While holding down a job, I continued to visit her every day. Could only come this early on my days off, but in any case, making the effort to show up wasn't that hard. Recently, just by appearing in the room, I would make Lise smile. When I sat in front of the Fortel, she looked even happier. Almost a year had passed since that day. Spring came, summer went by, fall was over, and it was winter once more. Lise was still the same, but one thing had changed about her. The nameplate on the door to her hospital room no longer said Licelsia. It was now Licelsia Verton. She was still mostly incapacitated, so nothing had changed officially. It was just a private whim of mine. Besides, I didn't think that Lise would object, and it also helped define my feelings on the matter. Did he adopt her? And someday, if it were possible, the ceremony would have to be held. Oh, okay, never mind, he didn't adopt her. But that was all in the future. He didn't adopt her because he wants that to happen instead, of course. Filled with such happy thoughts, I sat down in front of the Fortel. I mean, it'd be weird, but it would be perfectly legal. Like, Chris is probably, like, 19 now. She's, at most, 16 or 17. It would be weird as fuck, but it'd be fine. Like, technically speaking. But he doesn't want to adopt her because then that means he could do the other thing. And we all know he wants to do the other thing. Continued playing the song without words. Words of love had once accompanied these sounds. The song was surely a song to be offered to a lover. Lise. Grave had once told me to give up on music. But here I was, side by side with music. Music wasn't only something to be presented in front of large crowds and concert halls. Performing for the one you love and cherish was just as marvelous. Then... Huh? No matter what today may bring. A new one will soon take its place. And tomorrow is filled with hope. No, that's a little better. Had to wait till the credits were over, but that was a little better. There's the good ending. Okay, that redeemed itself at the end. So what is that left? We got... 1, 2... Yeah, we got, I guess, 4 routes left. Torta will be next time. I'm down to follow this guide, possibly. Alfini seems very quick. Oh my god, it is quick. I'm not sure what it says, but I see like 3 lines. 3 steps at most. Okay, cool. Good. I mean, that's fine if it's quick. Tortas I'm expecting to be a full thing, so that's probably going to be like 2 or 3 streams, probably. I don't know what to expect for Torta at this point. I'm hoping it doesn't end up like this. Like, okay, we know who Torta is. She has no, like, mysterious backstory like Fal. As far as I'm aware, she doesn't have an abusive parent that's gonna beat a life out of her and put her in a vegetative state for like a year and a half. Right? She had a pretty loving grandmother, so I'm sure she's fine. Like, how bad could hers be? Torta's totally gonna be, like, fine. Okay, well, is Alfine supposed to be, like, Arietta's ending? Because, like, that one's probably, like, the canon end, if anything. And then Forney's is gonna be, like, the big reveal, I would imagine. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't expect this thing. I was just like, oh, this is kind of neat. It's a visual novel, but it also has, like, a rhythm game in it. That's fine. Oh, what do you mean? It's got, like, elements of abuse and abandonment. Oh, no, never mind. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Totally okay. Perfectly normal rhythm game. That's also a visual novel. Holy fuck. Well, no point starting it now, so I'll start the next route next time. We'll play some Minecraft tomorrow. Try and actually make progress. I have a thing ready to go to look up the wool dungeons if absolutely necessary, but I'm hoping beyond all hope that I stumbled across one of the wolves regardless. So maybe we'll actually make progress tomorrow. Either way, thanks for watching. I will see you all next time.